Okay, all right, thank you. Lawrence, maybe say about Obio. I tell for young here's a video way. Very sad one from a year Bonu Cooper and Magdan. Because sika de obia ensuro sika but muko position you guys omo ne Magdana can boom, and if your own leaders me kroma santimapo, no, it won't happen. It's okay. No say obisi obe or say obisi ofri mampon wanya sika na obeba krom MPP for bi kofa abu jinapo omo kofa omo de letter bre mampon yin so ombetu ya MPP for no abi wo mampon omo frɛ me yaso ya kire omo de omo nye ye ka kire omo say look obi aba ye beku mu nyina agu krom a so person too good fa ko krom friend say bole abu jinapo ofre damango fa ko krom damango ba so nya de wura mampon de a wo abugina po ye be wo no mampon tunsom be bia na frafrafo no ti no ndi se wa jimi no akwa akufu ado nchen afo jimi tina no nchen wo de cross ba ma asante mampon a ehwa no mu ja ye din no makopem ba bia tena, but this guy is just killing them like anyway. So yankotie eye Canada Japan on showdown and na maka no me adasem no na my back case eye omo asem omo no omo mpanifo na aka.
I pledge my support that we're going to work tirelessly to break the eight. Yeah. So, party members that we are here, we should put everything behind us and let's unite this party. With unity, I believe we can break the eight. And that is all I've been preaching for. So I congratulate the Elections Committee, the Police Department, Electoral Commission, and the party members for the commitment you've shown for peace. And I want to assure you, in 2024, the showdown is being translated to NDC. Yeah. We have to come together and give NDC a showdown. So, once again, I want to say thank you to my team for working hard. I pledge my support.
Okay, so before no, Canada Japan come out with Ken on Bawumia strategy. Ken on Bawumia strategy. Omo campaign one summer na ye bebo akere wo mu no. Obi antie Canada Japan carefully. The one calling for showdown. Oh yeah, nante. So obi ya ni
na ya project you know what the whole world ubehu nipa beba ha ebema adwuma abaha. Sorry your strategies, more strategies any baby namun. It is only Ghana and I would the economy ni call IMF also your strategies. MPP for nye clean campaign umbenya because media woka me reply obi also your strategies. Also your strategies. Embra you taking over power. Not dollar your 4 cities. And then dollar your 12 cities. We are strategies. Excuse me, strategies. More your strategies. Please. Omomi clean campaign. Omomi clean campaign. So Oma clean campaigner. Media assembly on Bakabi Ameyano. Mamenka Samtro. March 2022. Namisika $40 million in cities. August 2022. The value of the $40 million na 16 million. Why not so strategies for Ghana? Mama will be a hunamo. Yet the Fiansa ebe Ghana mine amena ye. Choboy. Right. Yet ya free atebubu any prime nebe. Strategies bang and was say otumi eye fact na ya project you know what the whole world ubehu nipa beba ha ebema adwuma abaha. Sorry your strategies, more strategies any baby namun. It is only Ghana and I would
okay, all right. So this is Canada Japan on Bob. Now you got here another one. Bawumia can't beat Mahama. The same Canada Japan. Yanka Samro. This year election no next year Yanka Samre kra. Also nano and my social stories am a movie when you bought tapes na mama keke. Chairman Bernard Mona join here in the studio. But I'm going to take a quick one on a friend say Canada Japan on Bawumia and Mahama contest.
Because you can't beat Mahama. Namusimi and Kase Makokase. We lost the election in 2022. Oh yes. Yes, Miss.
What exactly did you mean by that comment? Because who we need MPP Fragberry, yeah. Obia se Kennedy back campaign on Adudanko Kufuado and Bawumia MPP government.
Yes.
But Ken the same Ken say they lost the election in 2022.
Yeah.
And now NDC communicators as a Ken can't buy no.
Let them say me catch straight. So I don't know the man making it straight and then me making it straight. I was referring to Bawumia. Because Bawumia na catch say if your fundamentals are weak, your exchange rate will expose you. Me makasa.
Okay.
Me winia. I can easily defend it because me policies am there, but President Kufuado free SHS will be maintained. One district, one factory will be maintained. But others messes them. But the economy itself, me can't Ghana for any party for a bit my stereotype. They don't want to listen. Media catch the woo. Nessa we a delegate now ubi ebe convince wa. Now I'm guys and throw. Obanini. Now say maminka. Na emra mimi sika ehye no obi ka jam say me MPP ni die nyi sika ntonje enna sika no say mimi dia hia Am I the only businessman? Nisika Ashi. What you say?
Okay.
Now no make say we and aboso kan for I can say I don't know what more yedi. Yen nyina ebu afu a ye twen. So the Bawumia ba say ne be si atotia. Because the man went out there when your fundamentals are weak, your exchange rate will expose you. Has it changed? If $1 to 4 cedis, what's the fundamentals are weak, and $4 to 12 cedis.
Okay, I don't know how.
Oh, I have it because maybe a young couple of the Madrid. May Chilo Kwan now say and then Kwan Yabedia. God knows I've done my part.
Okay.
Maybe I'm a country
okay.
And went because you can't beat Mahama. Now see me and Kase, my coca say we lost the election in 2022. Oh yes. Yes. Yes, Miss Ru.
What exactly did you mean by that? Because who we need MPP Fragberry, yeah. Obia se Kennedy back campaign on.
So that is Kennedy Japan. Otuma Bawumia, he can't beat Mahama. Now, quick one, young choir, Bawumia is destroying the party. The same Kennedy Japan. The same Kennedy Japan. Bawumia is destroying the party. Ya the times no kwa na be ma elections we o. Ya ba ba mo sa. So let's go. Kennedy Japan. Bawumia is destroying the MPP party. We yan kasamre tapes na na be ba mo sa. But said the ebo a friend said jazz no. Monsa be ba mo sa nkele Matthias. Boni nyina bi star bi.
Obi a all good party no a e want to be ni Bawumia want to be any Bawumia o mu good MPP party enye me amehu amaka ena me good party no but o mu ni ye ehurehuna ena me good party but yan tira ho ena me good party no me ka tira wo mu meeting so ma ko nyina I have it. Yes. Omo mistake. There'll be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let's see the empty galaxy. Whether you like it or not. Africa, Otumeka Chirani Club Quarter, where you're ceremony to young man. Oye kremoni tiyantumano na wodi oya Kenya u farisa obekasa oya Kenya oye Kristonia u farisa obekasa oya Kristonia me come Muslims who want some etise onu Bawumia for the Muslim community you vote to jail you vote to jail etise enyoma mayama kremofo Bawumia ontumi nyamu kota I will not play tribal politics. But if it becomes necessary, I'll give them bombshell. So now we play religious stuff. We play tribal card. Number one bombshell. Where he comes from, because honorable chairman said to me,
now, are there any more raising concerns about the economy? Are there any more raising concerns about the economy? Sometimes I know more more campaign. No, there are so many tips. Bawumia no tips the yenya so. Onwa nkasa de ndie onwa yeah onwa ne nkrofo de no a omo akeka
to pave the way for breaking the A. Are you that confident?
Well, so far since we had a IMF bailout agreement reached, we've already received the first tranche of 600 million. The second tranche is expected in November, maybe up to December. It should come in. And that should be able to give a relief to government in servicing its debt and in making sure that new projects, regular payment of projects which are ongoing, and supplies and consultancy services can be met regularly.
Give me your quick verdict on the performance so far. Happy or unhappy?
Well, as it is now, I believe that most Ghanaians are unhappy.
You? Are you?
Me?
You're Ghanaian too. Are you
Yes.
happy or unhappy?
I'm in the category of unhappiness.
So you're unhappy with the performance of your government so far?
We're talking about now.
Yes, now.
Now.
Yes, now.
Maybe some time ago.
Yes, but now
But
you're
now.
unhappy with the performance of your government.
And that is why we are saying that there should be that improvement with the prudent use of the IMF facility that will come in for the second tranche, and the third tranche is expected sometime next year, April or May. And by the time all these inflows should come in, that recovery of the economy, we should be seeing a remarkable improvement.
Will be done
to
pave the way for breaking the A. Are you that confident?
Well, so far, since we had a IMF bailout agreement reached, we've already received the first tranche of 600 million.
Accra 100.5. We no more any sama. Chairman Bernard Mona, Akwaba, Chairman.
Openye majoso.
Pacho bokode.
Umpa bonti yati ase.
Inshallah. Nana, Akwaba.
Enu akwara.
Bibia dem boko.
Yehu adum bibia boko.
Yede radi ase. Me pamcho, mama me mo we mfio na mra na mbie mu. Emfama mo. I'll be back.
Mediasem Dabremo. Sisi ade wo si dan ya. Any coin so over kra. Esanse Alu Africa. We got you covered. Alu Africa. Eye dwumako kese a eba ne nkyɛnse papa edi kru dan so any trusses a Ghana ha any wiase afa na nyina yen ye lidie yen ane topo Alu Africa ewa abakwasam edi mu eba no roofing sheet any trusses say ye papa nko ade a eye honom na obenya pa ye quality sanso ya affordable bedroom fish ye duonu nie edan ye buru 2 million na Alu Africa ekru so. What a news! Yen chance ye di kru dance no. Ni amani dimu ne se emu odu. Ne ban ni diswo. Fit is 0.35 mm. Eko si 0.5 mm. 0.35. Eko si 0.
Okay, obi a all good party no a. E won to be ni ba obi a. Won to be any ba obi a. Omu good MPP party. Enya me amehu amaka. Ena me good party no. But no more near, I would have won and would be good party. By young Tioho, and would be party. May catch no woman meeting so much when you know I have it. Yes. Almost mistake. There'll be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let's see the empty galaxy. Whether you like it or not. Kwabena. Africa. Otumeka chira ni kuro ko se. Why ceremony ti yanjuma no. Why ceremony ti yanjuma no. Na wo de wo ya kania. Wo fere se obeka se wo ya kania. Wo ye Kristonia. Wo fere se obeka se wo ye Kristonia. Me Muslims who some it is on the Muslim community, you will go to jail. You will go to jail. It is a new man, my young macro of law. I will need to be your quota. I will not play tribal politics. But if it becomes necessary, I'll give them bombshell. So, what more in your now we play religious stuff. We play tribal card. Number one bombshell. Where he comes from? Because the honorable chairman said here. Honestly, the one for Mr. Munia is in for drama. When the most of me are proposing to them, what will happen? What will happen? They should stop that tribal politics. another media musu okay obi a all good party no a I want to be ni ba obi a want to be any ba obi a omu good MPP party enya me amehu amaka and a good party no but omu ni ye ehuru na and omu good party but yan tira ho and omu good party no me catch no omu meeting so ma ko nyina I have it. Yes. Omo pamonya mistake. There will be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let's see, you're empty galaxy. Whether you like it or not. Trouble. Africa. Otumeka chira ni kuro kuose. Why ceremony to young man? Why ceremony to young man? Now what do we are Kenya? Who Pharisee because we are Kenya? We are Christiania. Who Pharisee because we are Christiania? Men some Muslims who want some it is said. Honorable we are from a Muslim community. You will go to jail. You will go to jail. It is a new man, my young man, our new to I will not play tribal politics, but if it becomes necessary, I'll give them bombshell. So now we play religious stuff, we play tribal card, number one bombshell. Where he comes from, because the honorable chairman said here, from this Romania, as you go drama, when you make your mere capital drama, what will happen? What will happen? They should stop that tribal politics. And as our media Obianya Hokeka Lukrani MPP party dia ehu akono eche NDC ba nipa bi owa amotu abama wo mu agana fo dia bufuo ebeto abama mahama me dia meka kira wo me ka nukra na kira wo se wentie me na wo to abafo a God knows I've done my part. My John the Baptist the prepra kwanumu achira unsempano enti uwasuatie. Bible said, what does it profit a man if he gains the whole world and loses his life? On earth, what does it profit a man when he makes money and the rest of the society suffer? And now, who said Ghana tumpowa? Police station executive for Amokotuaba. Ghana,
cutting costs, reducing waste, and spending wisely. One other major problem that has brought us to this point is the reckless and frivolous spending of our scarce natural resources. A fundamental principle in economic management is fiscal discipline in times of crisis. It is simply not possible to live beyond our means and avoid the kind of economic turnout that we currently find ourselves in today. Rampant overexpenditure is reflected in the extraordinary large budget deficits of the last 2 years, which is set to persist for a third straight year if urgent cost-cutting measures are not taken. As noted again by Dr. Forsen in his presentation, government will have to cut expenditure by up to 4% of GDP to create the fiscal space desired to get out of this economic crisis. Now note this, the minister in his media budget statement announced a 30% cut in expenditure across board. It appears that this cut is not working, as government expenditure in the first half of the year appears to have significantly exceeded the budget. The minister rather than a vague reference to percentage cuts, must be specific in what areas these expenditures are to be cut. This will give a clearer picture of the expenditure reduction and how much will be saved from that directive. Drastic action must therefore be taken to reverse the cycle and bring public expenditure within acceptable and prudent levels. Let me propose some measures on how governments can cut costs. One is the size of government. A big contributor to the excessive public expenditure is the sheer size of government. President Akufo-Addo has been particularly irresponsible in keeping a needlessly large government. At a point, we had over 120 ministers in his government, with hundreds of political appointees at the presidency and others attached to ministers and other state organizations. While the president has currently cut down this number, the number of ministers has reduced in his second term, there's still room for a further reduction, including merging some ministries to reduce expenditure and cut down the ministers in government to a figure below 65. It's also necessary to trim the large number of political appointees who have sought refuge in the Flagstaff House. This will reflect the necessities of the time and the need for modesty and prudence. Secretariats and agencies. There are also too many agencies created overnight by this government without any functional necessity that need to be scrapped or merged for efficiency to ensure savings to the public purse. For instance, we have a free SHS secretariat. Meanwhile, the Ghana Education Service has adequate capacity to handle the implementation of the free SHS policy without the wasteful existence of another secretariat. Again, why create and staff a one district, one factory secretariat with new project vehicles and other cost items when the Ministry of Trade and Industry has an industrial development unit that is well placed to enhance the industrialization policy of government? The National Entrepreneur.
The NPP cannot be underestimated. You know it, I know it. They've been in existence for a long time and have been changing their names up till this day. The nature of who they are. Listen. Munjir, the nature of who they are, what they are, where they've come from, is something they are happy with, and they will be there for a long time. Let's not mimic their behavior. Let us reach into the principles and the values that emerged out of the circumstances that gave birth to us. And if we can hold onto those principles and those values, we will move way into the future and no one can ever defeat us. we will ride and override any obstacle as we did in the past. The NPP cannot be underestimated.
My brothers and sisters, our young people, fellow countrymen and women, it is no secret that Ghana, our beloved country, is currently grappling with a severe economic crisis. More than ever before, the lives of our people today are defined by a daily struggle to eke out a living. We're seeing our daily cost of living skyrocket, and job opportunities are becoming more difficult by the day. Our people, the youth, the elderly, drivers, market women, civil servants, security personnel, teachers, journalists, nurses, and doctors.
All right, so that's it. We are back. Accra FM Citizen Show. Now, me pa me chow. Enti Ghana for obi nkanche benefits se wa bre onya adwuma ne ye. Ubom akunwam. Ka che benefits yes be ma be ye bu am ye ni nyina o. Ade no ye duru ba bia de aka nyina ye lapo adwuma na wo ye. No onya aje. Hello.
Hello.
Eja. Abom ama o.
Abom.
What for the form? CMG sika che de. Ucha say. Ucha say.
It's party me.
Oh, okay. And what do you say?
500.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. This week, what the best sort ohun kakra.
Enya agro.
I'm
not saying we get to me say I there we say they are see and I know that what this people Ghana man say me phone to me phone so I'm in transfer.
Oh, to you na ma 50 cedis for two phones.
I think they nkwala books grab you or how I sort it out.
Mate, yeah, that's celebrate. Koswa na
I real. That bia me feels
Mate, me that's celebrate. Okay, so me pacho star 413 hash. Me aka chem say ye the new promotion eba. Nyame ya aduma mo amutwa no Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. Friday. Sa mo amutwa no mo ye consistent ni nyina no. So mo amwantimi ani no a mo atimi atwa Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Ye bobo am numbers na no ye yi 6,000 Ghana cedis ato. Ye no so ye special draw amamo every Friday bia. Enti se we ni bi Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday emare Friday about and but still and na me chenko for be 4-5 and sana mapon show we ene awie enti madam wase mamema baba sadeka kwaba baba akwaba
Enia
boko de
boko
good
me ba check akra
I ton kaje
enije abayi de importance edim record ya ba say na
ehun
na champagne e be pop na ebetimi de yan
so the champagne e be pop chairman
yes
mama free chairman mona side chairman so I am saying command dap no so anyway I am mutimi ko sagleme and I know Friday. Unfortunately, na menya available, but na yebebo mo abaso yentimi ensupina under the carpet sa mokoye. But I'm saying comment da no now Baumia versus John Mahama.
Na way me him.
Chama obako independent na.
Ade mini party.
Na mo flag bearer.
Ye nyan yi. Nti utamechi a.
Metawachi. Chama enante.
Mamenchia, the incoming MP of constituency near Ablekuma.
Okay, Central.
How can I do that thing? Wow, Chimpe.
I see.
Into 2020, so also by 2024 by channel Sempe. Now the one account.
No, but sir, on Kennedy HMU 50-50, it tells you that the MP there is not popular. Yeah. Because the MP who was supporting Bawumia.
Yeah, was supporting Alan.
Alan
Boy, who after Alan declared his after Alan left, now he went declaring for Bawumia.
Yes.
He didn't declare for Bawumia.
No, he did.
No, he's what's now back. Then he moved his Alan votes to Kennedy. But I should tell you, say the other 50% that voted for Bawumia, it's a protest as well to him. Which you are right also means that.
Okay.
Which you are right also means that he's growing unpopular even within his party.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And I'm Maminchia Nana Poku Alhaji Listowell. We watch the say your ceremony, but I can understand. Say ban mehu how many glasses? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or the glasses have a studio.
Anyway.
Oh. If I'm glasses, no man. I'm the barber check rampo.
And
where you
it's meant for what?
Where you dear? Where so you also dear?
Okay, right.
Yeah, be I.
Now, Pacho Kwame, dear way. Kwame, Corpo.
Or to studio, ha.
Champ.
Anyway,
your time no error.
But importantly, SM member MPP, National Executives Abaso, any Ejuma Omodi Eba Ewie Nano Saturday as a former party functionary.
Does it live on a crowd 100.5. Juma wo fie adwuma wo ho a ese yeyo a free samre we afenia yewura a proper rescue mission moment mu. There's the time to rescue Ghana. The pacho me say there's the time to do what? To rescue Ghana from criminals, from thieves, bandits, highway robbers. This is the time. Me no mienu ye wa said this Ghana ni. Sir Oba Wayere ukunu ubusuani bi akwa ye adwuma wa bank ama Akufo-Addo Bawumia abegu banking sector safo ni nyina no. You have a duty to join me for this rescue mission. So we are pensioner. Na pensioner will tie me no. We sika akwakam. You see, pensioners no muntie ni ye. The only way out. Yes, I head cut we ya. Yabeba so. But so we are pensioner. Nasa Bawumia de nsa abo sika mu a. Listen to me. This is the time to join me. So who save here ewo men's gold? Who save here ewo we invest in fund management mu. One more year sika da di. Akufo-Addo Bawumia, they are criminals. Omo yes Canada. That is why you are suffering. Join me for the rescue mission. So what will shop? Na kanoforiatanum edi jiare nya betra wo konso. Udidia ohwem, udi nkoma ohwem. Omo jiji sika no wi a na Akufo-Addo ne ma acha di. Sa adwadifo no nyina mo Ghana no join me. Ofa niema ewo Kumase. We a business and a trader wo Kumase. Wabe you niema ewe no. Na Bawumia no masi ama customs for abesia wo kwem. Amen. Wajadi awudi ne egu. Join me for this rescue mission. Local industries are taxes agumunyuma. Local industries taxes agumunyuma. Nuisance taxes. COVID-19 tax. Badam for tax. Any day. Sa local industries for ni na moma kame ho. Na yanko rescue mission. Went me o. Why? Mama kame ho. Na yanko rescue mission. Emma, pad. Aya mu yusu keke. Bawumia se oba wubunsa na yire Samira enya ne menstruation luxurious lifestyle. A luxurious lifestyle. Ne yire Samira enya a friend say ne menses a luxurious lifestyle. Yenu nti or the tax ato menses so oba wubunsa Ekufa ni Bawumia so mbejo tax. Se adenti na wo wabunsa adenti na wanya menses. Sa Ghana for man. Join us. Join me for the great rescue mission. You know so. Now is the hour. Now is the time. Now is the proper moment. For Samira video no man odi amano. Odi Samira video na mano. Me ba mcho mesi majuma na say, but me mouth the basis why I'm calling for this rescue mission. Francis Narcis, thank you. Johnny for John Raphael Fori. Munyina mo I say. Thanos shake. I'm grateful. And we are in office. Who of ye? Mwamu tieme ewo commercial cars mu. Taxi drivers, trotro drivers. A rescue mission. We are on. Such as said, we are on. We are on. We are on. Me mama identifiable groups. And these groups, you have a duty. Your friends the moto kada fwa ya ka say ye be mamo ka nketu ase na adanko dada dwe. Join us. Trotro drivers, taxi drivers, ye the fuel. Ese amobo. Join me here. Join me on Accra FM. Join me on Citizen Show. Your rescue mission vehicle is here. Befroni yanko. Don't mind them. And now we be frame. Oh, me offer be kwabra. And yes, so be use media no. And yes, so many media for ni besia. O muntimi hwe. They can't do anything. Kwame Sefa at this moment cannot fool anybody. Omufa your friend is say peace FM no multimedia nyina mom enkofa BBC enkofa CNN enche bia ye be say to na say ye radio to ye be say o me nkwa ye do mbe fa so okrom ha. Any media man you will see supporting this government is a criminal. And I'll give you a typical example. My own brother, he's my brother, but I need to tell him, Paula Dumotre, our criminal case hanging his neck. Unless John Mahama Numba, they said they don't want to pursue that matter. But that Christmas tree issue is a criminal matter. I've given you one example. Challenge me, and I'll give you more. Challenge me, and I'll give you more. Ayana Ishaku, thank you. Okay, so Yanko T. Samira in opposition. Samira in opposition. Samira
bring it to bear. We are vice president. You head the economic management committee of the country. Into economic policies now will be driven by you, and I say you will be directed by you. Into I know say he's competent in that area. He's got the focus. He's got the mindset. He's got the experience in macroeconomics, and even as a general academician. Oni mejuma ejuma ne ye, ena onoso ewo adwempa ne akomapa. He'll bring it to bear. We are vice president. You head the economic management committee of the country. Into economic policies now will be driven by you, and I say you will be directed by you. Into I know say he's competent in that area. He's got the focus. He's got the mindset. He's got the experience in macroeconomics, and even as a general academician. Oni mejuma ejuma ne ye, ena onoso ewo adwempa ne akomapa. He'll bring it to bear. We are vice president. You head the economic management committee of the country. Into economic policies now will be driven by you, and I say you will be directed by you. Into I know say he's competent in that area. He's got.
And Kwame, Samira here, and we are Ghana Nibia who follow Citizen Show on Dagban FM, on Benya FM, and other platforms on Facebook. On your YouTube page, Citizen TV Ghana. Muti, my own sister. I call him my sister. For a particular reason. We have a special family ties. But we disagree on so many things. And that's why I call her my sister. But Muti, sister, Samira, or say, and Okadia in opposition. That's MPP we near Okunu or say as a vice president, when I was head of the economic management team. Now when I would drive it, the policies, the economic policies. And you see, Yabesha say na ya fa Samira tape we. Na ya fa eye friend say me bowa. Me bowa mpo. Na ya fa ayi Gideon Buakodom. Wa mu tapes no. Na ya fa Bawumia. Bawumia a wife in opposition say because unim de agya na okasa that time no oka obo eye friend say emisata akutia na ne kura kobusa emisata ayi questions 170,600 million 855 652 billion questions no abebusa no ai ena yi anwe when he got the opportunity Wabaya vice president for 17 years. And this guy called Bawumia, a blockhead, cannot answer his own questions. That makes him a useless boy ever to contest for presidency in Ghana. A very useless boy. And I'm talking about Bawumia. Very useless boy. Now, the wife, Katraya say, Vice President there, say economy in Korea. We need to hold you responsible. Today, his own people, Gideon Buakodom say, Akufo-Addo na coach. Akufo-Addo na committing mistakes. Na assistant coach the on the of our bay. Today, Bawumia is telling us, no, Akufo-Addo vision is different from Ononi vision. Double bakope. Double ewa santimampon edi digwan. Yeah. Mampon for big ups. Mampon for mumwe ani. Ayandi isi na mamu nsuo. Mampon hine ya dansini. Baby amoto abakwa de moamo. Station ya joma amasi ye no. Baby eduru ye no aka 8 years ni. Akufo-Addo ba mampon be penti ne ba. Ebusuafie. Edeya Rollins ne yere EDC Community Center mampon. Waje edi amane ba. That's the foolishness of Akufo-Addo in Asante Mampon. Very stupid behavior. Very stupid behavior. And I emphasize on the stupidity. Let me come back. My sister say, Sadina anya. So when you hear about so kind for complaining, me pacho, why you function or when you hear teachers complaining, you function why? When you hear traders complaining, you function why? When we hear your friends say banking customers complaining, you function why? Pensioners complaining, you function why? Training nurses, complaining, you function why? Health sector, no jiagua, you function why? Momobo. We have only one useless blockhead person. Or don't want to this 7 years mess. That today you pick $1 and you are doing 12 Ghana cedis and over. That is Bawumia for you, a criminal. That today just walk to the market and find out prices of goods. Inflation at that side, almost every say. That is what we are going to talk about. Thank you so much. Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. And I said, come on, production crew, and there's Kwame Kwache Fit. One day call him, Minister Korea. At the party pan, they play pop salad. Thank you. Eugene Bai is here, our social media handler. Thank you. And I said, come on, I media Nana Kwabena Bobie Ansah, the old soldier, the old lion, the last man standing, Commander Boam. I'm here till 6 p.m. And come on, baby. But let me quickly dash to Ada. Na men konkoye adwuma bi wa Ada. Star 413 hash. Makase we actually mo. Ya the new promotion e ba. Ye born Fridays draw no ye Fridays. Mo be di bi ene no. Mo dia no wo ho. Ya de be ma mo. Me pa cho chanentem. What is sankrofo di mu adanse e. Chanentem no anka say na fine kosia na yes na yes chanentem. One chanentem a afi de na be blame me. On say wo de na ba mu ntem a omugusu ye draw no anopa na atom. 5 series per CMG scratch there. Star 413 hash. Bomianko. Friday ya de new promotion bi ba. Mo want to be trying consistently from Monday to Friday. Ya mundi ye no Friday no ya bom nkwamo draw ya the 6,000 Ghana na egu afidie no mu. Obi bet me for 2,000, obi bet me for 1,000, obi bet me okay. Mame enya adwuma ketewa bi mra sisi a me ne honorable Christian Tufie. Honorable, thanks for joining us on Accra FM.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please, I can hear you.
Honorable Christian Otufie, am I right?
It's Otuke.
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 All right. Okay.
Otuke.
Tay. Oh, okay. Sorry, sir. Forgive me. Right. Okay. So Honorable Christian Tay is the MP for Sege constituency, and quick one. Let's talk to him about these issues going on with respect to Ada. Issues and Magdan issues. Honorable, thanks once again. But quick one. So, what is the updates on the clash between Magdan bodyguards and the people at Ada?
Please come again. I didn't get that well.
Well, what is the update on the clash between the people of Ada and Magdan company?
Well, so far, just the unfortunate incident yesterday, which resulted into the death of one person. For today, there have been some police and military men intervention temporarily. The military men are gone back and the situation is calm. But the problems are still there covered. And the chiefs are currently holding meetings with the Tema regional commander in Tema. So for now, that is the situation. Nothing new yet.
What really happened? Yesterday, what really happened?
All right. What happened is coming from a very long outstanding issues between the company investor called Electrochem and the communities along Songo Lagoon. It's an outstanding issue since 2021. And simply, these community people were just having their daily bread work by the Electrochem concession area, and all of a sudden they claim I wasn't there. They claim they were attacked by Electrochem security men together with policemen armed with guns and cutlasses and machetes and all sorts of things. And when they came, quickly tried to pack their tools, including tarpaulin, which is very expensive. They were just packing their items away. And they could not also sit down, but I think along the line they found no matter. So they were running for their life when, I don't know, from sources, one was shot and he fell instantly and died there. So as soon as this happened, it came to my notice. I quickly informed IGP, and he told me he was sending his men from his regional commander at Tema to come down with his men so that if the situation is still volatile, we should calm it down and then also see to the dead person and a few who were also injured. And they came really, and we went to see the chief and we expressed our condolences to the chief and the people, and we assured them, I personally assured them that the police coming in here is not to come and aggravate matters, but rather to come and bring peace, because we need peace. Even if not peace forever, temporary peace is what they are here for.
Yeah.
So upon assuring them all this, they agreed to go with us to where the dead body was lying. And we all went together to see that really somebody was shot dead and died over there. So the police took over their processes and investigations, started writing statements from people, and also interacted with others. And some people said they were eyewitnesses to the thing. So they even claim they can even
identify,
they can even point out the policeman who shot the person. Should they parade them? So he was ready to really do that.
So, Honorable, let me ask this question. We have two issues to deal with here.
Mm-hmm.
One has to do with the police involvement.
Yes.
This is not the first time. We have had complaints from the people of Ada.
Yes.
That the police, including some land guards.
Can you please raise your voice a bit?
Okay, so they have complained about the police involvement That is, always they come with some bodyguards or langas or whatever to attack them with respect to this, sort land issued. But what is it that you guys cannot talk over with the police? What is the issue that the leaders of Ada cannot sit the police down and discuss with them? Because this is not the first time they have complained.
The leaders of Ada, but it's really about the government's attitude towards maybe the people. That's how I would see it. It's not about the leaders. How can we have police who is legitimate people to work? Then they will recruit with them security men who are using local guns, who are using machetes, who are using cutlasses, all kind of things to operate together. Have you ever seen one before?
Okay, so Uncle Christian.
This started long ago from last year.
Yes, Uncle Christian. The reason why I asked this question is because I have spoken to some youth groups within Ada area. And what they say is that Magdan or Petrochem or whatever, they have the backing of some chiefs from your area.
The traditional leaders who give the land back them, all right. But they are not bigger than the government of Ghana. The government of Ghana has that power, that prerogative to come down.
So, Uncle Christian, I think that is what has emboldened Magdan and his people to commit such heinous crime on the people of Ada.
What I'm saying is, should it be so that the traditional leaders are backing Magdan and the whole situation is resulting into a very bad situation that we cannot go? The government has the power, executive power over the chiefs, that he can come in to say, Electrochem or Magdan, stop operations at areas of controversy. You have still huge areas that you can operate for 2 years even. So concentrate on areas where there are no problems. Then the government will engage the people on areas where there are controversy. And after they have finished that, they will bring him to come, and if it is possible, they'll bring him. Even before they get there, the people themselves will see the usefulness of the investment, and they will even ask him to come. They will even hand over some of those areas. So it's not like the portions where they are fighting over, he needs it to start the work. No. He has so many acres of land, so huge, more than from Dasuma to Temaran about. More than from Dasuma to Dowenya.
I see.
And the portions they are talking about, just small portions. It's just like the Palestinians' land. It's just a small portion they are fighting about. So here, the areas of controversy are just small areas, small, not the huge area they have given to him. So I expect the government, I didn't even expect the government to come and, commission this operation all together. If at all, he should have come in to find out what are the issues of the men on the ground. Well, that is where they have lived on.
So
their grandparents fed them, and they also feeding their
children. But Uncle Christian,
want to take it, it is fine, but it should be gradual, and we should see what alternative measures are we putting in place for which these people will live on.
One may say that you have not been able to drum home your concerns well. You are the member of parliament for the area, and I don't know the last time when you raised this issue in parliament.
It's not about the last time. I called the Minister of Interior when there was a similar shooting where policemen worked together with Langas. By then, it was Langas they were calling them.
Okay.
I brought it to floor of parliament, querying him about this, and he told me they are on investigations up to now. And my brother, it's not about how many times you are shouting about this. If the thing makes sense to the sitting government or to the concerned people, they will see it. Even if I don't make noise about this, and they know that that is the issue. People are fighting. Police brutality on the people is too much. It's not fair. Nobody is the police, and for that matter, the Ministry of Interior, and for that matter, the government of Ghana should not say somebody has not said anything, so or somebody has not been making noise about it. I don't agree with you entirely. This thing, I've called the Minister of Interior on this, the Tema Regional police commander came down severally on this issue. They brought military men. I brought the Minister of Defense on this question, on this issue to ask us, answer us why the presence of the military. Are we in a war zone? He covered up by saying that it isn't so. It is a usual operation where they have some number of soldiers they release from the Huenya all to Adan who patrol. So that is why. So my brother, bear with me. It's not about how many times you raise this on the floor of Parliament. Crime is crime. Nobody will be committing crime and will say somebody should go. In the presence of police, somebody should go to Parliament and raise it before. I've done what? I've done number of press conferences. Today.
Honorable, so where do we go from here?
You are the fifth station I'm talking to.
Yes.
I can mention it to you. How many times? It's not about the noise. If the government will pay attention to the people, we do that. To me, it's similar to what he has said at voter region that you people don't vote for me. If because of I wouldn't have been here. It's similar to that to me. Because I feel he probably didn't get or he doesn't get his vote here, so the concern of the people might not be his concern. To me, that is it.
So now where do we go from here?
To shout about the crime.
Yeah. So where do we go from here? Because you see, for me, I think now the police.
What I'm saying is, I blame the government very much. And why do I blame the government? The government has the power by now putting hand on the controversial areas to ask that, hey, stop your operations at areas of controversy.
But here is a situation, McDan is a darling boy to the president.
We should set some inquiry, commission of inquiry, to go into the issue with the people and try to see what is wrong. My brother, who would like to, if this investment something that people see to be good, they will not reject it.
Yes, but here's the situation. McDan is a darling boy to the president.
Here's the situation what?
Here's the situation. McDan is a darling boy to the president. Yes, he's a party member.
Why do you ask me how many times have I shouted?
Yes, but then I'm asking, where do we go from here with the kind? Hello.
That is why I say the president is intentionally, for that matter, the government is intentionally ignoring the plight of the people here. And we all know, like we are saying, that is a very, it's a very boy to him. And for that matter, everything that these people will do, the community people will do, is wrong. Everything that Electrochem will do is very right. We all know, and I'm complaining about it. So you don't go about asking questions.
Okay, so now it seems like the police is not helping, the military is not helping, the government is not coming forth with issues. The chiefs also, some have taken sides. Now it's left with you and your people. What is the way forward?
The way forward is we are looking up to God, and for that matter, NDC to come, because we know the government is not listening, it's not ready to listen. If the government listens, the police force will listen. Because the crime and by this time they should have arrested at least the person who shot. Even if the person shot by law, if you shot somebody for self-defense, you will still be arrested, and you explain, your statement will show that yes, you are attacked, and to defend yourself, you have to kill somebody, and that will be on record. But no arrest until now, unless behind my knowledge of what I know. And here's the case that 4 people came out over there saying that they knew or they can identify the policeman who shot this. Why don't you come and parade the policeman for the people to identify? Of course, he was doing operations all right, but that will also show that the police is doing what is right. But now, they should have put them together for those people to come and identify the one who shot. And he can also come out and say, yes, I did it to defend myself. But nothing of that. Everything is ignored. There's nothing wrong with somebody dying. Who killed somebody here is not a problem of the government of the day.
All right.
I say they are only looking up to NDC.
Okay.
For that matter, also God.
On God.
It's just a hopeless situation. And the area is gradually turning to the war zone area. A war zone area.
I heard the youth groups over there. I heard
there are some winter areas where people are constantly fighting over oil, and there's always a fight there with rebels. This is virtually what is coming to
yes,
when we don't arrest the
I heard that the youth groups in Ada have decided to arm themselves against land gas and any eventual attacks. I don't know how far this is true, but I don't know whether you have heard it.
I've not heard it, but these are some of the obvious actions that you will be expecting. It's not right to do that, but these are clear and obvious situations that will be emanating from the plight of which nobody is there to help them out of it. To also do what is self-defense. For that matter, I'm not saying it is good to do that, but it's so clear that that will be some of their last resorts.
Okay.
That is unfortunate to take to that.
Okay. All right, Honorable. Thanks for speaking to Accra FM.
You're welcome, and thank you for the time and opportunity given to me.
You're welcome, sir. All right, so that's it. Enti, omudi free boko no omawura a friend say adan. Nti bia enche bia omudi be wura nkran wosu. No omawura mu ko. Se omu kum ko. He say MPP ni kunipa or you free. MPP ni kunipa or you free. Okay, so okay. Nansen ya omo ye obi the petition call a year parliament 5 million Ghana cedis ayira 5 million Ghana cedis and now 52 billion, right? Yeah, 52 billion Ghana cedis. Eye sika na da Ghana Commercial Bank. Yao mebwa. Yao na Ghana Commercial Bank, right? Na Ghana Commercial Bank, right? 52 billion. Ena scanner ayire free Ghana Commercial Bank system. Enyasa oma directed from Ghana Commercial Bank. Okay. Na owura bi di ho asem kodan eye parliament. Pacho ekum no ho asem de me ada for groups be frame me. Me catch them say me nka bi because according to sources no mo ahemfo ene Magdan na aka boom. Say mo ahemfo to mo me free Asante Mampon. Me free Mampon mama me di say Mampon asem dia na ne ye nyina be boaboa ye ho ne akọ. Ena me ma ho say me na me ba be kire youth no de omonye. Me ni sa to me no. Nti say mo amomfa mo ho adwene dia fine nyame na me ba be kire obi a ade a wonye. Mamene Owura Mike Kofi Aflu, former president, Chartered Institute of Taxation Ghana and fellow of the Institute of Chartered Account Ghana. Imenine ending komokakra. Uncle Mike, akwaba.
Yeah, no, Bobie.
Boko de.
Yeah, no more.
Uncle Mike, what's about the court dying a year parliament petition the over missing 52 billion Ghana cedis every Ghana Commercial Bank coffers muno and what's my cause say?
Yeah, first, medical man, the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, and he offered me to catch him and say, what friend Auditor General, I can tell him, say, he should come and explain. And I should also route the petition, according to their parliamentary procedures, that petition should come through a member of parliament to the speaker. And I had to redirect it to the Honorable Speaker of Parliament through Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay. And when your response, but almost say for the right channel.
Yes.
Okay.
Almost say it should be tabled by a member of parliament. My route, this time I'm addressing it to the Honorable Speaker of Parliament through Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa.
Okay, but why won't Juma na say on te won she?
Okay, say that is the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, Honorable James Kujavidi, or say offer Auditor General, no. And I work at say he wants his response. There's the first one, what you call by or the firm or the general. I said,
yeah,
over the response from now. Whereas we wait for this to pass through the proper channel.
Oh, okay, all right. So the matter is pending.
Yes, the matter is pending. I say Auditor General to be no, because it it doesn't make sense for GCB Bank to sit down there and say, you mean that wishy-washy explanation that won't be buying, because this is tax revenue. Wow, now tax revenue now for GCB Bank, all those accounts are California. They are transit accounts. Transit accounts do not have signatories. So what you say? It was done so that people cannot, withdraw any money from that account. So what I say?
Yeah.
And even for the collection of the money in the Quran, the finance minister does not have the right to write to GCB Bank. The GCB Bank should even collect that revenue on behalf of government. So we share Article 183 and 178 of the 1992 Constitution. It is only the Bank of Ghana that can mandate any institution to collect revenue or funds on behalf of the state. So what I say?
Yeah.
It is for the Minister of Finance to have written to GCB to do that. No, it's illegal. And then also for the Minister of Finance to write to the Auditor General to investigate that account. Also it's not within his jurisdiction. He has no such authority. Such authority is vested in the governor of the Bank of Ghana.
Okay, so as we speak now, the search on 52 billion Ghana cedis. Mpacho, figure here correct?
Yeah, 52. Okay, figure say 52 billion 537 million 175,778.13. That's the exact figure, and then you're running up to 52.5 billion.
And I referee.
Yes, it was at that time, no. Now the exchange rate was 5.77522 to the dollar. It as at that time, okay, now Oko Betia and buy 9.1 billion US dollars. And this was asked, why should we go to IMF for a bailout of $3 billion?
Okay.
So that is my argument.
Me dear Chilipa, but say your kind no. Yan share directives now mo the amount now go through a year process no. Yan share the basic way actually.
Yes, and Okuje to Ablakwa who lay it properly to the speaker, so the speaker who direct it to the public accounts committee. That way, one body one juma.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
German, yeah, that's baby.
Yo, Mr. That's.
Okay, so that's it. And the $9.1 billion and a free Ghana Commercial Bank a system 52.5 billion Ghana cedis. And the whole country is quiet. 52.5 billion missing. Ayira Yafa Omani nyina ye din Yenyama aya Central Bank 60 something billion or so. And as at that time, we are dealing with about $9.1 billion. Okay. Another sikabi so ayira. Na yang content na mintinsi ba omi ade no so. Mitimi ye we kura no ma anya de aka ni nyina mepe. Another sikabi so ayira. Amene local government experts be so are raising issues about se onipa dasani atmi abomoden abie your friend say online platform private one no adiji sika assembly sika ena eko obi bottom Maria Adam Busam say Bobie, what is wrong with us? What is wrong with us? 52.5 billion is missing from Ghana Commercial Bank. And I say Obia and found Dr. Richard Fia Domo Aye President, Chamber for Local Governance. Doc Akwaba. Doc Omojo also me bacho ewiena me follow kakra me ready o oniema ni kakra na me wo eye document no ha say mpacho say obenya abotra mamia na ya boso tew nti say petition to investigate the illegality and corruption associated with the collection, lodgement and retention of government funds into a private company account. Blah 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 blah. Pacho, Doc, Edia.
Yo, me that say. I'm say, Mama, it's for some background introduction. I'm say never kaya kenofuriata the 2023 budget or kind in 2022 November. Or can I say government wants to take over the collection of property rates from the MMDAs, not the shared GRA, sir. In 2023, even though property rate exceeded revenues in the Act, a GRA intimate and can see a co-parliament, amend the Local Governance Act, and stand a GRA assassin, or man co-parliament, or man amendment, be an assembly GRA, assume. Commissioner General of the GRA, January this year, and about out with an official release. I say, Omo GRA, in collaboration with the Ministry of Local Government, any MMDAs, they have taken over the collection of property rates. Now, this time around, Ombe use digital processor, Omo Obiama fiscal cash into Obian to me, this can I just say GRA. Into GRA, Babonte and a Commissioner General Babonte ever announced the official government account. And that official government account is assemblies.gov.gh.
My assembly.gov.gh. And the
official government portal, GRA, through the direct Commissioner General taxes.
I see.
And to fast forward, and I will say, we have done series of releases to say, the new GRA and I said you homogeneous property rate and a private company. You sure let a comma GRA. From the investigation and our realization, private company we are finding digital city solution and the AGG property rate. Let a chocoma GRA for year. Just my acknowledgement practices so put their bad shame. We did several press releases to say GRA is not collecting the property rate. Last about 6 months ago, a truck cracker comma Yoko. So this is what we have realized. There's some level of corruption going on in terms of the property rate collection. And now we know Kasi Yoko for and reply elected. They did not even acknowledge receipt. And also and then we started our investigation. So we went to Parliament to go and find out whether Parliament are approval because per the law, only Parliament can approve funds to receive government funds. So say get fund or consolidated fund or any other fund, heritage fund, it needs approval from government. It is yet a fund. I district assembly for taxes and a property rate. It has to be approved by Parliament. And also Parliament in here. And also but we realize that the assembly.gov.gh, a Commissioner General, a state institution, Edema, Ghana 40 and chair taxes in Guma. It's just can a Guma, Omo number, which is can now at the back end, you see electronic means, no more diverted scanner eco digital city solution for account. When we saw that, you say about Ponti and Kofu, we say more evidence for entire to your boss. I can say she cannot imagine in the name of the assemblies, or more chase canima assemblies. Now, almost chase canima assembly, I said you earn your physical intent from account to account. So far, all the payments that have been made to any district assembly, your media house, you can also investigate for some of the assemblies. Every money assembly be received or Ghana was from digital city solution. Meanwhile, digital city solution is not known to any of us apart from myassembly.gov.gh. Ntiaban is saying, and I for taxpayers, it is Kama government. Let's Kama HMA government, not a good private company account. As a private company, it's assemblies, and also every film. Then we realize that we share the Public Financial Management Act now. And man who say private individual, Ubeji government, keeping more than 48 hours. To the extent that Meba maybe we a collector, Emma Tema Municipal as Tema West Municipal Assembly. Maybe just check the crowd Tema West Municipal Assembly, Dimumpa, and Nisabio, the private company, and answer my personal name, Krana. I don't have the right to keep Tema West checked for more than 48 hours. That is what the Public Financial Management Act again. Here we are. He cannot call unknown to everybody except those who are criminally minded and they want to defraud the assemblies. No, and he says can call private account. Can could him so many months. It is a private company, time or no pen, and you pay certain amounts to the assembly, and that amount is supposed to be 70%. Unfortunately for the assemblies and unfortunately for the criminally minded, if anything, Commissioner General of GRA, no, even GRA is not on that payment platform. None of the assemblies are said the company, none of them is on the platform. So it is a private company that receives the money, has a dashboard, so be it only the private company knows and all that. So we realize that here say I bet my assembly.gov.gh and says then it goes into somebody's private account, and that private account person is now paying the money to the assembly. So we did our checks and we realized that this was what was going on. Into the evidence, near facts, and I said the area down OSP office. Into the facts and the evidence are not as they are with the MMDAs. All the payments that were made to the MMDAs were made by Digital City Solutions Limited and not myassembly.gov.gh.
Okay,
and that's why we have come to the conclusion that myassembly.gov.gh is just a decoy account to transfer monies illegally and secretly to this year's account at Fidelity Bank.
Okay, so Doc, GRA it take you over from a year. Taking property rates over from which institution?
The MMDA, 261 MMDA.
Okay. GRA take you over no. Issue statement be as outsource Ediama Digital Solutions.
That.
They
never issued any statement. Until when we started taking them on, doing releases and writing letters to understand why they are not the ones taking. And they came out with a wishy-washy release. Official release to say they are now introducing, if anything, Digital City Solution to ratepayers, and that was done in September. Until you cannot start collecting money for and on behalf of the MMDAs in January, and in September, as an all country and ratepayers, they say you are introducing this year to us. It is when after the fire was coming and they realized that it will not be good.
But you know say outsource the Digital Solutions.
Yes, TNSA. Digital City Solution, GRA cannot outsource because GRA cannot on its own award a national contract to it. It acquire checks at PPA, and we have even written to PPA under the right to information for information on when PPA gave approval to GRA to sole source. So now those sole sourcing and all those things, they are illegalities which have not been backed by any law or supported by the PPA. So when did GRA engage Digital City Solution? There is no proof that they have officially engaged Digital City Solution because as a state entity and you want a private company to be in charge of revenue in the whole country, 251, you have to go to PPA for approval, and there is no evidence for any such approval. So GRA, the Commissioner General, is just abusing his office and acting as if GRA is the sole proprietorship company or enterprise, I should say.
So, Doc, at the end, say now most suspicions no say Digital Solution, no City Solution, no, will be private entity.
Yes.
Omo Jessica Fem. And Mujiri se sikani nyina nko eya MMDAs no said there omo ekano. Is that right?
That is correct. Sikani there and can say under normal circumstances no usha emran at 936 any GRA for ankasa act na GRA as a state enterprise or GCK Tikabi a GRA JGV and SA consolidated fund. So GRA cannot have any account apart from the consolidated fund. And then the MMDAs, they are also having funds to take public money account as a more. So clearly, Shikana Digital City Solution and GRA Hall Street and the Enqua Assemblies in Hall Street. It now goes into the private account. Then the DCS now decides, say, Magic 10 Ghana cities. 70% a assembly India. No, 7 cities, Akoma assembly. No, retaining
3 cities.
3 cities. And that is also an illegality because Abayin Sika, won't even get Abayin Sika, and then you take Abayin Sika, your own from Abayin Sika. And so this kind of Abayin. Then you now request for payment. Now it will now go to the internal audit for them to go through processes. Tikama also Jinwa, and that is where we are. And so clearly, that is also not being done. So this whole thing is shrouded in so much secrecy that it's a very gargantuan corruption dealer. And I know that if the OSP will be sincere and go into this matter, Ghanaians will be shocked.
But so the Ben petition koi.
But so and the coin and they are OSP afraid I'm a response.
Oh great. Wait to me a response no.
If I have your WhatsApp number, I can send it to you.
Okay, all right. So my producers will be dealing actually na omaje.
Okay.
Me that's a break doc.
Yo, no so that's happening.
All right. Okay, so that's it. And something there a dawson. Wamu DB. Na Ghana for be chesu omo. Oh, yes, I never way nyina men come no. Break the 8 na we yaw. Break the 8. Break the 8 no a omo ni abre wo mo no a omo hu di omo nya omo no. We ya. Krono say ya. Therefore, mamin dealing with Bawumia by the next 30 minutes. Nema wie. Mamin dealing with Bawumia na minwie. Yen ko tie Bawumia tape bi. Oso ono. Also the agenda 111 by. And what they one constituency, one ambulance by. And what they go for oil buy. But you go for oil no link nam the man why you need na. Why you need na. And not what trotro amame. Sir, okay, all right, that's no what trotro. Okay, so then Ghana card. Me ba cho. O de maminwie you know. We no namra be ye o sini vision no. Yen go tie Bawumia. Say omoto aba no wie no kan. So no on dia no during ne campaign no. And also on a day agenda 111 by. On a day a year one constituency, one ambulance by. Therefore, and I mean, but somewhere we the reason why Bawumia is a criminal. The Bible tells why Bawumia is a criminal, a thief, a certified thief. A criminal, complete criminal. Bawumia is a criminal. And trust me, this guy will be prosecuted. Also, one say, what didn't want Baba set net no more. Sir, 4 policies weighing in ano. Maybe come once much them. Agenda 111 the Juma Akando Ayan Hono. You're the better a criminal. You what you Bawumia? On a near man was so known, and Yakufad na de buy. And you're known at the buy. A Kufadu Nimu was in Biara.
Me, I am a vice president. I am not yet a president. By the grace of God, you will make me a president. But I am a vice president, and you know that the work of a vice president is like the work of a headmaster, isn't it? Or first vice constituency chairman, isn't it? That is the nature of my work. But if you ask me, Dr. Bawumia, since you became vice president, what policy have you brought to bear on government that we can use to remember you by? I will tell you that we brought the Ghana card. No calendar student loan, digital address system, mobile money interoperability, one constituency, one ambulance, agenda 111, Zongo Development Fund, NHIS digitalization. Today, you can use your mobile phone to renew your national health insurance card. We have brought zip-line drones to deliver medicines. We have brought gold for oil. We have brought paperless post. We have brought e-pharmacy. We have brought Ghana.gov. Me, I am a vice president.
Yeah. Now, this is Baumia. Drones no, menko ho. Baumia ana kofa drones baya wo wi am $3 million a day. Baumia drones no. Baumia na kofa drones e baya o wi am $3 million. Ema ya de se Akufuado. You see now, after a need down that the criminal activities. Hey, you levy obisu one for you levy anka ho. You levy need your jane. The criminal activities. Ghana ni bia wutie me no. After na ye hunu nipa kra wa shechra odi sa abone no. $3 million. And a year free a year drone transaction ni mu. And today, Baumia is telling us that or no, and a year sikano. Cromfo, a thief, a criminal, born a criminal, son of my man, a criminal. And now he's confessing. Zongo Development Fund. Say, yeah, auditing says, yeah. On Zongo Development Fund. Baumia be Johnny. Over Trumrika, on the name. Baumia pointed MPP near the Baumiachi. And pointed one development say Zongo, ye say, Unim the Amodis can hear. Baumia you sue on one in Yanum Zongo for. And what the coach budget. And obey ye be more so Omonfanua watch. True or false? Anya wache no mchira omo. Ye kire zongo ni ba wache nuwa. Na ba omi awo yire Samira. Obo mana kwa kwa suya wache nuwa. And now you think say zongo phony life. Which is a zongo phony life. And omuni Mustafa Hamid and yes ade no. Omu do omo success career no. And omu gu eye zongo your friends omo te de kwa me omo anti zongo ministry ana omo gu no meboa omo ye no omo gu zongo fund no ana on so omo gu no wow asem mpenipa onipa ana pe ne ho asem me kura nka bedura fi se ba omiatimi alidia di boni we Zongo community no ekwaya odo mo fa so. But you see, match them on niema beye for bia or boss so me ma evidence to show that Baumia is a criminal. And the first that me yan wadwuma Ghana card. Ghana card. Fa ade ni nyina to amaye se wayi ndi fa to ama. Mesra mo ade wa ya me de to ye Facebook page no. Sesia no o click eko eye National Identification Authority website site eda ho enti enye bibi basabi ena mebe ka kire mo ya sheda yi ade no a omode ato National Identification Authority page ya de to your Facebook page because your person Ghana ni bia ameno ho kwa me mama soro no mra na obia hunu na ye link ben screenshot it, please aha ma bibia ambra clear ma bibia amra ya pese ma obia hu me pa cho ya de mo because a shall say free baby story no shall say Eugene shall say free the first sentence I say mo follow ye Facebook page no. Ubehu me person national identification e ne ba. Ya no na omube amanfo behu say e ho na free. Also biometric provision of biometric, okay, so provision of biometric identity. National Identification Authority mpacho website ni. Website any. Me pesa Ghana for mun follow adewe mame. Into website ni. Now you come to the main story. Good. Mesramo obi anyi sa document we. Ghana ni biara enyi sa document we. NDC supporters munyi sa document we na mun fem kura. Now ade na eda NIA for a website no. Me redeem kakra bi nti follow me ye. And I read, in 1973, national identity cards were issued to citizens in the border regions of Ghana, including Volta, Northern, Upper East, Upper West, Bruafo, and parts of the Western region. Wait, at the website too. I was 1973. From 1973, Bawumia a liar and a criminal. The project was discontinued 3 years later due to problems with logistics and lack of financial support. And this was the first time the idea of national identification system okay, so mami use mami be from my phone. Mami be from my phone. You know bet me abo me more. But my wedding that so say be man for bet me ayi na omo akinkai bi 1973 ene ye sha ade ase ade na wo ho ama Rollins ababeto so waye ho adwuma kofo ba ye wa be ne de NDC ba ye wa be ne de. This block lazy boy say no wajai economist adwuma no eye na say die ye ka say die no adwuma pa wono nim ye pa no ene say ono Bawumia no na de eye Ghana card buy kwa me the link ni send you na yada na mehwe. All right, so me pamcho enti mo no mo betimi ayi information there. Okay, so I say the project was discontinued 3 years later due to problems with logistics and lack of financial support. This was the first time the idea of national identification system arose. Again, in 1987, the government of the Provisional National Defense Council (PNDC) through the National Commission for Democracy (NCD) revisited the national identity card concept by establishing committees including a technical implementation committee. Due to economic difficulties, the issue was not pursued. Once again, in 2001, when the National Economic Dialogue was convened, the National Identification System was seen as a major policy concern. As a result, a multi-sectorial technical committee consisting of stakeholder organizations was established to do the following: study and review the 1991 National Identification Report, establish the main principles and the conceptual procedures for an integrated national identification system for Ghana, identify the recommend specific technologies for such a system, and develop a plan of action. Now, the technical committee completed its assignment in 2002 and submitted a report to the cabinet. The report was accepted, but it had to form a basis for the government and state to cover all citizens, including legally resident and non-Ghanaians, help with crime prevention, healthcare, blah, blah. Okay, so by 2003, the NIS, that time, National Identification Secretariat, was set up to implement and manage the National Identification System. The Act establishing the National Identification Authority was passed in 2006, with Professor Ernest Dumont appointed as the Executive Secretary under his tenure. The NIA was able to acquire a host of logistical items required for the institutional building of the NIA. The authority was able to acquire 1,510 mobile registration workstations for the mass registration exercise that came with chargers and batteries from the NIA's technical partner Sagem from France. Okay, so pickups, trucks, vans, civilian buses were procured for the mass registration, and it goes on and on and on. Now, also the National Identification Authority's head office was built and 97% of the building completed. A pilot mass registration exercise was held to test the forms and equipment deployed from the exercise, as well as the registration process as outlined by the authority. Now, the pilot registration exercise took place in two communities, Abokobi and Sege, in the Greater Accra region for 10 days from July 27th to August 4th, 2007. Okay, so the testing, selection, and training of staff for the central and western regions were executed successfully, with mass registration taking off in the central region on July 1st, 2008. By the end of July 2008, Professor Kenneth Ajmai-Tefua was appointed as the Executive Secretary and oversaw the execution of mass registration. Now, on July 22nd, 2009, Dr. William Ahiaji began his appointment as the Executive Secretary of the NIA. The National Identification Authority was set up in 2003 under the Office of the President with the mandate to issue national ID cards and manage the National Identification System. This resulted in the passing of the NIA Act 2006, Act 707, to give it the necessary legal premises on which to operate. The National Identity Register Act 2008 was also passed to give authorization for collection of personal and biometric data and to ensure the protection of privacy and personal information of enrollees. So in 2008, Kufo from 73, Rollins by Obaya Nedia, Omo Transi ya Wajuma, and Omujaho. Omu wiye Kufo by Enokwa University 1998. Dear Omwaye, meba chonti sa document we obi anyi no onfam kura. Sa document we dan obi anyi na onfam kura. Obi anyi document we na onfam kura. Omu wiye no, Kufo no wiye no. Na Professor Dumo. Omu ye started registration. Yeah. Started registration. Eye adwuma eso omu ye. Eye niema bebre. Eno mu ja ho. Ana Mills ne Mahama bae. Adwuma omu ye enie ene da ho no. Onzu be so mu man legal backing. Accra Digital Center. Yera Mahama Daruma. Bawomia emfaninsan can one infrastructure project to support this digital blah 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 blah. But yachira ne entro osua frekufuado that you keep on saying say wo na de buy ubenya nkwasiafo amomo badge su je yeah ubenya very foolish people abadge su je makachro MPP ni bia odi akufuado ba omuachi wabodam agene ni nya adwuma ontimi musa right questions. The way akufuado BT Ghana for no sa na ye ba omia say ne time nie ɔno so bɛ beat Ghana for nti me na me de ɛyɛ Ghana card ɛba yɛ zee Accra Digital Center onim kwa fa so besi ho adwuma ama nom yɛ onim kofo nom time adwuma nom yɛ onim ɔno wa anya hwe ubusan sɛ deɛ na kyerɛ sɛ ga no abɔne tirinko no asere na wa yɛ ntihintihi but over some few 5-6 foolish people be a ombeba agene so timna me de Ghana card buy miwa ukọ eye NI on website the history eya ekyere eyi your friend say Ghana card baby a free ba any baby ababa bedru eda ho ba omia din nim babia NI mo na mo control mo nkrofo na ho why na this information to ho inti adia nipa no onim mu onte ase no agye ata na ni ase me na me de bae me na me yeye that is Baumia for you Baumia say one constituency one ambulance me ne wo ka say ambulance 27 and now omuntimi accounted for yes ambulance 27 is not accounted for ambulance 27 is not accounted for but we are ambulances no into the policy but to come and steal the people you are a thief a criminal a thief baby about me about campaign biano mumu said one question because they say we catch us ambulances no one at the buy so the question is 27 ambulances Baumia away a thief a criminal I'm giving you an evidence he is telling us so we need to ask him Baumia 27 ambulances no mun to be accounted for no away where try baby I wo mama nko sem video we akwa video no yi Dubai ambulances no okay also we dey Takashi ekofa one eba ka so mo dey aka ne beba fion no yes me mama background be at the achem that this Baumia guy is just a Kufuado ne photo album where cromfo awi balao and mobile Baumia started campaign everywhere you go amount for be cromfo oh yes cromfo back he's a thief a criminal you are telling us when you kodro catch us ambulance is 27 ayira when you kodro kan kwasi asem we akere say me na me the ambulance no buy so 27 no way where are they until Baumia betre everywhere obeba campaign bia no obi amanu tutu okronfo a thief a criminal where we ambulance
oh me se me be peka bia to na me be duru ha Ghana ya ambulance is here yet a coat of arm ya bo ho ayeton we dey Dubai ni we
Dubai ni o they don't my nantin ko e kire na omo ho se ni awka no o se tete o se Burj Khalifa na ejina ho no Burj Khalifa
so mama laje na chini
mami sumini ye mo ni ye Burj Khalifa na ejina ho no Burj Khalifa we nye Ghana o we nye Ghana we
fa na mrai so
Dubai
okay
nti sisi ano wo de mane ko kire na me nyai me fa nkire omo no omo ho ka
any so.
See, hey, you're riding a couple. Ghana pa, Uradi.
Ambulance normally by funded by World Bank.
World Bank, Mamu Church, Reni.
So what you
Mammy, Pesa Mooney. Now, don't, and you're gonna know much wrong way. Beshadia, don't, Beshadia. Say Ghana, ambulance power. Ambulance power.
Yeah, Tom. Ghana.
Now, call 112 away, 1 4 there.
Coat of arm maker. The boss say, we need a World Bank at the mine. Say, you're from for your hospital. May you see the buy it.
Finish with Baumia. Baumia. Ought means about on any hearing, you won't mean Siabonting. By the time we'll finish with Baumia, say ambulances, no one at the buy 27 no a see Dubai. For sale no why Baumia Cromford penny pa Cromford a thief draws seeker $3 million no is there. Zongo fund is there. The Zongo community will start asking Baumia 0.1 project. Uwe ambulance 27 Ghana card from 73. Na Ghana for who Ghana card. Successive governments ba obia ba ene de. Oko your friend say a National Identification Authority website says yeah. You can see. Ba omiande edin ho. But on them because we see on Trodi. Agenda 111. Mamenti gold for oil no in free. But on your man I'm church anyway. Sha mamenko gold for oil no. Now gold for oil no. Anyway, Baumia say gold for oil. Yene na me di bewie. Gold for oil asema Baumia katre Ghana for. Muntie munhwe sa de we. Omo katre say gold for oil. Baumia we no pe president di. Baumia katre say gold for oil. Judy Mensa was in 1973, Baumia was a first year student at Tamasco. Yeah. First year student was on a day a Ghana card they buy 73. First year student in Tamasco. Also on a bachelor Ghana for a friend is a Ghana card. A certified liar. Sani abono, sani ya training no. If you are titini free no lies. A Muslim by night, a Christian by day. That is Baumia for you. By the time I will finish with him, Obia Beunu Aya Baumia, Netentin Tietia. If Senipa 36 or 37% in MPP Etimia rejecting, it should tell you. We can't afford to have a useless boy to come and lead this country. A useless boy. And that is Baumia for you. By the time I will start with him on the involvement, I will know of conflicts. You understand? And we will show them that we are not afraid of them. Baumia, without any criminal activities ni nyina Kwabena Bobie num ni ade o timi fa nya obia one ne yire ni they will run e be shock no Bobie be ka kire say now check this Bobie be ka kire say or the me the story be atwa and this thing the tape is there. This a Japamesa gold. A Japamesa Quatra City FM katre Ghana for say gold for oil no eye sika and the Quatra man for gold na koi. A Japamesa Bawumia be katre so the gold e ko no makwaji oil di aba. And a Japamesa bete no to. Oh, February 2nd, 2023, Ghana paid cash for 40,000 tons of oil instead of gold. A Japamesa confirms. Obi abeti here his story with the kura. Pacho yi free so. IES for Mayan right. IES for bebusa Bawumia Sembi on this gold for oil. On bebusa na Sembi. Me de two ase ne mo yi no so. IES for bebusa and assembly on this gold for oil. Say any power ya upper president no ebe kachre ye say ye fra kwa bi intermediary na sa kwa no na agi e gold na akwa to oil na bra ye na mom no Ghana ni bia ni hu kwa say ohunu sa nipa no. What kind of nonsense is this? What kind of nonsense is this? On say muadie umbu Ghana for. That was a good for oil na ewa. We will hold you responsible, Bawumia. And yama o gold for oil numunyina. We will hold you responsible. Provide more details on opaque gold for oil deal. IES tells government. Bawumia. Sadia we Bawumia or response to IES Fabra Bontimia. Go to COPEC. We will tell you why Bawumia is a criminal. A policy you opaque. Ye hunu bibia esumasi gwa. And you want us to give Ghana to you. That your use is less. Emma Ghana for collapse Ghana's downstream petroleum sector. COPEC. No. So, with this issue from COPEC, IES, and other sources, a Japamesa, straight, it tells you that Bawumia is a liar and a criminal and a nation wrecker. Bawumia nkwa na introduce a Zongo Fund no akwam. Bawumia nkwa na introduce a J for oil. Yakofa oil no eba once. Ghana ni bi ankyerɛ me impact. Say, ye de oil no buy no, ye fuel prices tete ba from bedru say trotro drivers. Trotro drivers. Ene taxi drivers. Uber, Yango. Me pa cho Ghana ni a wutie me. Fuel price ye say ne. Gold for oil, ye kofa one pe. Ye no kra no almost say sika na ye de koye. We are your gold nina. Kwakwadita was it Bobie in 1973? Bawumia was only 10 years, so he couldn't have had Ghana to implement the Ghana card idea, and he was still in an elementary student. Yes. DC tender commander, do you know they are having a meeting on how to gag people like you? They only have one option. One option they say said your musi kum nkrofo ya ene ye nkokum Bobie mfiri wo na ye ho ntoye asa ede be plan me Akufo Addo musika nya me fe omo ye me nyan I don't like their money bibia ni we free Bawumia no ho a eye me fe I don't like it minto cocaine me nya amfo kwache Akufo Addo akonta no dilin cocaine mi busu ni bia nton cocaine me nkofa contraband goods e magana me nton ne ma no aka se me ntua tax me ni obi ani asanse o manso me ni asase me ni he me nkofa ka se ma no aka se me dia fotogo na dwom so me kokoto ko gonteni akokọ da no so hawo ne we siam na baje ya ne me twon be siam na baje me ba cho me de Mahmoud Bawumia be sia ne se Mahmoud Bawumia be ka kire wo se ono agenda 111 on the ba ya we will give you stories behind agenda 111 ni abusa say na agenda 111 no akosi sen one constituency one ambulance 27 ambulances na yira and Bawumia also provided answers to some missing ambulance no ayira no J for oil no mo abusa say na petrol ye to ne say na policy no watwam ana e wo ho Ghana card 1973 and Ghana card ye shase 1970 ono ani krom north omo de ho ye friend say a pilot project on Ghana card drones $3 million and a yira ye ewo drones mu saba omi aso na de buy yeah zongo fund na mo busan say zongo fund on kire baby one project say zongo fund project say dey ye e ma ye ti elevate zongo community no e call this level no enie it's so simple obi ani bibia ka bio and president Mahama Sia eye TUC odi assembly tudwa na Bawumia assembly a me di wie na me panel members atrase o say o vision you go to Bawumia vision. Just listen to this guy who is telling us that he has vision. The unknown any ati otimedi handkerchief se na hano. Unknown kura ni vision enye. Now we bomb. Muslim by night, Christian by day. You go to no. Answer bright, thank you. Star 413 hash.
So, to the MPP rank and file, I wish to say to you, today you have placed your trust in me. I shall not disappoint you. Ghana has given me everything, every opportunity and grace. I have dedicated my life to give back and to serve this wonderful country to the best of my ability with every breath in my body. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have my own vision and my own priorities. Given the opportunity by you, the people of Ghana, to lead, I shall govern as my own man with guidance from God Almighty. My vision is to build an inclusive, food self-sufficient, data-driven and systems-based nation that will fully participate in the global digital revolution to resolve our problems and also to usher in a golden age of benefits from our natural resources. I want to lead a nation that improves and unleashes the talents of our youth and offers good jobs with good pay and sustainable growth with macroeconomic discipline.
To make sure Ghana betimi aduru a level aduane. So the guy just accepted that the PFJ anye ye. Onim say come to Nkrofo. He is aware. Onim say Akufo-Addo are fairly. Now Bawumia is running away from Oni Akufo-Addo records. Now when we say master PFJ ni ye and kabeka obaba beka che say vision and say oba build a food self-sufficient system. Motimi atwa sika twitwiri die acha di. Into where the free PFJ, where the eco food self-sufficient system, FSSSS, FSS Moji. SS Moji. PFJ into work of another term, food self-sufficient system, FSSS, SSS Moji. Body and also baby Yesika. No one say ye. I said Napco anye ye nti yankwankwa ya U start say U2 status e dey. Ye fra busuafo emma na de omudi asisem ghost names. Nya twes kare de ama omo. No mo akwa kodi. Ma menwie wo TUC. TUC fo na ye president Mahama Asia ne. Na ye ntie TUC fo asmo mo kan. Me de nyina be ka fra me de ama ye panel members. But ene Orajo Mahama ene eye TUC shiai. And
we are also very interested and we are eager to know a lot more about his great idea of a 24-hour economy. I think this one, comrade, you have to take your time. Because I can imagine the amount of jobs that this kind of thing will create. That could be the game changer. I'm telling you that you have opportunities in this country. We work 24 hours, 3 shifts. So if you don't get a job in the morning, you can get it in the afternoon or in the night. So where are the young people? Get ready for jobs. We are also very interested and we are eager to know a lot more about his great idea of a 24-hour economy. I think this one, comrade, you have to take your time. Because I can imagine the amount of jobs that this kind of thing will create. That could be the game changer. I'm telling you that you have opportunities in this country. We work 24 hours, 3 shifts. So if you don't get a job in the morning, you can get it in the afternoon or in the night. So where are the young people? Get ready for jobs. We are also very interested and we are eager to know a lot more about his great idea of a 24-hour economy. I think this one, comrade,
24/7 economy. 24/7. 24/7. Men kasa ha me ho listo we ne onua wo ha ti men kasa omo abe break ade ne down. That is John Mahama. 24/7. Say infrastructure drive no ekosora. Construction work ejrem anadwum amafo aye adwuma. Also those days no dan so many other areas no obesoro ne aye kwai. Yenya na wie o. Em blocky roads. Anadwo na adwuma taso 24/7. Now you go to the JM no akai. Last one. 24/7 economy.
In inviting the TUC to actively participate in our strategy formulation processes so that the concerns of the working class and vulnerable can be adequately reflected in policy whenever we take over the reins of government. Comrades and friends, no political party in Ghana is better aligned to pursue policies favorable to the working class than the National Democratic Congress. We firmly and openly ascribe to the tenets of social democracy. believing that the state and the market can work together to ensure economic expansion and equitable sharing of the fruits of economic growth. We understand that our collective well-being as citizens resides in sustained economic growth through high productivity in sectors where we have a comparative advantage. We therefore welcome any opportunity to engage organized labor in the pursuit of these objectives continuously. Therefore, I wish to thank Brother Secretary General and your team for the opportunity to dialogue with you today, and Frederick Ebert Foundation for the platform it has created for the two of us to engage. Comrade Secretary General, our beloved country has been hit very hard by harsh economic conditions over the last couple of years. Under this current administration, Ghana has witnessed severe adverse effects due to what we in the NDC and many Ghanaians consider a self-inflicted economic crisis. The high inflation rate, high cost of living, destruction of jobs, debt crisis, and negative impact on investors are some of the effects of this administration's failed policies. The economic crisis has significantly impacted workers and citizens generally. Unemployment rates, particularly amongst the young people, have risen to their highest in recent memory, making it difficult for many to find stable and decent paying jobs. Inflation and exchange rate volatility have eroded workers' purchasing power and have pushed many beyond the poverty line, below the poverty line. The healthcare and education sectors have also been negatively affected with inadequate funding and deteriorating quality of services. Our economy is plagued by high public debt levels, which hinder investments in social and economic development projects. And I give you, for example, in 2016, if you shared the public debt of 120 billion among 30 million Ghanaians, each Ghanaian owed 4,000 Ghana cedis. Today, if you divide the debt of 577 billion by 30 million Ghanaians, all of us sitting here owe 19,000 cedis. This, coupled with a relatively high unemployment rate, particularly amongst the youth, exacerbates the challenges faced by our citizens. Inflation and exchange rate volatility further erode workers' purchasing power, as I said. For the first time in over 50 years, we have defaulted in payment of our debts, and we've been downgraded by credit rating agencies to the lowest level ever experienced, junk, in other words, baller status. The escalating cost of living driven by hyperinflation, a collapsing currency, and rising prices of essential items, including food, has made life unbearable for millions of Ghanaian households who are currently practicing the 001 or 010 or 100 formula. For those of you who know it, you know it. Due to the government's debt restructuring program, the working and middle classes face the greatest threat to their livelihoods. The debt exchange has expropriated the interest payments on bonds held by the working and middle classes, affecting many households, including poor pensioners. The poor who are dependent on the working and middle class also now face in inviting the TUC to actively participate in our strategy formulation processes so that the concerns of the working class and vulnerable can be adequately reflected in policy whenever we take over the reins of government. Comrades and friends, no political party in Ghana is better aligned to pursue policies favorable to the working class.
That's the live 100.5 Citizen Show on other affiliate stations. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Yatini in Kano. Look, I clear issues no 24/7 economy. And who tie you John Mahama and some be raisy. Listo, if you say Divine Kruma, Director of Operations PPP, my very good friend and a brother is in the house. Divine Akwaba. Long time no see no here.
Where it say chinchi and 90 we want me see what maybe I was wet on a cheese. Yeah, movement on a nice sha. Ba boy juma. Me say uni me join TV o baby me truck or salam down na papa bi pa ma de. Wa ya match say be sure so oti o but nim say me kan ho asem. Your friend father.
Okay.
Na obiemu e wo loro kwan ne ho a ma me bi chinkosu ane buafu kra wa bie no de oba o yeso a o time we show time we know say on pamade o na o de na konya abesi main road no no de ba kwesi ono across e no be bie upo beti am pass say am no ga say father asalam da be kono o cha be kono o na yire ton ade o koto bia beti bobie o kopa ma de ko take measurement obeti o photocopy won chen honum obeti
na kwa kopa ma de o
chese enya aso azam gito chese area mu onu ni one person a obi adu honum a bobie o person won take obeti
asemo father me da se bebre why me da se bebre minia akwaba so listo and yen dealing with Ora Mahama ni meeting with the TUC and ne toa washase obeshia working groups and other various groups are ono mo behwetwe enkomo or movie or touch base with the relevant institutions involve omanfo now ono mo atokese but ene wa raise bibi ya nyam na mebobɔ mo apapa akyerɛ wotie me hu sɛ odo pen esu krata so ni interactions with the TUC listo
yo current I mean chat for minchia divine na minchia woni wapamfo as usual me momo wabaso ni adwumaso amoye na current I must begin with the commendation. Say, Urajo Mahama, Wama politics in Ghana is taking a different form. Unlike before, politician na wakoye sininyami nyansa na oshedem no noa de na adwen nioma ofi se eno ena ebeboa onoa ene na aban ama omu aye successful na they would rather instead of attending to the people and attending on them also to make sure say enioma hodwa ono na obeye kendifo aye oman ni panyin aye oman no eja na wadi ne dwuma a ese fata a ebema impuntuo ne emfaso abaso ama omo a omoteman mu anase omanfo no na waye sininyame nyansa nti ono a oma ona so o mebusa wo hwe. In fact, that example is exemplary. Eyade a ebinsi ye Ghana hada and say you can't that theory na
yeah
John Mahama de buy say or ko bi na so na oni na akodin kita ho na afei wode ne manifesto ba oni wo kwa apam. In fact, he has done so many social contracts with so many groups, so many unions, so many associations, and that gave birth to the People's Manifesto now, or the bar 2020. And this is exactly how he began the People's Manifesto way, your friend is saying codification, no. Enti idea and I was very glued and tuned. I was almost there, but
in fact, I would
have been there.
But I think
I did it before I moved to Senkameko, but it's all good. It's all good. Now, Kwabena, among the issues are already here, another platform raised, because a workers' union, trades union congress, a workers' union, everyone would have thought saying Kebe so much particular about the group, but Oma Obie who say he is rather able to widen the scope of the discussion, say and much to do with workers, any unemployment, but basically is to do with the welfare of citizenry, and that Sabio Juma Juma Mobia, you are in service to the people, and then I was said and Fasodi and so Bama Ghana Fuina, and so he widened the scope. Now, Kwabena, he discussed the working condition of workers. Kwabena, Bible class would be any aketria fatano. Kwabena, so share or more ya quadrufo or my way mu pa enka. Meti me the says me bo akase. The political class and the most lazy, in fact, wasteful, and say, ye friend and Kofukubi about the self war, the political class, they are the laziest. It looks like almost a Jumebia, a woman we muno. Say, Okomwa, na, yes, yen share or more. Modern power say Jumanimua. For example, Yemfa agency be to say many sakojo upon chroma to say information ministry and I say be a information service department. Such an agency no okwa na juma agency no esefata so omoye no. Say and can you minister na tesro honum na yese nka bia omo sori anopa say na momfa machine ko rounds ko ye ebia da wubo a kabon say agency no onim se na adwumanie, but politician bi betna omo so a because mostly no ekoye te say yen nye de yen yepe na yen ignore public servants no mpepi no utimi hu se ekoma omo so omo adwuma no politicians ekum omo so na you discuss politician the condition of service, but one time to say the workers front no ye tai ka bi mo because na mostly no omo no kra nrudwom okokan krampo no utanye kra de tag baba beto so say either NDC or MPP. So MPP wa ben ma is NDC ni, so NDC wa ben ma is MPP ni. Ebi so no already very legitimate concerns a ebeboa ama na adwuma oye no so aye. Ebi so has to do with, for example, Kwabena Bobie say emre bi me do doctor for court.
Yeah,
and I did so because Kwabena say obi a doctor ni a na se bi a yemfa baby to say health facilities, hospitals, clinics, chip compounds, and what have you. Kwabena, so we share the attitude that na what that arena ni muna fane say ho no me de asem ne court no me ko gina box mai busa manu asem Kwabena me can say my judge no crap no lumba me can me radia ni age say me ba besomo me na me say my lord oba judge na me say my lord the reason why na igari ni mako o say me busy body na me no doctors call strike for me ho ban na John Mahama mo condition of service na ama mo call strike na me the other na me ba na me say no enya say me busy body na me nim de me ye. No, every individual Ghanaian or even resident Ghanaian no, or a potential patient. Kwabena, uya doctor, ubia yare, meboa. Enti, much as ye discuss condition of service, ne workers condition, no, a condition of workers, no. We have to look at the two in your friend is saying. In connection with the other, because in the end, say ekoba say work no na dwuma oye no en sheda nso ani na opa aketua ntumu a eya na the question ye busa ne say adwuma de he na oye ya mfa so oba so aye mfa ho aketua ma no what you say. And these are things that say we are free minded to say John Mahama obe discuss and Kwabena. And then we see the discussion. No, what you say? I had to say when you are crazy, kunyadada. Ena omu edin kita ho ena afei all kadie omupe. And the claps, they applaud the kind of excitement omu di receive no ene ni din kita ho no. Na many je. Kwabena discuss enioma isi akwam Emma adwuma empuntuo ne nkoso bi te say inflation any exchange rate na wo hwe nipa ene na omo Fred John Mahama incompetent a omo abemu na wo hwe how just wickedness etimia engofo omo share wickedness etimi go for mama etimi destroy a very viable economy na ejina ne naso ansa na John Mahama efiri akonwa so na ene is led by Obia ewosenka wakusuku akoye doctor in economics any Akufo-Addo so a no call Legon koye economics a onya third class kra divine. I'm sure you understand, say third class students will still know the basics. The basics. Meboa. Enti audio when we call a third class student. Enti so wo hwe sanema no na odigun sani ani na wo hwe baabi a economy na ekọ nanim no nipa e de adwen bone akoma bone eni bre ni otan timi gunkofo nyuma basa etimi tete adwuma banks adwuma pansam etimi microfinance companies wa guni nyina uwie ya obi no di ne sika abanwo ahian a wo pesika de abobra se mu pesika ne de abo man ne ho bra kra nkenya ya mu pesika awia ono nim ono na adwe ye ne se aban bi hia sika e de abobra o man ne ho bra enti wo de ne sika akobo aban bosia bondo na se kire nyina no na watimi obi ono di ne sika abebo obesia no watimi asa de kene sichi kwan so echinchim ne nsa asa afa ne sika asa akire onipa kro ne se eda me mepe ena mi metwia woka mama obi akudidi sani pay enemre wafo wom kokkrafo wom omo makọ pension a omo tifie sebio ato ono ni nyame a sebi nke bi ameken onim sa pomuden enye from ti hoda enti no edbedru baabi obekwa akohia so obetoto pae kakra na wa memene ama na nya pomuden ene sa nipa ni nyina no pi tifie ni sika o de ko ba aban besia no aban asa atene sika ne so wajina Ghana di ma bobesia pi wajina Ghana anamu atu oil ahodo a wo tu sika ahodo a wanya aban we nya na wo hwa atirimu pobone krono jimi atan Any bre, ahoya, ninya beye, ni Jimmy titru, Jimmy. Na omode say omina. Na who be here said John Mahama be discuss the way forward. Kwabena, he made a few promises, I think, say. John Mahama, he has the record of fulfilling promises. Enunti enya dia na eye your friend is saying TUC for one wakra. And Kwabena, you could see the almost friend of the tripartite ness in them. Say Omono ne what's that organization? Is it Frederick Ebert BB? That because of the German nature, I mean time because you try to what they meet my kind by in time.
Yeah, almost Frederick Newman.
Where the Ebert BB say Ebert Foundation. No
FEF.
Yes, FEF or no sa kuono any TUC any NDC. Utimi say no omaba beye a tripartite or a trinity group na omo discuss the way they should merge their powers as social democrats. I think the discussion got me to think also about how me a capitalist. Unim say me a capitalist. I think reflecting on the discussion, I think social democrats they have done a lot in this country, and we must applaud them for their successes. Kwabena say me yenu fiwa na say ye into some other details. Unim say utie the chair or a president and a chairman TUC any secretary na president na utie secretary no na utie your friend is saying omo kasa ya akasa for na Kamiya say John Mahama's campaign began on a good note. Until I will wish John Mahama well, and I will plead with him, say he should touch as many places as possible. I would say a lot of people never understood him because now when they want temwa, you say he should get closer as closely as possible to the many lives he is able to get to. Now on church and semu, especially on tien kwafo so anu disem. Now on a very good listener. I know he is always a good listener. And that's how come he is able to be a very good communicator. So he should touch base with the grassroots of the grassroots and make sure say moving forward no will begin with the TUC a very much successful. I wish him well and pray for God's guidance. Ono ne nyuma o sa campaign asye no o de ehya asye ne tutu manamo mame. Se won sa anyom no nim nipa oboy de. But o se wonimi nyankopon wonemi kwanhwefo. Wonemi asumdue hi, wonemi di mafo. Tutu manamo mame. Tutu manamo mame. Tutu manamo mame.
All right.
Eradie tutu manamo mame. Nyakopon tutu John Mahama namo ensisiye na onfani fra dumu nkwa dumu. Na o make sure say direction nyame de be mani bia no oniso. Na on say atamfo ensisiye.
Yeah, divine JMako raised 24/7 economy. Where UTATUC boss na or say enti so amanfo benya enwuma ye anopa ewia anadwo eya obi so abrante be da asore te se wo frɛ onua wo ayi America or se me night shift enti me kwa adwuma aba, and that kind of economy which means ye obie mama nkrofo anya adwuma ye. With our current situation of unemployment, we just opposed the two.
Yo, medase, Bobie. Maminchia, a tier4, and almost almost sharing our internet in the so.
Yeah.
Naminchia me party for PPP for Awake Family, almost tea. Now, when him, in some be sometimes some of the topic be too many say, not my bit emotional. You know, sometimes, you know, we share Bonnie and Nipedi, we are seeing her say, no who say so who say Bonnie say Ebia Bibi no 1 year you now one cast our shadow no now. Na akwakoye owura John Mahama asem ya akoye ndisi asem senya ne kana akoye no who say NDC party asem but me pone ho kakra aka 1 or 2 things afa owura John Mahama meeting a on TUC mpanyifo ekoye na wonim say recognition the other bema TUC for any the union bodies are ewo omani mu nti no sa na mo na watu no enam ne kwan so wonim say TUC na kasangasa no it was launched in 1945 with 14 unions in secondary Takrade. Now, as at 1947, you know, increase here from 14 at the call 27 unions.
Okay.
Yes. Now, adeba kwa a dance on say, adianko be any say TUC was formed by unemployed persons. Omunamu unemployed youth. What Takrade. Any other unions, and omu kambo mu, and omu yo margin say, omu for me union be. Put pressure on the then event is saying colonial powers to put in place measures any enabling environment ebema businesses are thriving almost so many ajuma are to put pressure on the powers that be at the time. Now as at 1952 no na chese union no ababe jana konya nkasa ababe tenase enti no by that recognition they moved the union from Takrade Railway Center, Edeba, Accra. Ebe have on the permanent headquarters, Ewo, Accra.
Okay.
Now, it was in 1965, under first president of Sergeant for Dr. Kwabena Nkrumah. And now, almost 30 parliament approved under the Act of 299. And now, you recognize it TUC as the sole national trade union center represent Ghanaian workers. It was in 1965 na mom sa recognition no. And since then no omujumedi oma ye ne say eniama ebetu mpoama emmebu anya adwuma ye the right of workers any inyuma for no mo na ye be come asem. Now nim adeba kwa mama emotional about this engagement with President John Dramani Mahama. I am only praying say ni swade hunu ene butaye da nanimu no. Say etumi be mu a ebema immebu no enya nyuma emomusa akọ omano. Listen well, okay, the Unemployed Graduate Association of Ghana.
Yes.
Yeah.
Formed by Akufo-Addo and his party codes.
Okay, let me tell you a small story too.
You too.
Do you know, Sir Bobie, I was the founder of the Unemployed Graduate Association of Ghana. I issued the first statement.
Okay.
Yes, in Ghana.
Okay.
And it was under Mills.
Yeah.
In 2009, I wrote the first statement. So if you Google, you will see. You got to hit the streets. I was the first president. Then I handed over to Justice Entry before Desmond Baini.
Okay.
And when we formed the association, I can't go into the details about Nyamabia ACC.
No. Go. Let's talk. Let's have a conversation.
Oh, the conversation never cost so. But you know, at that time, before any like we felt to say mismanagement any Nyaman koso intino, we are going to mount pressure on the then government. So obeya ma mebu na nyadwuma ye. Listen, last time I tell catch that was say, "Semi nyankopon hata suru ni makoma mu say, semi minimpa se na Akufo-Addo aban wei ene oraba umia se na nkomba be manage Ghana asai ni ama enyama ya poto a see sanya mani bebre ye ne sinsam ekeka ye no
nanka yanye. But however, no, the harm has been caused already. What we can say is we apologize because yanye ni ye. Because see, under this government, unemployment is on the upsurge. Unprecedented, the BC that will be to me can wasem. And you know, they will use NAPCO. No, they're about the catcher, so they are creating jobs for the youth. Meanwhile, NAPCO no, more fast, mobile money, obi bianca ho, obi or Kwabena Bobie Ansah Juma, 12 months in Tianikaye, obebu to dress society in Tianika. And you know, at the end, Yanni say, under this government, they don't care. She inform na we be see yan na yan ya kwakwa kakai dia ba e na ye hunu na yen na kenye sa na ke ko enua ne sen e na amben na ya bedu san pempen so we ya mun central for mun kasa bobie me see mun central for mun nyina mo ka ho bi na ya du san pempen so we ya du. You know why? You are not talking enyama boni koso amunka e na mkrofo we mu di boni unim say eyi akoso modam spillage here course we say nya MPC for one or two radio stations be I advocate here who did that. This government wanted to trivialize the whole thing to make it look like I shoki to ebina ako improfobi fie na do go to je inti enya de be fa ne high because they didn't want to talk about it. It's the same way under this government unim say nyama boni nyina journalists or mem ha say omun fita. They see nothing, they hear nothing, they won't do anything. Time I form unemployed graduates. You saw, see, they organize BBC, international media to come and interview us to put the government then in a very bad light. Today, the same people, if you want to use the same organizations against them, then almost say they won't agree. Now our executives now more you gagimuno for me. When under this government, then one of my executives, Ephraim, say, to see on your invitation. Do you know, say, Bobie, and this government by because of a minimum money omeduno. When you say unemployed graduates, be about unemployment, they have contacted Google to delete any article related to unemployment in Ghana. Go and check. People have not noticed.
Really?
If you like Google and see Unemployed Graduate Association of Ghana, if you find, you will never find anything about it anywhere. And almost a sardino, and association of dear Ben, and they are using it. I'm on mana, the IBB, and they are managing it.
Okay, and see, different political party be ba normal siaba. Whether CPP,
so Amu Randano useless, and now you see. They have paid say any story, anything. Website here for me, any BBA. Me so the upper Google say who you gag. UGAG, Unemployed Graduate Association of Ghana. You won't find anything about it. You won't find a video, and then can make an article.
I see. I see.
The ones you are seeing.
But you see, there is always a way out. With me, I'm very technical. I can still go and get this thing recovered. So it's good you have drawn my attention.
I'm drawing your attention.
Yes. I will get it back on it.
Bobie.
Google will not put it off.
No, but I'm just saying, you won't find it. If you search it and you're in Ghana, you won't find anything.
Yeah, we will
the stories you see in I affiliate they look good. All the stories you see, like Omakwe project, we are alleviating poverty in Yamaniama. We are tackling unemployment situation. Eh? Bobie, unim media asama de bia me kan say adwuma de a bedrock of any individual. Enti nya ban a ana say obi bia why na adwen so de hihye begu akwan mu ama mabu anya adwuma ye no me fo asa ni pa kro no so. En fa ho ni political party a owo. Because Yakopon kra obo adasa no. Obo Adam and Eve editu edin tro mu no. Wan kan che Adam and Eve say mudidi am sorry na monda. Or the assassination must hand on the first commandment in the Bible no. Or say munya assassin so adwuma na mundidi. It means that nipa de wo ho no mu a esese wo ye adwuma. Again, uko in 2 Thessalonians or say ensa anya adwuma no. Emani didi. Under this government, people have been rendered unemployed. They are doing nothing. Me, for the past 3 years of my life, I have not been working.
Really?
Yes.
And we have more than 10,000 people. You know why? under this so-called reckless, irresponsible financial sector cleanup exercise, this government did not say one day one factory and human fita. Sorry, you say nobody should work. And no buy you, and no good human in. And you know what pains me? Bobie, unim sa sa me omunka. Nipa also be di bone no Yakupon betua ne ka. Amen. See, under this so-called sector cleanup exercise, omu use sika no.
Yeah.
You know what they did? Instead of using just 9 billion sika to restore the banks and to put them in good standing, to operationalize it, use almost 26 billion and collapse, and you know the largest component of that clearance, almost the severance package. So severance. What is severance? Severance, Nancy say workers in the Munkofi, and now buying you redundancy, retrenchment. Instead of say, over put me just a moment, you buy say, and family who's spending 10 billion, me the Bema Munkofi and Koda. And not the ma workers no biako fee, say Munkoda. Munya Juma, and no more this can be. You know, as to whether it's scanning now could do more. I could do more, no, so to me, but me person in China say, oh, baby, and cover baby, and come, say that one to the politicize it to the extent that some of the workers now, what group anymore, they know you say be our political affiliations in your man, or was it in India, me no can say Kufia Samusika in Tia. Kufia Samus,
former general secretary. Oh, still
general secretary. Oh, no, a general manager of GN, you're seeing the Sika in Tia. What they are caught the crime, my husband so kind in a common dinner. The 2 minutes
is not the general secretary, your party.
No, this year on yet. So be a running mate.
Oh, okay, is that so?
Yeah, to bridge 2020.
Oh, okay.
Anyway. It's on my side when you had a good numa. And my mebu no juma nye. Bobie, uni mesia, the young people what they have resorted to. A bet. See, you are not creating jobs, so mebu unim say unimade ama kwashe since first no unam get to ngo be bro mun ko get to into munim de esi hwe street no dey ano sa first na ye bo aso ya ju phone ya mark on ya no reduce drastically. You know why? Because sa bet yi na e no youth no, that is their only resource, that's the only thing they are engaging in now. It wouldn't say obinya da sori no pana ne yam hye ne po be check ne bet sa ko through ana ye di no. Yeah. Meanwhile no almost sorry, almost pejumaya, almost nye. Bobie, uni made bakwa a shame under this government. A ban way, just say, only a badaye needs a man you to know. When we are there, very quick loan. Quick loan, I say, here for so who chiliwa. Kobabu say, on a fast water or hono. Who say quick loan? When you are loan, no, a buy no 5% automatic loan now. What you straight. It is all 500 as he came about 500. Over some sort interest to or over 495 and the amount. Yes, I buy nothing. Yes, poor person loan.
This is news to me.
It shouldn't be news. Quick loan.
So, Bosia. And that transfer between one a year loan, quick loan for no telecom sign contract. That wo beba omono system no ba Bosia. So when they transfer the money through that telecom, say be MTN or Vodafone to you, Nipana Oje, MTN, Oje quick loan no. Almost etil because a two-way affair. To say they will send it. You have to. And this all who Bobosia normal day Mawa. Or say Bosia no I born cry me my uncle Winnie.
What G levy was so. I was Bosia now. See only the mammy who's had the way na me who ye. Now me ko ekrebiase
for complaining sir
and na insure toy I didn't observe when me see cash me hu ni na for e sa na time me chi matare mu no matete atare no like me chi mu ma it me kita sika bia me wa needed for unim say hono ma na me say no ma me obi na me frɛ obi no see o baby ogina na nye ba met me quick no say me de kade a me ye bi na me see o me pɛ 400 cedis me ya no ni ate 5 cedis e fiscal mu me sakra ka scan ye who transfer best so tax under this government. Anything that is pro poor bia adibia pro poor be boy here for bia no omo de omo saka. Entimi de endre owura mahama engagement with the TUC say yedwumadi e di nyuma be bra youth say yes 24-hour service mebu pa adwuma ye ye pa adwuma na obia pa ye na ka onim pa se enim se na Akufo-Addo say na ne shebrete na Kobega na say ya na kasa ntutu oni de there ye go owura John Dramani Mahama so ke dey
they celebrate say
ah chi ntu don hu say say unim say bi wo me kan na ebufu e wo me mu no mpese me control me.
But Divine, look, Divine, let me ask you some few serious questions. So that time, when Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, they were diverting funds in the MPP. Nayeka. That time, they were physically attacking media, MPP, or divergent opinions physically. Attacking them, maiming some of them. What do you know to China? Otimi ewura eye party conference mu confessika mu akwa kudi headquarters
media sia wo
akojiska adi na ye entisata ma na bobie listo enu ye ka ho asem bebre no one miame good friend Dr. Parkosindio, what were you guys thinking?
Uni mameka say me chiro
yeah
uni say sometimes when you see usuwa ensuo eswansa hu de mu eduru na wo de abenkwan be kan wa na abon say yes e bi mu edu pa you know say the feeling no
me I have to my capture already don't cost me
what him say
wo so ensuo eswansa na hu de mu
difference ma wo de abenkwan
egu akete twa mu be kan wa wo say what's what tampiri
abenkwan here ensuo ne nsan ya kabo
oh like you know say at the time no let me also be frank with you say you know around the 2014-15 I organized a one-man demo against John Mahama.
Yeah.
Genuinely anya dia obi na shemechi o I fought in my heart said the man was not working. That is what see I unim say the impression in say Mahama de hu ni suda papa ne de onye papa ne de wo mo ne hu modern so that was a feeling unam kromu a.
No, but the point is, Nana Mesrominchuan, Messia Busabu. That time, no, because and some of our so other Kufadu Yenano, and see you a bad news. It will chrome, ye who the day. Some of issues near Yania Kochimba. No more. Now, make cash maybe, Mishia, one of your guys, 2015, Ewa Kosomo Road, more catch them say. Made with the wire ye no and Chamahama be coffee na a come there bed do from Hano. And now come to the chairman. I'm better than him. I don't want to mention him because we are friends. But that time, what were you guys thinking about?
I make catch you say, you know that the feeling in the say no, Charlie, Mahama M1 home dainty. Young co and only say, let me tell you.
So even if I could find a medra crown,
on say, Nana don't know by a pity mamento. Like media no pinty or a second hand goose no mo bed that dying no mo painty bed be toy no be chere Ghana for say dey we dey a brand new even crane fit for store reject and no mo dey buy you and no mo dey bre yen and so you know
but Divine obi say we say I know you are very intelligent would take you time to learn and understand who the man Akufo-Addo mo take him time to research about him.
And then make catch say
because now Indium nena ye jumada. So Indium enim no. Mubusa Indium questions about.
No, we got so much information at Chese Papa no. Ebia on one home modern on to me ye. But you know the picture you also get and say Mahama nyade. Inti no papa we ye fa nembra. Me say unim Yakopon onye sebi predecessor onye bulu again what no suliao. Na kenye sa say kananado amba ke bedwin say ye say obi a wa bin when your chance the best president Ghana enya and now oba ye onu ankasa admit say wa say o man no was mismanaging yama now you see enu na nada no metena ba bia na me ka say ukokan Bible quotation we refi say either Titus or Timothy but me kan krobo be hu Yakopon say adwia me wo mo ho no adwempa adwia ebe prosper adwia ebe ye wuye o ti ase enti mi bisa o se Nyankopon pala so o Ghana ho adwempa e de ma Ghana no wadwempa ma ne ma na Ghana fon so ye ne ma enti na Akufo no kasa adwempa no na ode na Akufo beto ye so like na Akufo kasa adwempa na o ma Ghana fon na so person kire bibi o person kire shegi enti ode ne ba e se na be sua nyansa na. That's the question I've been asking myself. So today o share the way a mebunu ebre unim se first no ene Bobie me ka se mi ache so o baba bi wo baabi ana o fase bi o e baba twa ni kohwe no na sisi ya no krum ya ye no se na memma no take care, you know, a common deal unse man no situation is different. This is a young boy betimi akọ baabi akọ hosela akọ man needs an opportunity ni privilege.
Young guys no crowd or to fam future wa they now for be the one movie
so oba to me yes ade no unim say because of that no they have become vulnerable. And people are taking advantage of young people because of a common a work room. The last time when
Jeremiah 29:11.
Yeah,
Jeremiah
we be the assembly.
Sa quotation no na me bisa se Nyankopon so so ho adwen papa na ode na Akufo Addo bre Ghana for.
But monfa Jeremiah 29:11. 29:11. Monfa ntu hama na agidi for nkai.
You know, so you ask yourself say na mebun this my vulnerable la enkofo last time when him say me wo ho na girl bi me ne ye national service na se na girl no wo chichi ne ho sa time no ne kasa on person be ma wo face kra no wadi nkomo. Could you believe the last time one more like joke no or sim we fa or person or mbra me ho mesra me miss you I mean available you me the money be am man 50 crore beba. I'm telling you like joke na girl ne buy or buy and I was thinking say si kanu say o do one more na ya mutu or see you yenko. Ooh yes no kra make catch and yes joke unim say afidem yam shame because so sure ba ogina ho no pa we reduce no because of 50 Ghana cities or beji dey akọ because esa obebu adan.
Divine, are you sure?
Graduate, o say am I sure? O dey be a phone line to share. Ana Bobie o dey unya phone call ni bi. O so nim say soro anopa tutu be sore no. O hwe me no kasa sese o messenger. O be bie no eyo obi a o sere wade. Obi a o ferry for kra won expect no because nyema mu aye din. Na unim say na Akufo Addo eyi ambulance free. Ye unim say ye free postpone na me who be that say to me ye poster near the poster no aba be born say be 22nd no bi aboa ne ho enya bedu 18 fa na busuafo no say sika bi o mo twen na amba nti no ye ne etu ahyeda and
Ghana
ne Ghana asema me ka chenye so obi say see the way eniama kika kono Bobie eniama ma edin
o dwagu isa no o hwe ya da. You closed your eyes.
You know, me no sa conscience here, Juma. You know, I felt guilty. Say I will take advantage of such a woman, and I me too my dream.
To upie.
No, I just me encourage you, and me architect people can be bonity. Unim like I felt bad. Say, hey, is that the unim yeti me alarmed and say oba no jina ho no no. O hwe ni dibia any ni history a. I'm telling you, say, and yes, up level ne so do. Last week,
but for her to come to that
level, so up 50 cities. And on your juma, or unim say, banking sector, you will lose a juma, Nikun so lose na juma, omu no motifie, obi anyeshi. Last time, Madame Bako, menen printing,
oni baby,
New Town. Could you believe, say, with the meboni din Joe, a friend me say, divine. Baby amedano enye na mimi yen sika de mpacho send me 80 cedis na ne ba omawo no tio ne ba omawo no less than a month getting to 2 months no ne yiri nya aduan papa bi and gari ni so kinsan ti akra na baba ye malnourished into pamecho mi send ni sika mi Joe me ni na printing Joe hwe metimi abo company bi oyo mo printing pa na first ogina na so use ne car and one nice apartment
na po gusa printing presses ni
the kunim say under this government the printing business ni nyina egu kunim say omo man nya omu ni qualification omu ni hwe omu ni
na po did that
see it was
that no wait Kwabena o refuse me no wo Kumase na printing for no mo asafo Kumase asafo omo ba ya omo ne ye betena ase okay
ya noa
omo sankofo ni business san a New Town ho nyina this is the job they were doing. They were printing for schools private schools when you say na page sa contract ni nyina wa gini nyina
ye dia ma
oje e na du twum so ba so ato aso
na no dia ya omo ba ya no omo dia ma omo girls no
yes
it's best girls best 10 be pay that the whole Ghana schools near, you know, I'm telling you. Girls, who are feeling say she's somewhere, I'm a person my body because they be me now for.
Girls,
I'm telling you.
Girlfriends.
And no, my mom contract, no more school uniform, no more say, and you didn't know, mom, to show in your no controlling or to region to voter to East. No, quite imagine I'm of school. Meanwhile, as a printer, no, send cafes, no, me, one school, just one school pay. Nanka, you to sustain you and your family and workers for a very long time. These people are taking all over the schools now.
All right, so Jeremiah 22:11, right? And I read, for I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and future. That says the Lord. Amen. Jeremiah 29:11. Sorry, 29:11.
Senyago pass more can fire when you know so when had papa to prosper. Nana Nekufad no de bray, and was answered or day about me as I become. See, Yankopon, they say onim that chasem, to him that chasem no so drink and watching papa. Or so man, I ain't
no, but divine, I think but God also want.
And I'm because I
come in with another side of a verse, and also in Yamiasem. Israel for Yankopon and a Yomohine. And Akwebi from nowhere. Or say me pese mo Israel for me dimo so hene. Israel for say ai esema o kan nyina nti ye pese wo na aye hene. And Israel for ko Nyankopon ho say Nyankopon. Ifi na kure ye pese obeye hene. Ye pese akoa we so and ye pese obeye hene. And wakofa so Ekufuado ni say name ye so. And adnaba betna wo so. And afi so ebebeye or my penny no. And Israel for say it was an eyesore. And you know, and Yankopon ne pe ne say, what do you pass Asha won some?
That you know the idea.
Now one decide here.
And one a minute because still divine. Me the idea na still me down. Me to be honest with you, and you have been convince me about Ekufuado. From 2007. Ya mi free Kumasi nyina no na bibi ya enye nipa aka bibi atomitrim me na fofo na o media mu a omo feel say na bobie de enu akodi NDC fu achi. That time I couldn't explain myself in any way for anyone to understand me. That look, this is what I'm saying. This guy obaba be haya adwene keke no wa ko ne baby. But I say, oh, they all can favor party or what abayimuntu de onya bidi enti fangwa ya sem free woko o de ase aha enna mebusa say enti mo ntimi anya any due diligence bia say no okay akwa we what the party mumpo no e dey no ye no because look me yonko de nana ya right me no nana di agrache say nana nim say me ne Kwabena ko ni fi o mampo a ade say no ye Nana ya be hunu say what the idea we say Kwabena say obey me say. Because they me ko fear me ko hu so oye no. It's obvious so ba bontia. E say no oye. Say no obey. But how can you tell me say Nana ya di me chia ko me fie. When who say na me nua Bobie oye. But obedru krom dia no defend say there be what the position we my how onya ne sa. How? That is where I have a problem with people like you, Divine.
You see, the point is that you have crossed, you do crossroad, you know, a chopper. And tell me, make us say, you see, sometimes we a mistake. Who say why a mistake? Obi one time, I must one on my form, on your humble to admit to say why a mistake.
This is right. So, but Divine, it is not to admonish you in person.
Yes. A general thing.
Apart from that, you see, it is also to get people to be conscientized. Say, there are people who still believe, say, Bawumia can be a good president.
Oh, Nipa Najun Yejuma.
No, there are still people like that.
No, you see, you know the Bawumia topic.
In fact,
see, Mami Kazam Chilo. Obi, see, but I know me say, Umi Kanjo say, so Obi see, or Tnase Pano, no Gidi say. Bawumia to me a better president as to me I rescue a salvage this country from
Baby,
from Wrigley what I'm telling you, you must question the person's mental. And I say, we are not. You know, who they say beba you know, because why would you think say baby ya babe do bempe so we mistakes are nyina no yes here babe repeat as and so babe atwa so akobio no yes I'm mistaken.
So it's more to that point. And Emma, I'm interested in discussing the Kwabena canon because the IQ average is look at you, look at how learned you are. Look at how you were able to fall for their propaganda. It's radio and a certain few people be a very few group of and if you listen to them, Bible say obonsam na no ne de. Yes,
in the system.
Or can't some to you see, you were trying to make us believe, say, and you will be a convincing woo. But by your own intuitive analysis, no one I decided say, oh, quiet one man demonstration against John Mahama. But indirectly, they will use radio to get you conscientized. They will use a certain manipulative skills, tendencies. Yeah, it will not come to you directly. And then me can say, "Obi AMPP ni ne nia brehe, but we must win." Why BMW, but we must win. And then yeah, and then me can say, "Obi nia brehe, but we be president." Obenya ne fa hudi. Look, and then Obi kura will no support ba we mia. Minimum no achese. Utimu say, the guy is just becoming useless by the day, but he still believes that. And I could find about Baumia the Oba be okay. So what's the difference? Yes, and America say we have to hit it right for people to now most will be brim. I can say, what am I doing? So I am so enthused about that topic, no. Because who cry what go school? Bring our being. I call what your proposal. You can and or try. You won't find faults, not grammar, nothing. What bang and we heku for the boy wa boy. Wetimi etimi ada will be to say minuam divine. So imagine say omo no divine reasoning no. E dey no find omo. What must I say? So divine, I'm so happy with the story you have shared, but that is the most important thing we need to do to educate and conscientize people. Say, don't allow yourself to be carried away. I will end by talking about the parable of the talents. A parable, enye adi esi ye akasabebu. O say ogufoni gu abano. O chiche papa na chiche enuema no. Na o ma baako enan. Na o ma baako mienu. Na baako nso o ma no ekropese say omomfa nkobo bra. Na de odine de enan ne ma no. Enan no nsa so mu ano de koye adwuma. Papa ne bae no anya enwotwe. Wabɔ ho mienu. Baako so de mienu na ye de ma no wabɔ ho ama na ye nan. Ena de ma no baako pese no. O say wo papa na de yesi minim wo na wo be kwa aba na wo di atirimodin abeka se baako na wo de ma me no ma hweso yie nti no me de me ko ya na me ko tutu from na me de share ho. After he blessed the two na omo double omo de no, he cursed the one who went and hid his one talent no in the ground no or curse no. What you say? And I think God was talking about using your brain. What must I say? There are so many people. The reason why or say nimdia mimai enimunti and omusi apini. We are perishing because instead say ye be chasing after nimdia. We are just tickling ourselves and making politics as though it is a football club. And I mean what Chelsea. Hey, sorry. Chelsea. And Liverpool. And Manchester. What must I say? In the end, Yashawo, football, you don't have any pain. But if you make MPP look as if it's like Kotoko or Has, in the end,
anyway, I seriously, me to say yes, even with some of us yes you no right crano. You can't tell me say even with NDC everything was right.
No, not at all.
No.
Yeah, there are certain things you realize but then way
how the two say who say yes. What do
you realize that
Nana for Obu baby say and fatu hunti ena crew ni round because what they senka Akufo da man penia enka every narrative about the NDC then will still have been potent enough to keep them in opposition.
Yeah.
What am I say? But and then NDC they look without blemish because Akufo-Addo born no we the magnitude.
How the to one no money
what I say? Now we share no we criticize John Mahama no. Said John Mahama is incompetent because we are born. Now we hear Juma na John Mahama with the meager amount of money a crown what me dia ye. And if I swear Ghana for nyawa na memuo so. Now the to Akufo-Addo die ho a. Otim say won sam na yaka no Bible nim no ano na Akufo-Addo. What must I say? Because Senka John Mahama dey na omo kind incompetence no. Nka Akufo-Addo buy no say John Mahama had 54 billion. And he was able to just construct just this few 123
kilometers of
senior high school,
school
community day schools.
Yeah.
E-blocks.
Yeah.
And what me see Makola your friend is saying Kejetia and where CC your friend is other markets and where see hospitals, University of Ghana Medical Center, the Bank Hospital, Maritime Hospital, Ridge Hospital, and all other district and polyclinics. What me see it mean Akufo-Addo with that same money 54 billion. I'm going to do twice what Mahama did. Mahama would not have come back. But this is Akufo-Addo who has had more than 10% of more than 10 times what Akufo-Addo Mahama had. He has not been able to achieve even 1/3 or 1/3 impo. I'm even 100th.
See what I'm saying no. Now imagine say
yeah, why you so cry say bubuegu. Say John Mahama may see justices for diamond cut them na muntimi reason ma ba begunis wa bubu dina to agu say be ba be see dem amanya na we wa dwene yadu
la polyclinic
la wa bua dan
wa say oh me ba be ye ni say see ya ni say hey papa no ndwi nipa hu say odwi nipa hu ahwe nipa health omo chire omo
yes
wakọ ade no say ye nka bi nhye mu hwi si yo atoyenchem bi amba yo obi anka say bibi earthquake prone inti ebebubu no oda sorry one day na madam Rebecca de safa wa so achi no obuafu say obuafu
uni say no person mkosi hotel yeah uni say no person mkosi
yes
that was the only reason why
yes no kokobupu la polyclinic providing health services and the microphone
well omo twa sai say enkrofo no enya line no
yes
and omo ba ha interview
yes
na bi o it's
enkrofo na no mbeka bedi atuo de sandbox no asem
omo
it is what bubu na wie nti nipa na omo ndwi omo ho say nti omo yare apom omo apom den na hefa no omo fanko.
But Divine, then let me come back to the now the story should be an man answer. Onipa da senia your friend Bawumia ene na chidi for omadwene
see mama nka asem chiro Bobie
because you see the point they say nana erezi a argument BCC say Akufo-Addo ne Bawumia bae ene Akufo-Addo me Bobie Ansah Akufo-Addo ne Bawumia say look Terminal 3 domestic yamfa mama dan eni monya na mun see the same thing say Joma on there emane mroso the same thing okay yanko Kumase kenye tia phase 2 mesremo within 5 years we dey Joma ama the 2-3 years they see first phase we dey the 5 years kama ya ni ate right dia your mama ye bia no ya je 600 billion kra no a Dear John Mama ye be and ye baby. And Kami will be probably I don't have any cause to complain. I won't sit here and making noise. What you say? But dear John Mama ye biano. Any parent me and ye be. Dear ye no was saying. Ye sika kakra da ho wa farmer ne ma. Adwuma kakra wo ho or dear man ne ma. Ne ba at creative arts. Eya ono no dear creative oni appointment letter. The open of the creative arts na ye. In all this, then you have some few group of people be say number of me at me show money catch on say mo to abama me a minim said ne situation in ye but me be ye ni ye amamo enya dam divine
unim ora about me asem no akwakwa some way unim say for the first time in MPP Kufuor's MPP and enunyam wo ho saa no unim say under this government no omo ba ya yesi omo kokko congress omo be congress as a political party unim say candidates omo present ye ni nyina no na afede emu akoyedi omo hu kon be fa so omo market omo inti no in the absence of nothing bad was better, so they had no option than to choose Baumia as a bad product for us.
I'll come back to you on that matter. Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. CM Jessica Achadie. I didn't hear Edem. Hello.
Hello.
Eja.
Yep.
Kai, what for the form?
Da.
What for the form? Edem. Me pacho, who do you say?
500.
Kai. What? I have an hour.
You were
Ablekuma. Yeah. And yeah, this week the other Sankwai. Me da sibe bre. Me da sibe. Congrats. Okay, Pacho, second one sawo en kabent. Me Pacho, me ba me say another two asoso. No ma bought the last two the awie and then me biwa many pa by 5 or 6. Mu bedi mu ntwam star 413 hash star 413 hash. Uboguma na kod. Obi send me message be divine o ka send bi no enipa the message or the haba no as rehearse kakra. Or say Commander, I'm a witness to the postponement of funerals because of money issue. Now, about a month ago, a certain man, name withheld. I even did the funeral jingle, but I'm now doing editing to match the new date. On a year funeral editing, though. Says your mother catches a year no. Some I know quarantine or what a year. There's a jingle, no, Sako change they say. Miss Ramu, you can see a very young Dassy. And
Mammy and Chiano. Na men kanjen say onko Kwame Nkrumah kese ho na onye oye aduana abusua pani sa na okay Fox FM those types no ona na obo sa saman aduana abusua pani opani kwaje kire aduana.
I'll be back.
Ago Ghana for media sem dabremo sisi ade wo sidan ya any coin so over hukra esanse Alu Africa, we got you covered. Alu Africa eye dwumako kese a eba ne nkyɛnse papa edi kru danso any trusses a Ghana ha any wiase afa na nyina yen ye lidie yen ane topo Alu Africa ewa abakwasam edimu eba no roofing sheet any trusses say ye papa nko ade a eye honom ena obenya pa ye quality sanso ya affordable bedroom frishie aduonu nie edan ya buru 2 million ena Alu Africa ekru so. What a news! Yen chance ye di kru dance no. Ni amani dimu ne se emuodu. Ne bani diswo ni diswo. Fiti 0.35 mm. Eko si 0.5 mm. 0.35. Eko si 0.5. Alu Africa Trust so emuodu. Na range fi 0.55. Eko si 1.15. Enti enya fe na wudi dua kokru wudaso a very nache. Amfoti e berie. Alu Africa Trust no. Amfoti entimenwe. Enre nache. ɛyɛ good for all weather conditions ne boa so da fam ankasa sɛ obeto dua paa deɛ enkato Alu Africa trusses na bokwaye breto no ho ban Alu Africa products ne nyinaa so yɛma 40 years warranty emfrishie duanan warranty hwehwɛ Alu Africa ɛwɔ Spinters kwan no so yɛne MTN office no ana di nhwɛne mu anase frɛ 0574 286292 sɛ wodu takrade so a yɛ branch ne bi wɔ hɔ frɛ yɛ wɔ 0545 446852 na edwumakuo bia wɔpɛ sɛ wɔbɛtɔ Alu Africa kwal ne bi no wɔbɛtumi walk in to your branch bia yɛbɛtɔn de ama wɔ mo na wɔde akɔde dwumadie bia Alu Africa building made exciting
Usika seme nkoyi ana quick credit siasia se sika pɛ ennafom intina yabasa ye betcheche wo Yambosia bon hyehyɛ ho wutumi babosia edifi aso ye fee 1500 Ghana cedis edeko na nea wo hia ne won National ID card unhia sa wubetu susu unhia awowa yenjisike bia nto ho Sansun here say, when you be futuo bia, quick credit, wo homa say ye drana wopese wudi, and now wopese wo she ejuma for frase, and now say ye school fees, and now po a ye. Osumi ejuma ya phone so ye wo bi mamo. Nemom kai say ye mobosia e wo internet so. Afen so on mantika krobia batan. Bank of Ghana and sa wo dwumedie yi mu. Enti tutumri kana frɛ yɛn wɔ 0302 200 390 and 0596 920 833. Quick credits, lending made simple. Kai say dwumedie yi nhyehyɛ kakra wɔ ho.
Salute! Hey! When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow, any offense will be
and what the immune system or Yankopon, and your ready pediatric somewhere who by no, and Nasa won't Imbusaba Mesa, a pedia immune system, Nabribia, Yariantimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, Eddie Imbusaba Mesa, don't know what dance yes say, and Yarwa will run Nipa and Nina Etimi Banaso, and in Yarwa Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a home car. Now you want suing no. Eba ye ho ban every home and na won pa omo wanyare wane dada no omo doctor enro no ennom imbusaba mesa no a emo mo ahoade pintin ya omo ntimpo se yare ase omo ho imbusaba 208496 FDA ahihye se adwade nkrato yi magi ato mu se ye
hey obeda kora mkoda emano siden kwa here below and to for any atofo any obi opedi do etraton bia enko chemical shops pharmaceuticals any herbal shops bia e wo Ghana hanu be bia anase frey e wo 0243 686861 and 0245 749206 sankatwe FDA fo agiatu kai se tabia takum ye bemma bia ye takum
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
CMGC Kachadio! Yeah! Near here, say, Ubebo star 413 hash. I will MTN peso. I'm going to move on. No one's that come what's dear. I CMGC Kachadio promotion. Yeah! I feel yes, you better do. So, peso when you CMGC Kachadio bia, and you're quite well now, Befaso. Step 1, but star 413 hash. I will MTN so. Step 2, choose a FM. Now, what dear, the prompt in it. And so I will show us the coming in now. Ever corner ye yamau. Sikacha dear promotion. Aye cash in and win big promotion. When you dear what's our year? Win your share of 24,000 bonanza. Shannon Swo, do be a wood taxi, and your cost star 413 hashado. And never more when you say, Kunim, our CNGC catcher dear promotion or so. And your cashback from Class Media Group. Kai Huna say, Sa Jumedia way. And she shared the home. The National Lottery Authority, our Caritas Lottery Platform, and a boy chidom. When Fisher don't watch airqua, one card Jumedia home. CNGC catcher dear. Yeah!
Get ready to immerse yourself in a tale of bravery and resilience. Journey into the heart of the Kwaman Kingdom, where Nana Akoto, a young prince, is captured and sent to the formidable Dintra Empire as a slave. Nana Akoto faces a fate that threatens to erase his identity, but his spirit remains unbroken. In a quest to rediscover his true self, Nana Akoto must navigate a path full of trials. Will the power of Dintra keep him as a slave, or can he fight to reclaim his heritage and restore honor to the Kwaman Kingdom? Don't miss Nana Akoto, showing Mondays to Fridays at 8 p.m. exclusively on Akwaba Magic, DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Dial *759# to reconnect or stay connected to DSTV and GoTV.
Hey, say the Mako who Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic no. Me who credit me. Say enunti no manya award wa. Eya word best. Obian transe Emma Dumpem ya de. Ka say anase mo boya de enkan to dem bio. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Esa nyarwan te say. Ne ekuro etu no. Ne enkan ewo nanum. Oba na be mo pa wo. Ene enyarwan kaye. Nansi ma me ka say ene spinal cord ho ekaye no. Greenfield ada romenti ene wasa so de gina na so epiem. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultra modern laboratory and a diagnostic machine, sir. As you should be Kasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Ewa Nungwa Dogon, Estate Junction, last stop. Frewa 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898. Greenfield. God is our healer. Greenfield. Your last stop. I believe.
Wabatele across the rainbow, Yahweh, God in one of God, and God you're bringing on. Sewu Bapaya, Yakai Ghana, Sufre Unyankupon, Fakana Shenisa, Emuda Uyo Man Bapa, Emuda Uyo.
So that's it live on Accra 100.5 Citizens. So we are back. Divine on Bawumia now as the flag bearer for MPP. Yanante.
Yo, me that say. Unim, na me can say me say. For the first time in the history of the MPP, there was no family. Oma ya DBA. Omo ko Congress akoyo flag bearer. Now who say candidates for na or hone nyina no. Uti who say emu akoye den. How to even like when you better about no credibility and integrity issue, and you could clearly tell say it was deliberately orchestrated by certain powers so that you have no choice than to elect what we present to you. So Congress na you see in the absence of nothing, bad is better. Until when delegates they went to Congress, they had no choice. Presenting with a bad option, which is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Now, only my dear I have it on my minds too. See, I feel say those people are almost pushy Ora Bawumia down our throat, almost person first or not, say or no presidential candidate and eventually even become a president. Mbu Ghana for need no munima Ghana for because I ask myself, say, how are they going to market Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia? How are they going to sell him? But omu in their head, mimi ko omu trimua. What I think in say, omu feel say Ghana for the sebi predasa. Omu ejimi ja omu. And cheno mu refi. Inti mi enfa Bawumia mba de omu ye ni nyina no.
That is it.
Ghana for be refi. So you see, they have coined some slogans bini ko to be a. It is just in line. See, that breaking the 8 now, omu introduce ye no. Enya kwa o. It was adi omasha da sheshe and it was a communication gimmick, which is to manipulate the cognition of the masses. Including they are putting it into your head. Say, we will break the 8 into where they win. So when they win, you think that they work. They didn't do anything. And Omwanga Satie, Ora Bawumia around in the campaign team. I say it is possible. Or that's okay. Obia onim so betimi ayade mana ye no sabrofo it is possible no obia o te grammar see a pessimist it is possible. Yes.
Excellent.
Obia o ye pessimist onye sure onye optimistic onye about the future or doubtful onim the oye no be catch say it is possible. So believe say e betimi aye na nipa no o messy up and be catch say it is possible. Onim di boni a wadi nti no kache say o kache ne delegates and the party for say it is possible mo faminko it is possible say we will win, it is possible say I will become a president. See adeba kwa sa MPP Congress yo mo koye mesua free mu ni say impanyifo wo enyumbi minister machi de na boy a o say di obre no die se mabre me nyama dia muma mindi ananyeza
dio bre no die mabre me nyama dia
muma mindi
kwanso ne bo ahine mabre me nyama dia
muma mindi aha yesi de wabre no e na odi in this case no Ora Bawumia wamre wanya hwe ene wabetu flag bearership na hu ayete so obi awakọ efomu na akotu enwa flag bearership slot na be say ngwa e no koye no akokotam every form na wafa inti wamre oma bre o party ni mu ama party no omu nyina ya sideline omu all because of the Achi mafia and the Nanado agenda na omu push person omu push by force and farmer Ghana for no na kamibisa o Ora ken Japan in some way omu ka fa no so onye presidential material omu si o a loud mouth okasa ninsemo okasa no onkasa yie ni niama. See, all these things Kennedy Japan did, he did it in the interest of the party and for the party. But they have crucified him and punished him for the things he did for the party. In the same vein, and niama Bawumia ka ya odin trochere Ghana for say mo fa Ghana ma ye your okokan say obisa late emisata 170 questions or in some of the nyina unim so no e ka the league said they should pardon him. It was campaign message on no for the party and yeah he meant it in no de fa chemo yes say okoto de ne bodwa na nyanya nkyere de ye fa ba empire na pampam no no de onwu nko nanka senkese e obi asom no ya dom no na ya bibia ama no nanka Ora Bawumia. See, I have problem with delegates ekoto abama MPP no two things. See, they were selfish people. Selfish people. They didn't think about Ghana. They were not minded, said they will put Ghana first. No much Ghana in the interest of Ghana. Nanka omu elect obi asabi in previous or what the acumen, the expertise, the competence, and the technical know-how to take us away from challenges here come this quagma a confronting nation, but you went ahead to come and also impose on us problems now. The creator of the problems not a part of the problem. No, masanso de nabre. All because of 400 Ghana cedis and 500 Ghana cedis are ya chichama amunti no. Look at the kind of choice Amakako making.
No, but you see, the other side of the argument is that, look, they are using a Machiavellian tactics, impoverish the people and rule them forever. Now, about 80% of MPP for I here for in Ghana. Omi are here for bro chain, even perceived NDC and the ordinary Ghanaians walking on the street. What do you say? So 500 Ghana and 400 Ghana no a big deal. Okwa Gio, one kwa Gio, Obewini. But as to whether Obewini national and there any woman delegates in them.
You see, Bobie, whether they are impoverished, poverty in a yes or no. Poverty doesn't also make you lose your mind. A 400 in the Soviet Union. Now, Gia, there be a common deal. Ujia, Udu on now drink Ghana. Send one go to here at Mobia.
Because there's a clear scenario of they are saying nothing where they took money and voted.
I say not by election. See, Obi, guy back an interview with TV so. I say, me fabas koto ya omu chiches kam koji bi but do honum the conscience catch and say sikana de magic but meto e de tiaw even one gentleman cracker say sikana magic no musimu bodu ya na mo enyem wi na mo ko wi ya na mo de bre na yenso ye be yi nti no bo edua kronfo ko wi de ebo another kronfo dua enka no nti na de no mo koto ma owura ba homia eno na emi problem no because see sen komo drink Ghana ho pa because see Ghana ye problems are ye womu se ye womu. MPP and Nana Akufo-Addo presented Owura Bawumia to us as an economic luminary. Omo kache say Owura Bawumia de ne saso ebi mada ye hu ne saso da.
Bawumia. And then yanko pondi wi asinya senyina aseni trim.
Ene yawa ha ema Owura Bawumia makokoto aba ma hwe problem a papa we nam ne so a yen oman we ye komu all the economic challenges are ye komu efiri adan na omo sorry a omo the digitalization a brande papa no all of a sudden nipa no economic messiah no sisi a no a shifting goalpost ese we digitalization there be man.
Interestingly, Bawumia man ne and now see no na adia wo hwe animu no he couldn't touch on one economic policy. Say oh me wo me vision na me yesi I say the boy economy no
unim dentia onu akasa nim se niama na omaye no oma se niama na unim the so called digitalization no me matna sia ya analysis afa sa niama no mo kan nyina no eye mie anything Yahoo azasakawa ensem no mutugun from no. Let's talk about the mobile money interoperability.
It existed before.
It existed. Me Haptel. I was working with GN Money. I was working with GN Money and Pay Global. We were doing mobile money interoperability long before 2015.
The same thing with Ghana card. The same thing with Ghana card.
See the contract that's ono the two knows for him. You see, NIA signing it take effect in 2017 and model implementation. It was signed under the SWA government. No, what role did he play?
No, but the point is Ghana card. Ghana for sure they use identity card from 73. For heaven's sake, we are young classic force outside the owner baby and you.
Then one now him.
Now I can say oye lip flogging.
I assassin GPS.
I assassin GPS.
And no so Jack where are you? And no GPS here you see ya de hwehwe kwan ya. Google map ade ya bia. So I didn't know more no it surprises me. And you see I don't know how they are going to even market Owura Bawumia to tell us. Now and now on party for na issue statement you know say almost they want to compare Mohammed's legacy as a vice president and Melson with Bawumia. It was so laughable. Banim dentia. They wouldn't say under it since 1992 they said the democracy year Jume. Wouldn't say vice president be anye chokrodo. En kasa by heart en chain na your friend say Bawumia. Wouldn't say no hunting ye de subo nyina abo no. Wouldn't dentia. Because you see dear ewiabo oje ho fans no ye hu dede no. Insoto a yes also the channel. Bawumia we ababe ye wano yob akaka nsama kese eniema ense se okan nyina wo se wo ye messiah wo so watch dollar de ahye dem de ahye to krom de akoshe prison atopu mu
na divine say waka kire say ambulance no ono na de sa police ni bae ambulance 27 ayira be pemene muntu be account for so ba omi you a thief 27 also na de bae kasa 27 woni wa wi house there be an nyam na ma wi. So I think so no na compounding the problems. That's all.
Because unim say me trust am be say enti wo a mo ka kire yen say wo best wo problem solution nyina. How come say see I don't say ye bebo udin. O ba kokwa kofro bi aba mu. O me see apa person bo bi e meka wo ho. Na unim as a makwa can say I am my own man. Say what it means in say see ade onu ankasa aba begina ne nanso a obetimi aye onu ade oye. Baumia obi catcher so ora Baumia what the impetus, the temerity to even make decisions on his own and nipa no adada. Now wa hunu ora kan de Japan assemble no be ka fa ne ho. O se omo committee economic management meeting a kan for yatas no be no. Eye no rough etiatia no nti Baumia kasa omo fa ne nya hwe into dim se Baumia Bobie wa observe meetings a eya omo call government official any programs obe call no ora Baumia ono be vice president e ba o onu asante be dey to anu obu nkotoje na obu ni mu ase as vice president no who can oforiata what is it? That's not humility. Who can oforiata as vice president no mom edebu ni mu ase because they are his bosses. They are his bosses. You are going to vote for somebody who will be taking orders from an external auditee. Is that what you want as a country? And you say you are voting for Baumia? See, Ora Baumia saw in his own man. Nanado de no air driver. And then it's almost Nanado de no a main driver. Say see a mate na first on no chance or no so eba be any dear. You see, on 30th May, Nana Kufado Eka Sembi, Udmasimo Kaye. Or say he believes that the mess he has created for this country, no, Baumia will be the best person Obetumia fix it to take us out of this challenge. Kukaguma. It means that the man believes that some magic wand be over to me and there's solve problem. No, I'm asking say some magic wand no e ban saying and now also we mate driver no MSC app no want to me and direct no and children say over to nyama okono enko yi hwe listo me can say me achiro mates ye kotena mu according to road safety commission ye kotena mu na see ye tu kan ba bia ye see ye nim ka atwi ye passengers take mu no say driver na go speed then ye see ye you have to draw the driver's attention say massa reduce speed no so driving recklessly some prompting say you don't like the way he's driving enti wo ba wumia why were you and na Akufo-Addo steer country no into this mess wo de wan kasa na wo de wan pretty mess na wie no see enjoy ma na driver ne ko never be fix where were you enti no hwe I ask myself say even for Baumia to say mess na creating ya na Nado problem but only dey different no kra no it means that I don't know because how take care mu na ka no won kasa ho a crash a won ka ho bi so be wu it is a ka say car na e na driver na na Akufo-Addo no misbehave a and our team no ankasa who anka never be general flag bearer. You have created a mess already. If you had any magic wand or any skill to solve this country's problem, one time and another you can't just say me time. Yeah, me chance. See, Bobie me as someone make can say delegates for a kotoaba Emma Ora Baumia, His Excellency Vice President. See, they have done a great disservice to this country by voting him to represent. But you see, on the other hand, sometimes in so no, okay, Bible mu, David in the Absalom, enya asem omo kuntokwano. Something happened, and that is what is happening under this MPP. Unim, David, ne best counsel like Nipa Managing, Ahithophel. Onu na naju ma bie no, ono kodi eyechi. Okodi Absalom achi. Eno no ema Absalom apo nyansa a ode be defeat David. Na David say ye ne yam hye no, but not knowing no. Na enjina tuo ene adwen a ode ma Absalom nyina no, ni nyina aye enkwasi asem. Nti angosi hwe. Nti ema David kwa no victory no kwa wanya ho hwe. It's the same thing. Sabe musu mama mo kwan a ene ade jimi ahye omutrim na makoto aba ene omudi ayiwe. Nti emema yan PPP fo emema ya adwuma ya simple. Ya kokra esisi aye target MPP bi o campaign here ko enye nkan pipi accept ye ni mahama na ebe fe because you say no a main contender na maumia then I will be because see me na sia na me cast my mind na me close me eye me bibie mani a ensemo me waka fa ne ho ne ensemo ebeka. How are they going to refute those things awaka? Even the recent one, I 11 on oji no mudi musika no catch say sika na ye beji what your taxes e beji what course so ne so no enu de anti-prop anti-poor on so and so the musika home. There are so many things. I don't know how this man is going to campaign before and I don't know why they went to make that decision.
All right, so there's a Tabia Heba Center at the Tabia Heba Mr. Ba into the Yadie Honam ya wutie ya nyumre wa numa to untimi tribe what Tabia Heba Mr. unum wia wa no eche no beto ho asem Tabia Heba capsules ya wode aba osisi ya constipation ya no anum bi my time Mr. Montum home free home or memu pharmacies any herbal shops or Kanshi drug lane ubenya be there free from 0243 686861 listo baomia
ooh be miami you know I've had this joy that I don't think if we say me hear politics all because it's something that I expected. And my on them Kwabena and Pennyfo say usni nyame nyansa what is say obia na dwene say omuka so then I be obema ponchachi
also when it be bebre ma ponchachi
just when ya ti bebre enti oni tipia oma aboa ponche achi Kwabena there is something that Akufo-Addo from 2008 began to want to achieve and okofa baumia na ekwanya ofa so ene baumia ekoto kese no Kwabena na ejina kronobo ekwan so enunti bibia woni na ye bia from day one krono and baumia no wakwa ti say obi a fane say wakohia obi a I want to put this I was going to say obi a ohwe enwan so but I want to choose something else fane say shoemaker shoe shine fane say shoe shine na da ko shine papa bi shoe na all of a sudden papa no say no free shoe shine business nim na be ne driver what you say na we driver na afi kura de meja mebusuani meja pade nyina including my wife say take over enu bi na baumia finds around Akufo-Addo or near Akufo-Addo what you say na Kwabena busa ho say na baumia free buy ya obeka Amoiko MPP from Bank of Ghana as deputy governor okotweska sa redenomination exercise no enema papa former finance minister kura Ba Redu onyani baby ekoye na unim say Akufo-Addo nua bomti ona na eye African rep for the Larue omo mo betwa ska no ena sika no omo de kogu bank wa Bank of Ghana wa security ni so omo ma omo feska ni mpie no omo kun security no Okay, Rocco Frimpong. Omukuno. They killed Rocco Frimpong because was it on Makwa Mescan in PBM. Nasascano. And no, and a ma a Kufo do near scar. Otimi any Alan debe face so. Ewo Legon. Eh? Anunti anabaumia eye Akufo do running mate. And a nam suma ne be your friend is saying vice president. Anna ene Akufo enam na onunu ne ho. Say no wa cross one hurdle. Enti akase obema baumia abema mpani. Have it tell you many be a mystery. Wo Akufo baby awadri. Why do you say we are more technical than computer babies? But there I will encourage people that want to believe, say, they can be dubious, to some of us that ABR, we think, say, we can also stand up to them. But, omu plan bi omu ye biya no, and omu making sure, say, there will be anything violence. And I said there will be anything chrono. And I say bia omo be fa kan sichi kwan bi so. Because answer no be do honum, ye be do ho. I know you 1 point, Kwabena. Number 2. Matibos NPP communicators. Why is the NDC perturbed about Bawumia's victory? Nobody is worried. It is something that the NPP, the NDC wished, say bebem and abem. Enuntina and pennyphone ko jina ho a popping champagne no. Na me I know who they should have brought this video out for people to see. I don't want to be the reason why video be babantino be here. And pennyphone popping champagne say Bawumia renia. What abontin na wo say obi agwa. Wa jan ko be popping champagne. Enu bi na enu ayeso be popping ye de no. Ye ni age. Sama ko yi wo bi a afurubo hwe. What to me more born fancy pomu? What be our boss say they want now then gonna need ben where Jimmy better Obama but we are present. I don't because you're here in Kosro. Hey, when the person about me and the president, Ghana need ben. The vice president to power ye what tell zombie say see zombie Kwabena chi ya den koliko. When the person koliko nya the president.
Zombie dia uhwempa dia ne yemfa se ofui ofui
Kwabena waben
ofui
Kwabena ya chemichi
no me no ba koma a very say Fifi Banson
hey Fifi bro
what's your chi
Fifi waben
ofui
and you know, look, the joy in the hearts of NDC for no. In fact, many NDC ni neso asame infectious, contagious. Utimi say eniji aba. But look, the NDC that I have known in this very recent, very few years, amene omo anantie diagro omo amama hu se omo ye nipa omo wodo omo nim nyansa omo wonim de divine NDC for nim onim de chen wo party for no ti for madam for I'm telling you nim de me ben hu CV amehu divine just get closer. You are likely to even join, not join the party but join the winning team. As for our parties like PPP, you know, PPP is a good party, but the victory is now, it has already swung to the NDC. So you can just try and be part of the winning team. Why? And then one, why? And now party, make us say guy, but just join the winning team. Oh, divine. CV Samehu NDC. There is no political party here in Ghana, Obi. There is none. You can try it and check it. And mama who almost CVs. Ebi ni MPP enibi. Obi any wo MPP mu a sebio obetimi ama ne homene so abegyina bonten akase mi CV nie mi education qualification nie na eso chen obi wo NDC mu ebi ni ho ba omi a omoka doctor MDC for omo doctors a omo sua economics omo anya bi ni ba omi ade yo wait we your friend Twifa Obo oh so obi a owo fufu a oya was anu bi no ye di adwuma ma Kwabena ye ka bi nhemu ye kwoto aba 2012 na o shase akoye dwananum we dwananum eduru baby Kwabena mi ko sia ye ofa the late Kosibochi nene ofa se ba ko sia omo baby na me ben nam say uncle Kwesi enyim there awo aye boni bia boni na etie Nyankopon a and you know how he was smiling, you know, with a very nice grin be na as I was smiling na no say eba say na my and I'm say uncle enyim there atna wa ma ba omie ya ma menye economics day menyim da akwa no omo number but amuna mo atna wa ma wake kanse ma na toga na futrim ama wa adwen there ba omia onyim bibi and wa ma emi sa atan so questions 100 and 76 170 wa ba omia mum na awo abeye president na abede achi entumi mfa question ni nya adwuma so eba sinti na actual question ni koma eya awon so mo atena ho dem a mo anyina no. You know why he told me? Osilisto, are you not the one that said time is the mightiest judge? So today, this is Baumia's time. And time is judging him. This is the one that stood somewhere and said, if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. Today, what exchange rate do we have? Dollar to CD. 12. By December, 14. 14 straight. That's my prediction. And Kwabena, if that is a record as an economist, a doctor, sometimes where me wouldn't say Kwabena, that be make us the same way. Opa, let's be painstaking about it. You encourage your NDC for your friends MPP for almost certificate. Most of them are honorary. One way about me, no, the doctor no, angry. It's possible because Kwabena, ultimate can't say we need the NDA, and our boss say, hey, we are doctor in economics, and our boss say, what to me, I'm a dollar free 3.8, I drew 4, I drew 5, I drew 6, I drew 7, I drew 8, I drew 9, 10, 11, I drew 17. I find I will say, and then economy negative better. Look. They are able to even discuss this in public without shred of shame. They say cocaine near without any shred of shame. Anyway, maybe I wish John Mahama well and will never pray. So be obin kons enshran obin tonsan enshran bisuefo na obin so tons enkonsuongu ne tamfo ankrem men konsuongu wo mankrem na ankra eto abode se omse abone ntakra na ma ne ho yefe na nkantakra bone se ba womi antakra dia ene nkafe nyina mpatraka eti me de mani age ena me de mani je ne so infest system no antina na se Kwabena be hu bia na ma she white mani age time ba womi anakra we ne ye no because he has just won to lose. Now we need to lose so there. I say pay to lose. Okay. Okay.
Lose to pay.
Lose to pay. And I pay to lose. Oh yeah. Tino. Okay. Tino, it's all good. We will take time and analyze every statement he has made, they should put Mahama through the same test. He cannot even debate Mahama on economics or on the economy of Ghana. He cannot. He cannot discuss anything. And then the word economy crampono, anything.
Well, Jack can't say anything.
And I didn't digitalization, but let me put this across. I know they have appropriated a lot of the things, the achievements of John Mahama to themselves. But
we work on it.
Let me tell this to the NDC. NDC, don't sit down and think you allow for Bawumia to have a field day using digitalization. He has nothing. He has no clue. John Mahama, look, everything digitalization in this country, John Mahama. In fact, John Mahama changed us from using telephone to mobile phone. Obi media chinye, John Mahama had a free telephone, echo mobile phone. As communications minister, Mijabe na make say John Mahama na yes advert no on the buy. Kwabra bio. John Mahama, one na see fiber optics e wo Ghana ha eche aban bia. On na akosi Accra Digital Center. Na yankoto ayeda, apoto yuwem ene etudomo. What the hey now free ya obesini ko ya unya phone kasa so a internet ben na de bag Ghana ha. Fiber optics ben na de bag Ghana ha. And who be gina baby ka digitalization. And I say digitalization obi atoka engine them brake pad away. And I walk say brake pad is why your car.
Or so what me tria o light bill. What me tria light bill electronic nti.
No way. Wait.
That was it. Live at 100.5 citizens. So, Mamin Kai Ghana for say a year say uwa car now be choose so your engine coolanta a year seahorse engine coolant abwana
why the butterfly
yada me pacha say motimenka enkofa bibia nkogu car no ma nkofa asem mbrel. Also, seahorse be protected the engine from overheating. So, radiator no tank na a bomb buying. Now my engine the lifespan also at the amount reduce fuel consumption. O drive here to be said them boko. Seahorse engine coolant. The other grades about 3367 coolant, 1090 coolant. Was say ye one go friends will be an gugu tank and go fast mamro. Or more Kai Ghana for a seahorse. Mr. Ujibia Ubedun dance here, Eddie at be. From 0244 577 559. Quick credit, Simon Cancer so Muguso. One more boa for Ejuma. St. Andrews SHS was say so Buffy area GHS no beba eye SHS St. Andrews. Na de wani achewo omo aba kwanya form 1 form jinkoda boarding ombejo eno omo form 2 form 3 so space wo ho o se akoda opeso osua general arts business home economics agri science general science and visual arts from 0546 048 332 0546 048 332 Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic Edoma say. Na opasini adro in boost herbal mixture and they are bomb model top choco Yedoma si bebre live on Accra 100.5 Accra News next. Nana Meja could take over.
Ade source nti media na chese na enya asem ketwa ya hwehwe me mu meje me ho ba bia enje me gira daka me ba ne ho saa na me bisa nse Kwabena aden why so soon Kwabena aden because he was exactly 30 years and 20 days na edu ba bi no yetete ho no mu no ena one of the boys say MPP boys no back maybe I don't know all of them nipa woma minim woma me kai womo pass am uku na cabo no ena one or two bi so kan but others I don't know them ana ba ko sorry ejina ho no mu na osre family no ene others na aka na ye omo ankasa nkrofo no doctor senko won fa asem kakra ntu yenim na obesre senka ye nyina ye beko outside na doctor say opese onu nko ane ase ne yire no remain inside ho nti nko obesre senka ye nyina ye ma wo mo excuse na ye nko abontin na menti ase na metwetwe me ho ena say me ma me ne adam family members na omo ebo omo ani kire me say enye hwe me de menti ase na yenko ye pie am omto aprunum ye pie ma omto aprunum o ana ka ba omi ana ne yire ene me bani furu nko a inside ho for about 15 to 20 minutes I don't know the permanent and what in America said dreams be I na minya na me hu say enye kwa bibi wom ha was a man no you man know that be a mesa kwa Ghana honestly speaking because at times one man answer me see me trima na bibi me so da ye bi na anodin pa me friend sister ka chen say no mother da ya masuni na ma back wa ha da ya masuni na me ntini me bi ase na me bi sa me sister say o kai say asama me ka kire we yi na me refer me sister say o kai say that day no ba o mi am ye nyina ye pie eba outside e ma o mototo etu pron na ye bi ato ho no mu na ye fa ho no mu e ko inside no o mototo pron mu ma e ka wo no kwan ne yire no eni Kwabena furu minyima de a ana asama ka kire furu no ana de kura bi kura wo de share Kwabena ho ana wo I don't know me pem ne minim onu pane ne yire no na eni ma de o mu ye wo ho onu pane ne yire no na eni ma de o mu ye wo
we de say ye nhwehwemu ye bebi say bia ye nuanu muslimifo amamre e de a ye beti ase
I don't know
ye be nhwehwemu aduru ho
ti sa osofu bi na ye friend Isaac no wo ka ye mi o ka isa video no wo ka ye misa ba wo mia ni na do say wo mo no moja da na fine ko si here so wo be ka isa video I was not surprised I am in one because na ya ba ku bi am so ya up to now me wo no ma na sa da ye ni be si mi tima na me ye ma hye me na me number bi na me kona na ase me ti se noise bi koso wo dan bi mu me gira wodi na me se na ede na koso wo he na ase epon no eda na nipa no soso wo mu no epon no ya nto mu ya kan hine ano ase ya kan hine ano kakra ti me gira wa na bibi strike me se me nko hwa de kra koso inside wo me kwaye no sa dan na me se me yi kire me sister sada na me si me yikire me sister na no so kra enti ase me ko inside na me hu se eye me ba no Kwabena Boadu ana wo se dem wo no hye shorts penikes pe ne so se won hye na ye twetwetwa ne busu nyina na se ya pimpam na ya hausan troye ne gu ne busu asa Arabic entroye anya English anya yes Arabic entroye ne gu ne busu nyina bebrebe na na Kwabena na wo ye wa ha adentina ya hwehwe wa ye hu nti hanom na wo hye ana mahwehwe wa mi hu ana osiama hana ya demi abeshi. What happened was that fateful Friday na ade abeche Saturday am ya ye ana ye call ho me maame me brother sojani
agongo ensema wa court no eba so na ekowie sen etiretiremu beba abusuansam bi ka we no ho ne atrase ma ye de baba so mo sa nwumre no nsi abrem kasebo me patro na nwumre ye becha musika CMC sika cha dia promotion ya biam
obi abenya bi ni obaya ne sefa phone MTN na di akire star 413 step 2 no atusu Accra FM si catch dia bonanza. It is here. Ubenya bi adi. Motasis ni party de so duane maduane ya de kwaji bi odwa so. Father Martin eba mix Roman father draw nri. Obi a oya de kwaji bi na widie no begina brane. Wo posi ni adro yesemanhia abu aboso o ne Ghana ha de. Obi a wanya bia no bia ni paduane si pisita. Heart Builders Real Estate wo peso to asase si dan. Na ode ho free manso ho a adwumakuo we ya. Fa ho kodomom na bibia nkoso ye adwumakuo ya dama. Ene wo mta ye kire de kase yi eba. What's up? 050266135. And when Accra 100.5 Facebook Live. Huabuso, you can cancel me now. I didn't send your mouth brace and then you can come for a me. Catch Ray, Kwabena Bedu. And I'm ready to aba.
Nanama ejakwa fabusia fo akase bono emu enchemu enni. Kandini ya wonu akasa so ye twetwe leader ya woda National Democratic Congress NDC amanyuko wonu na eso won franka duako atweso election 2024 ye Rajon Dramani Mahama waka asisudua ekutaridua mu ebu akere se de na Ghana aye no kame ya saba adwuma yefo ene yankwankran de nyina obi wonu mu a osori anopos me start adwuma 8 am na ma pon 5 pm me kwa adwuma 8 hours na tere se wapon no wakwa akwotire fie passport office nom me ahodo state institutions ahodo a e was 24/7 chese nkrofo ekwa adwuma binum era ne shift binum be kwa anopa na chese o ma pon na kwa akoye se hospital adwuma na binum akwa nwumere na wo ma pon na bia beto o ma nopa no enya de Ghana ha sei se adwuma no ebi ekwaso ha sei na wo behwe ehunu se wodumfo dumbona sa bandwa no betena so ni mprenu eso a ene 24-hour economy bia passport office hospital so bia yeah was adwuma no bi pon wa was bi bom run shift no ya de a wo behwe amano akoso esa no din sam to Ghana watch asa hwe de Ghana adru wo ma ya kwaye brentu nsase atwa ye ho ahia udu Volta region tese de obedua bia esu se bro udu Ashanti region do de behwe fom bia esu se bro kwa Western region kwa hwe kokonie banchinie bodie nie aburo yetimidua hwe Volta na anu ye na Volta region kwansu asase na da hono ye ntam tetreta ye yensuei utimi dudo chese emu emane ebunkam ede faso a eno kra won ha ho se ye import mu na dollar na cedi amani ye bobi ede wo hawo ebe so atimemufo so enu ntaga culture de ye kuaye de wo so obema na ni akọ no papa na se ne be ye bedum abomanuane ebunkam ede afaso dodo na enya kwanya rewre kuaye mu a eyade a eba beboa afesu kra no ne fe bi odne ni be che ye IT infrastructure enewiase nyina kwakoye computer kure ya enu ana chese de ko babia ye de computer ye kua ye de computer ye chese economy ye de ya pomden ye de kirade ye de ye bibia binti wonom so no wo se eyade a oba be ma nani akwonom wo se esanse adwuma nketesia ne mrante wo gina wona so amode se sisi kwabrafo wonya bi enye ntie no wo bi asori anu atupia na wo fa agyan enade achi akwa embassy sawodu akohwe Ghana nketesia ne mrante wo gina wona so ahode a wo ma ne da achi kuta wono wo bia de na momu mirika adwane wo kwahia wo se hanu ma mititi papa be na mitie graduate fo wom anasifo wom teacher fo wom kwabrane fo kintina wafo wo ahode a wo beju o ma ne di asi wono no wo bia eyade a wo dwane jesu obi akwa sade na so di ada no so no wato atwene ba bi sanse empanifo no ye edikanfo leaders no eyade ahwemmodie kase pa ena wode abre wo mafo ye Rajon Dramani Muhammad nsem wanyina tudwa wo bra wo no wo mema dwadifo kubatan trade union congress ehyiamu ewo nkra ha sei na wo se Ghana akwanya wonwuma huduo bebremu na esanse ye hunu ne hyehye ye hunu na akwanti ena akwakoye bibiti se enwuma ni kurom ha etiade achi sei kofo kuta chese degree certificate akase eni nkuma enso wo twetwede wo hia branti a de bia na chese wia wonam so no okuta ne file just application letter wa tuagu ababa wanso na musa na nkesi sei enene enunu dwuna se maba watwi pons pancake eri kwagina kwa ho anu aka kire wo se an prostitution janchira bra na wo bono eyesi wo degree university no nurse no a wo certificate egudam a wunya adwuma nye no wo sese koba se 24-hour economy no se ebemu a enwuma bebunkam edi afaso.
Comrade Secretary General, our beloved country has been hit very hard by harsh economic conditions over the last couple of years. Under this current administration, Ghana has witnessed severe adverse effects due to what we in the NDC and many Ghanaians consider a self-inflicted economic crisis. The high inflation rate, high cost of living, destruction of jobs, debt crisis, and negative impact on investors are some of the effects of this administration's failed policies. The economic crisis has significantly impacted workers and citizens generally. Unemployment rates, particularly amongst the young people, have risen to their highest in recent memory, making it difficult for many to find stable and decent paying jobs. Inflation and exchange rate volatility have eroded workers' purchasing power and have pushed many beyond the poverty line, below the poverty line. The healthcare and education sectors have also been negatively affected with inadequate funding and deteriorating quality of services. Our economy is plagued by high public debt levels, which hinder investments in social and economic development projects. And I give you, for example, in 2016, if you shared the public debt of 120 billion among 30 million Ghanaians, each Ghanaian owed 4,000 Ghana cedis. Today, if you divide the debt of 577 billion by 30 million Ghanaians, all of us sitting here owe 19,000 cedis. This, coupled with a relatively high unemployment rate, particularly amongst the youth, exacerbates the challenges faced by our citizens. We intend to implement a 24-hour economy. And by this, we will provide incentives in terms of reduction in corporate taxes and other exemptions to businesses that will sign up to the 24-hour economy initiative.
Chasa wo hwe pense muni mubumu ya Rajon Dramani Mahama edu oman economy hu nkontabuo etudwa na obi bibisa se sankrofo no Dr. Bawumia na nani abere mu so obedi president no wo obedi president wo man bem ana Ghana ne obi wo Pluto ana Mercury ana Jupiter Ghana ha yi ya 2016 2017 abandwai mo beje kantan so to opposition edwamanum ye dede hu etuatua nipa so boa no man Ghana ne ye ka ye wo man yi komu 121 billion say Ghana ka etwamu 600 billion inflation na Dr. Bawumia eye ho lectures etietiemu just come na say former president John Mahama and the vice president omo ya bon for na inflation and 15%. And in the former inflation to me kwa ka katikitike dru 60%. Woka awam say COVID Russia Ukraine war ni COVID ko Togo ha kwa inflation and 5%. Kwa Nigeria kwa 21%. Kwa Burkina Faso kwa say 8%. Benin kwa dem say 3.8%. Eti Ghana dia Russia Ukraine no wa moto bomb ha na bebeto Palestinians su die na ha say na to paye no wa moto ebe de nyina ne say Dr. Bawumia bon agene nsen na enu akire no wotoso no se mampani akufu adede chese ne so mambofo a wo say ade se wo man kra de enipa dwendwendwen na aginsemu Cocoa board institution ti se Cocoa board ye to Cocoa akuafo ansa na ye beto kra no ye di kan akọ adwamanso Cocoa syndicated loan ya kwani akọ jebosi anyasem ketwa wo ba ye afibi akọ Cocoa yi wo to kwakoton ye nkwodi idwa emokada ene Cocoa board ayeti asie wo adane ye ka state institutions awudo bebre enyina wo mu na so adane ye ka temoy refinery wo mu frasiasa o yikrudi wo mu na ni bidi abedwa so e cap mampani akufo arobeto say no ebunkam e dia fo ma no na no kra de ye se wo mu ton de ma private company bi en obu a kire say Ghana penny why you ready so be man sakraye abo man no emu.
Implementing better accountability in this gold mining sector and gold export sector can yield billions of dollars for this country. We will prioritize value addition by increasing domestic processing and refining of our gold before export, and will continue to pursue the dream of establishing an integrated bauxite and alumina industry. Brother Secretary General, I make you a firm pledge that we'll work together and lead a team to revamp and reignite some strategic industries. You mentioned some of them. is one, Bost is another, Valco is another. Industries like that, we would work to revitalize them. And I agree with you when you say that it's not only the private sector that can run industry. The government and public states too can run industry. And we proved it in our time. When we were in office, Tor was working. Boss was working and making profits. The state enterprises were working. We said that we revived the Kumasi shoe factory. And so these are things that can work.
Eti ya John Dramani Mahama na eche say do baby anakoye say private sector no kwa na betimi aye adwuma abaya adwuma ne de chese ni pabone for kwa no say state institutions so abaya adwuma so betimi adwuma na private sector anya adwuma kala ji say do agogo na ni suni wo ba chese ne wo kwa hihye shaba bem wo piafia na utidi de da kwa ho na ya hunu se wuntwa se esmant kro be pam enu asoso se hunu so na wo ba no ba be shebo alaji meyo se nu hunu se eya numudwa na ba no ba be tire ye se ba kokra ne letter ye ready awoko sana ban so e wo se simu o enipa no so wabon na se adwuma no wantimi ye ni ya wati wanu mu openini ana ase ne se e wo se ye ho no kwade alaji misalutu na yesu sisa na ni nyina dan kanfua wabua chese krofo fi senior high school ye no so anwini siya esi hoi oba obe review.
Implementing better accountability in this gold mining sector and gold export sector can yield billions of dollars for this country. We will prioritize value addition by increasing domestic processing and refining of our gold before export, and will continue to pursue the dream of establishing an integrated bauxite and alumina industry. Madam Secretary General, I make you a firm pledge that we'll work together and lead a team to revamp and reignite some strategic industries. You mentioned some of them. Tor is one, Bost is another, Valco is another. Industries like that, we would work to revitalize them. And I agree with you when you say that it's not only the private sector that can run industry. But within the first 100 days of coming into office, we'll convene a stakeholder summit that brings together educationists, experts, teachers, parents, students, and opinion leaders to deliberate on how to improve the implementation of the free SHS system and also improve the quality of our basic education, because that's where it all begins. We will return Ghana to the regional exams conducted by the West African Examinations Council so that it will be possible to compare the performance of our children with our English-speaking neighbors in the sub-region. Right now, we write a local Ghana exam. We mark it ourselves. We mark our own script, and we give ourselves high marks, and we tickle ourselves, and we're laughing that things are improving. If you don't have any benchmark to compare, how can you tell you are improving? We will promote sports, tourism, and the creative arts as avenues of job creation. We will incentivize the service sector to promote its fast growth and its contribution to GDP. We will roll out 5G, that's the fifth generation, and create a strong digital infrastructure to optimize new technologies, including artificial intelligence.
Abusuafo Yewura John Dramani Mahama no was a free senior school no agye guma mpani akufado waya ke for set questions no makosi akire no makoma nkora na po no amatwere amutwere no akwagina baabi na enunu hu na wosre ene nkora no performance na dutwam was tete no kane no na ye West Africa Examination Council what's Nigeria for English speaking countries you am African West African do amutwere no bi na ne atwere etinu na ade toto ho anu ayenye de ne ye kwaso aya enkura no apon no matwere omukodu tertiary na chese lectures no mani abrom se nkura na bon quality no ewo form to say obaby bi dia fa ho
Abushia sama uti ye nyina fi Ghana mampani dada His Excellency John Dramani Mahama bofokasi edina yawo wotibra kesasese wotu franka hediama ndisi ejobodo man yoko na nkomori mu ode sanse mu nyina da na dai November 7 ebnada eno okopie mu ewo eye TUC aboboa no na TUC eye adwumafu nyina nkabomuko ene nei wo mu kabakiri mu na wotibra kesa obutu ano Dr. Anthony Aba ene nsemi wajene kakra goma wo wie na papai wo bona ni afesiri ya nkwa no wacha se John Dramani Mahama ewiase nyansa no saka ke onyansa wo pani trimampa papa yi experience na yakan economy no anya no ani adwuma pam no twam no kwanchen sorodo economy no ani se nipa da sani so de obenya adwuma yo na sabi wono so boso beso anya kakra e de abona sene we da be ma Ghana akoso anu ti ne wate asimi na enkoma wode akoto abonti obi agbaje ne so se papa ka se ye 24-hour economy nipa be yadwuma ya na bi mu ko no ma pono ma koda na foforo so akọ ti anya nyanwanwa se enche bia ahomache no biensa na ka kire kwa badumetia krenene ahomache no biensa ka se bone yade bramu yi jesa ye yadwuma na dwenyina we be masika bani pa butu abusua kwancha de nyina ba kwa wia ne se productivity emu be peja ema Ghana be kwaso productivity no output per man hour nipa ye adwuma na dohore ba ko dohore mienu dohore miensa ye keka bom ne ade hu sika ma wo no eni wadi ma na wo koi enye nne ya Ghana mabunu eni da so bia ni ho na yanim ayamobombo te so atwe janka vidie ni wakwayem so ade anopa uhu ba bia wonko eno an so ade akoba ha na ode akoba ha emwa wo man no entenya brofo akese ena nya ne yetete hu ya enipa sese yehu ba bia mfa boto na yehu ba bia ye ne makwa ekwakoboyi ensama mampani da John Mahama de koto dwa nyina no building Ghana tour watia simu nei wawura ma wone amanfo di nkomo ne nani so adi hu kase na 24-hour economy ne de obi abogye so se adwen kase a obi antumi nyina no we beboa Ghana nyina na yakoyanim ensama nyina bro de to dwa wie na Secretary General Trade Union Congress Dr. Anthony Yaba so mu se Ghana fo wi ase de ofuru du apa ne piano mom yenso asemi mu na yampene ne sanse we die baba boy nyina mabunu mani da so asana fedie ya hyemo kena mani da so asan begina ne naso bio.
We are taking a copy of the speech. I think this is also a manifesto. But he didn't say that. At least it gives us a taste of what is to come. I told you great things are about to happen. You know, the speech our comrade read and our manifesto, are they different? I don't know. You see, when they say you are social democrat, it means you think alike. So the vision we have for Ghana is the same vision that has brought our friends from Fred Kebet Foundation here for more than 50 years. They have been with us, you know, all the up and downs. And so this tripartite family must continue to work, comrades. So what we will do is this. If you have any issue that you think should be addressed in the manifesto of NDC, please send it to us. Send it to us. We have Social and Economic Affairs Committee and Political Affairs Committee. They are going to work closely with the lab of NDC. And we want to make sure many of the issues we have discussed here today are going to be part of the plan and the vision for future. So we will publish where you can send your advice or your suggestion or view.
So Ghana for anyate. Once Ghana for Fedia Yamia Bie. Dr. Anthony Yabane Kasa Sayo Wanwa. What Joma Penda John Mahama ni swadi unatum. Wasi anu ina bom papaya juma. And a one a 1% Ghana bekoso. Kwa fuboni se groma ye nyina ne atimi ne atiti hu idie. Ye kase atratra ho de a ade a wo ye hia kase paradise asase so amage dombirem. Nya sade a ye bedi eda konkwa etiari so ade hu ya John Mahama de tu dwa no. Ana Dr. Anthony Yaba wono na Secretary General. Edadwumafo nyina nka bomu kuwa no ana waso mu screen say adwen papa no wo nyina be pia na tiko emadwumade retimi abaso. Dr. Yaba wie no chese maburu get ready lace your boot. Wo ye babunu na wutiam ya get ready lace your boot adwuma na eba no ye adwuma be hia motuam usode a there is no way abeka se na mini adwuma ye wan se nipa na betiri ye hu ba bia yemfa yentoma korankobo nipa da sani sode a wo be chinchin sa na okwa ha no de akogba ha ena mi bai won me nam kwan hui osode oni adwuma ye ejaye so begina pai ka onye mate enso yi so begina kwa ho pai na mate itu kai a what the 20 pesos apagya nsam abba what kind of country is this? Dr. Ayo Mapenta da John Mahama say, well, who solution in our Dimwana ba 24-hour economy ye be yadwuma enipa na o kiti ubehu na inflation nam no hwa ubehu na ayi economy no nam no hwa na che say yesidi enyanyina so papa bi na mumpewe na kaya matoam Dr. Yalbansi mebunu munya krado ni na de aba ne de enije nko a.
We are taking a copy of the speech. I think this is also a manifesto. But he didn't say that. At least it gives us a taste of what is to come. I told you great things are about to happen. You know, the speech, our inflation and cost of living were rising and Ghanaians were suffering. This was 2000. And we understood the crossroads to mean that where Ghana was at the time, any miscalculated move could send the country in the wrong direction. No wonder President Kufuor at the time declared Ghana a heavily indebted poor country when he was elected president. This rich country was declared highly indebted poor country. Today, Ghana is not at crossroads. Rather, the country is actually standing at the edge of a cliff. Therefore, any move in the wrong direction could send the country down the cliff and we may not survive the fall. Obviously, something went wrong in our economic management. That is why we are where we are today. We have to change direction and move away from the cliff by any means possible. We need the hands of every Ghanaian on deck to push Ghana away from the cliff. We have no choice. Every Ghanaian must get involved to save Ghana from economic collapse. And as we said earlier in this manifesto and the speech that our comrade has just read, it means it is the right thing to do, to work together and make sure together we can build a Ghanaian society where every citizen can enjoy a decent and fulfilling life and be proud of this country.
Oh, you are building the Ghana we want on common no. Baby, you doing interoperability as something self-sufficient agricultural
digitalization,
the Ghana card. What? You
interoperability,
now this cabinet was and this can be my interoperability be abum. What did Jimmy will come idea make one?
I was for your Pimsonia to us, so yet TSC and Sanfu Fromo, Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Raja for what they are to just a Ghana Airport Company. Well, Boa for a Kwaya Wama François 2018 mu or Koto Christmas tree. Ya just a sika pudwa sika chuchuri die and a Ghana Airport Company. Wama account mu wamu tebri says carry the free no. Kame say procurement laws. Emlekuni mrabatan ya state institution wamu jina so efaso. Edidi dware ton yema no. Yade a Ghana Airport company for wamu ebu suo. Na ni nyina da emu no manfo beka ye 2028 bronya no emu ni ehu ya say chese eji the report bi ba ye kire ya. De be pia mu nyara ne se kire say po aduma kire ya Ghana Airport no board no ona yes wa chairman so ye die benyo kire say sika wo mu tabiri ye edi free Ghana Airport Company account mu ekoto Christmas tree no na ejebro na no odin etu ti ba bia do kan say na Ghana ye o sika sa etimi sei bisa common Christmas tree bronya dua ya ye di CC Airport one mo nko ano sika chese ye say ye wo ho no 118,000 sabe nyansani bay and was say or chief executive officer na some managing director and that's why a board chair obetu sa na mo we set as airport no a esu ono ye John Dramani Mahama ayetem na 3 ayakra behwe there's investors and no quite me attract investors obi aba no fa won man ani age so okọ bebe biem e just airport na esu generate sika dodo no a eti ya ba de age sika ye nhye no yense no eti ade ensa bomu bia ekwakoto Christmas tree amacha se airport no aboka na saka report we bebe to odwa no oh ene paadu mo kire bosome no wo defend no wo justify epeso che Ghana for say wo mato Ghana need to share prekope January 2022 private citizen Sakut Amengo Eteko ena oba 90 petition ekwadan shrage for sesa and samono womu enyemu enhwehwemu esanse jese odwendwedwa na aju nsem nyansa bia nim nyansa bia nim se buro nyadu ya se sika eburu be se 1.debe billion se ya de kwakwa to Christmas tree na eneyi na kyerese ne empanimfo ya wo mo eda straja no ede ho amane report ede ababe todwa ye kwone ne sakut amengo akwa twetwe enkomo ede afasa ensem ho. Sakut, good evening.
Good evening, sister.
Oh, udini minyani ye die.
Dini de o bon say de wa me ka me twi no.
Enti kwara teme ba me wai.
Amenga etego, Sakut amenga etego.
Amena etego.
Amenga etego, yes.
Enya omo de jibe achemi amenya no maye no amego enti misro fachemi enti ma ne ba ne sa no misrewa. Okay, enti report ashraje edi aba no. Minim se wona de petition ni koye enti ansa na be ba abonten no wo copy dadada. Edi na wo ka de afa ho.
Me da pi ashraje omo ye juma omo di almost 2 years na omo de juma no. Because me the petition ni call January 2021. Enti 2021 Christmas ni na petition wo omo ho. Na me dream say at least by Christmas 2021 no omo for decision ba so that correction be boom but plantation no this time yami adam omude report the bad time before Christmas 2023 now who can report now a door super 53 pages who can report now who say search for they agree with me on many of the issues I make say public procurement law no Ghana Airport Company Limited ni Pollard Mortuary break law no since 2018 up to right there Christmas tree na use procurement law no na fair Ghana Airport Company any Pollard Mortuary cost raja say ni say this are who control they are no outright now we use procurement law na rent it use procurement procurement na sai catch say that be who use public funds there who rent you who lease you who to they no outright do. This is who use procurement law. Oma between law no since 2018 up to now. What just there? And I almost say, well, I don't much. Who chairman of the board? And you do say procurement. Procurement, the management nijma, chief executive nijma. There, you must have a now, who got TV so now come a Ghana Airport Company. And you do know you are abusing power. Who abuse power and no authority. And only procurement law no who breaking law no say who breaking procurement law now 1,000 penalty unit and now 5 years in prison and now both. It's a charge for say or you going to say I want breaking procurement law no we abusing the power and a transaction no almost splitting into two two companies than there any favors and art and they almost start split no. Almost so that went dodgy tap procurement act no act 663 no almost shut down because need say a government agency who got there more than 100,000 this is use the law no and say because person use law no split idea no and the BBR say you guilty and so say I don't know who evidence there even though I'm breaking procurement law, I want who evidence for I don't know or this can be. Meanwhile, I'm friend cock strike, you know. More than 1 month into strike for subpoena, yes, subpoena by force. I almost said I'm didn't call her. Subpoena, no, or call her, no, offer documents, bra. Offer documents, bra. On film, offer documents, I'll come out strike for. It's a corruption because documents no what's on from bra one famba and no some evidence one who evidence there was this guy na documents no one where who say was this guy oh and I almost say even though I'm breaking procurement law no but a company na
bibi me Sakut your friend is at Poadumochi ya na wo kana semi such as onu na gina mu sa transaction ni ade nyina nti document ya national agifo nyia nyina da no wan fa mna kwa na wan fa anko
so line break you
me can say strategy edumedie mu no kura no che se na Poadumochi wa mra wo se wonko afa document kura wo mu hia so kura no wan fa mra no so wan fa anko
Correct. The reason why I want to mean recommend that prosecuting for corruption is who evidence what this could be. And so documents are mostly on Fambrano. Man to me piano there on for documents. And this is what this guy documents over past year. What documents not here? It's this guy. Oh, now this guy procurement law now. You know, I am breaking and say from now on now. They should make sure that this happened also. 663 no program law no yejuma. And from now on, it's not here. These are there, follow law. But what about the punishment for breaching the law? What do I say? I want to be recommend this happening. Maybe I damn who is that? So you have to say, come on, back it, and so on to me back it.
na just said the question na answer report na nkasa na enimu sa because document omu be gina so mbe hwehwe mu no no ma ahunu padumotre ni position as board chair ni awo ye transaction e call so no say document na amade a na say at the end of the day ni say strage e say or the final report e ba say ni enimu nya papa bi asa
government MPP government it me surprise because we say almost how we say yeah me hanging on because the BHS are guilty is almost more hanging on. The my argument. You should say, public procurement agency, no. Among amending law, no. Not make sure that procurement, the definition is clear. So the other who say procurement, but from now on, on you free management rule, money is a fear. Money for TV now a Ghana airport company because I am one no. Not management no your mujuma. Airport company no. This year Christmas onward. Almost to me koyasa rent no without passing to the procurement. And to me that
ti yen fa unsi ade a yen rent kurai na bokese 118,000 na ne Christmas tree ni boardings a rent impokra ye kwa rent obi ba be decorate owi asesa ne niam akọ ne ye boka Sakut mi enfa unsi na asam no ankasa no ne ka no aye kana sakut amenya na ere ne atwetwe enko ne ka achi
ai enti
asam no wo mabua ne buafo.
Oh yes na hwa abusua na nyumre ye becha musika eye star 413 hash ani jese me wom ne se CMG sika che dia promotion ne de se du anyumre se na ya kenkan kase abode mamwo na ubo modin afa wo phone MTN na wo ye bi dia ene what radio enra nipa ye chom ska okrom enra e wo ye kase yeso ena so the same thing oh sansa machines ni na ya krado mabobo mu ntokro say mabo ntokro ni bi aka honti ska de so mo wiegu mu ani prepare make so ma set dada fa phone ni se sie wo tekam na wutia mi a enya akwadworo mpacho sika de ye mfa ni agro ba bia nipa sika wo na ho na ne nkwa wo fa phone ni se sie star 413 hash step 2 no choose Accra FM no na fa wiegum ye wie kase abon na wati do ho na wo koro wanya sika de abota so ya pem so ne yanko ye ne ayire wo mrahye badwa fie se wi asimpani aka to wo se untumi spell ya mentro ana sabe anu a yade do no jaze untumi fa no nwi onfu kasem wa no keke na wai wadwe se waka to keke Ghana fo ebiri ni duro no a akuntabu a sefata no ubebuo onimi se sana abosome anampo kita on sabosome afimpim yeru ni aduonu July 2020 ana la General Hospital no wamu bugu ye wamu demolition no kura adanya na hospital administrators no kasesanye la General Hospital dan wa yano no kura nie ayaresabia esuma manfo e won krempumpuni mantem ha ukopie mo lane ne mpotem tashi nungwa wo bia ba ayaresabia ho na sabe bede na ye ani sumi na so ado bata na bia ne ani kwadusini na ayaresabia kase so yantam sayi a esuma manfo na enkrofo kokogya ayarha ene ade de kan no na sa hospital nya papa na mo meya July 2020 amuko bugu ye no ane August 10 sanabo so de to so du ana wompani akufu ado wokoya ane okokoi construct ya nampo okoya chese okola nche ye wodi so kobo fom se wo mo be chef fro si ase wo manfo ahwani mu from 2020 ya besi nne 2021 2022 2023 ene eye November 7 besi sabre amunya hwehwehwehwe wasase so wo mo nsi ye enam so madehia wo mo labu afu se ne wiase mpani se duadua mu odue e woni esi na beti so ukopia mo mrahye badwane a onu butu lada de kotopon reta odole so wa che mensa reta odolo se wa wode atudwa akire mu se eni bra ba no so manfo anhwe yi a na saban na anhwe yi a obebobo mabunu dom na no no makọ je so many aban ba ko feso pa sense want me nya nim guase asa na no na nam so a onmonyamfo se che mensa bosu majority leader in parliament waso dia cheche nsemu se enyo mo ade no bibi na abu akam one ma eye sponsors ya nko mo di sika ba no mo di akosi ayaresabia no wo mo tesa ben ya kwa IMF pe ana wo mo adelays ka no wo ma twe wo ho enti ba bia de na kwakoduru de asam no kra ne kan den na so mia wani kan no anopa no nsia be ba nwumre no nsia na ho atɔ pempe wasini pen nya de ayaresabia ne de won betumi atwe sponsor bia agi sika ria fro mo no mo di akwakosie enti wo mo di akwakɔhye agenda 111 anim na sa agenda 111 no kra no so ebe ma hospital no kwan no mfa so mo ye no on be scale it down ani omanfo ha kwan nya no mo nsa betumi aka abusu asabu ei emu oyapa ye nkonkotie nsam a onmonyamfo se eche mensa bosumra se bedwam wo chechire mu de fa kwan on be fa so a won be si la hospital no.
The fact of the matter is that when the agreement relating to the La Hospital came to this house, it came alongside 6 other hospitals, including one in my own backyard, the polyclinic at Swabi. The Speaker, what has happened is that subsequent to the engagement with the IMF, funding from those sources, that is from that agreement that Parliament approved of here in Parliament, the Speaker, Parliament, the funding has been withheld by the sponsors. The Speaker, until the nation is giving a clean bill of health by the IMF, it's going to be difficult for the funding to be released. Which is why government now wants to resort to some other means. The Speaker, I know an authority that government now wanted to situate it within the context of Agenda 111. However, if you should resort to that, it will mean that the facility will have to be scaled down a bit, which is not what was originally contained in the agreement that came to this house.
I just want to question agenda 111 and no crime in sinim. Just a sian woman to be seen, no crown woman to be nka. How much is Kennedy and woman to papa so, baby, you don't know. Na Mabuna wabu labu funo, Wamunu Yakutu Mobatika Pai, Secretary de ma concern you for la, your friend Jeffrey Saki, Jeffrey Amwajo.
But I didn't hear Jeffrey Tete, and I'm here Kasamafu, my coalition of La Association.
Yada say any correction no. Jeffrey, say Mabuna Mwalla Moyasa pon the saying Martin your search mensa bonsu church mo de abado e Thomasum and Amos still wo pusunyaka.
Ya unti fo nyina eye me won pa say after nsa enifa afina o search mensa bonsu wa hu say bibi akoso a oba beka ho asem na asem o kan ye no ma min church asem mu nkyere wo IMF o si IMF ho aye ko ye nti e ba se ya we told this kan e ye ntro e no otwa no ma min kyere wo time a obo dre la general hospital ego ye no na ye 2020 before on be saade no omuba ebeka che say meka no obrofum they had secured facility of 68 million euros. They had secured NHS Africano. They are secured.
Jeffrey, I entertainment de mano authentic. But wa homa ni twetwe sintim patro da ho kakra na fe to aso.
Yo, mpacho
Mfa ni say ni enko ne hwe.
Yo, enti se wo ka che ye na say IMF na mo call no da be na ye call IMF. Ye call IMF after mo be ka che ye say mo akonya sika no. Enti o say che means mo so somebody homework. Umbra be ka no cramming train. Now, last year December, me coalition of la youth association. Ekot na ona buko kwa juma me the office. with all his technocrats. Honorable Mamelu Kachire Yen say there was a consortium that was supposed to raise 68 million euros. No? Now, that consortium, one of the members, Swiss Credit, got bankrupt. And one thing I want to me, Sekano, Sekana, Omukache, and so many that no, because Credit Suisse has gone bankrupt, and nothing of one year Sekano. Now, just suppose that to what Hotel Mensa, your second Mensa was so air planetarian. One I ain't in this. Now, I want to look on March 2020. I will be sold 10th August 2020. And I will catch and say, within 2 years, on my way hospital. No, now I share him say, and the last year, August, you don't hospital. Yeah, I mean, sir, or this time after 2020 election, the vetting within the first quarter. Yeah, beside what vetting say, what is the state of the Ladino city? Or see what was progressive steadily. That done to car. Now, in fact, box back NC from it was a lie. He has lied again. Apart from lie, no, in front of better say, Omonia Sekanu, he has lied again. Several times, Yabisa Nukasi, and Nekra, member of parliament for the Koto Point beside the same our parliament. Still, in some of Mokana, time of Becca say they were looking for insurance issues, Entina Abilenu, Samukai. Time of Moka say they were testing the soil, Samukai. All those things they talked about were all lies. But Mamisa Babia, yeah, no war. First one, presidential spokesperson on health, Anthony Siasari, Ebe Kache and this year say, on the starting project November, number year 2024 December. And where you know, Adima Menu Subekan the same thing. Nia me yapa a Henry Quarty, our regional minister, Ewakra. The same would mean Jaikan. Onu. See our chair be as a champion of Gadangmi. Only she Emma Gadangmi for no. Can't say your best arty project. No, Henry Quatty. Some will be power catching a him for no more lano. Who to me sorry, and that's winning and not Monday or Tanaho. If I may say, or now, or can hospital Nasamana. One cup.
Jeffrey, sanya wo chance am ni mu de akwa warrior etin chechre mu ade man ya otumi se ade ne de gbangban ya bu akam sanse oseche mensa bonso akachre speaker na se enkosi se clean bill of health IMF what be mo no nya de on benya fund bi ade asinto mo de kwasha IMF ayi agenda 111 nim but ye besu so anke hye wo ma agenda 111 no emprempreni omu sikura ye nimba bi akwakosie sesi ano la general hospital no ni pompon so akwakoduru sen omu de bibia sisi o pila bia sisi o anahwe ni ho Jeff ye Jeffrey tata na kona homa no wakrabrifo bia besi so abuso ye babu ya homo de pebresem yansa ka Jeff ne baba we free so eti kworo ade ade de aya no nyade o betimi asi hospital no
na so o mbesi anko o masi
what you say
ade o makwa loan diaba loan no is it 96 million euros or it's more than 100 million euros
what's secure
almost secure na me kwa de ka che de yam wan se 2020 no na akufa require shortcut no project ya yento foundation yento block back okra no mu see billboard ede na akufa to so thank you nana
just you we
thank you nana
me da boshi nana
omu kwesi billboard ya thank you nana de na modern asi
oh ayarehosem
ya pim so na yakwa nimra hye bedwane de mo manfo wada comfort doyo ena obu a kire se arehosem kase pa na asi ewa ne mpeso aso se sukufo nkoda mienu chese woko akosombo spillage yesi yenti no amachira says empatam one Ghana water and supply wo munsu adan senior high school for nkora eti de anya ne se Volta River no wo kwano akwa nsuo suo ni nye nsuo na sa ye polluted enso mo kwano akwa bi de baba dware school for mienu no koya wo mo ama nsuo no ayiri afa wo matwe e de afa wo mo edo mo ko enu nti madam comfort do yo bu a chese ni manimu ya no Kacha unsense bi say ya na ahomete pa.
You come phantom sister.
nsɛm bi sɛ yɛ na kyɛ sɛ awerɛho ɔnse yɛ kɔɔ voter bɛɛ na meka sɛ nsuo a atenetene abɛgu kuro mfimfini no ɛne ɔmanfoɔ ɛɛsa ɛno na water resource minister no maame no te Frida Prempete anma no wɔka ne nipa bu afu no Ghana water fo bu akyerɛ sɛ wɔn mo substation no spillage no atwi afa so enti ɔmo ntimi mbie pipe mfama ɔmanfoɔ mo wɔ hɔ no mo ɛdeɛ na wɔ saban ne yɛ because pure water na ye che na ye de ma wo mu no eye ensu a wo mu no ontimi giti pure water no enguadem so de kwakwa akudware esa obenya bi wei enti nsu be foforo be na obenya odi bedware ensu foforo be na obenya odi be ye aduane adi enti de atwa wo mu ho ahia no a che se aseye no enu anu wo sisa o ene ye kan ye tena ha no ma Frida Prempe wo tena ankra ha no keka wo nsem a adasi ne asku nkoda mienu river voter river mkwako sensu a omkwayo omkwako na yentia MP no comfort do yo nsem odi tudwa.
I want to express my gratitude to Mr. Jetro, that's the deputy clerk. Since the spillage problems in my constituency, he has I have been crying all over for people to run to my aid. When I contacted him, he said he will come. And truly, Saturday, he was in my constituency. And I went with him to the victim for him himself to see things by himself. Mr. Speaker, we have over 300 houses that have collapsed in Ada. And when he went with me to inspect those houses, some of those houses, on our way coming, we saw the students at the river bank, over 100 of them fetching river that polluted water. Mr. Speaker, there is no water currently in Ada because the water company has shut down their facilities and they are not producing water. Mr. Speaker, Ada now we are in danger. We need water. Mr. Jetro has again given us 100 bags of water yesterday. Captain Smart has given us 1,002 bags of sachet water that we will be sending to Adan today. If they move, I will move with them.
Na just say wadan yaboafo an sa aban no a aban na ye na sedi asudie da no so no. Just we yiri manfo ba akwa de ahye ne nsem. They say no. De akwose nyina da ne say wo mu a spillage na atwidi afon so akoso motu dade ye bie na atwidi afon so no wo mu dan wo manfo wo mu nai aban biem enu atwei na comfort do yo to aso biem say enkofo dan baako ahasa 300 ni nyina sei ewo adan ho no mo ya emwa bia emfiri ba bia mai.
Mr. Speaker, we need help. Over 300 houses have collapsed in Adan and their funds, they are no longer They are helpless. The people are now helpless. The students, 2 of them lost their life. Mr. Speaker, these students are always in their dormitories. They have their water, their food, everything there. But since the incidents, they have been exposed to the river. They go there to fetch the river. Meanwhile, those using the river, some of them are having rashes. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading that national security is here. He should send tankers to the school. We have few polytons there so that they can give them water. This afternoon, I will send Mr. Jetro's water to them, Captain Smart water to them, so that we give to the 3 schools in my constituency. Adan Senior High, Adan Technical, Bedeku Technical. Then the basic schools. Mr. Speaker, the children, they don't understand the water is polluted. The water is not flowing. So they are compelled to drink it. We are pleading that the fear is cholera outbreak. As an MP, I'm not happy.
Madam Honorable, don't say the student they don't understand the water is polluted. When any say ensuo na ewo no no enye papa. Eye ka ensuo aseye. Omu ni choice. Choice na ni ho. Omu ni choice enti said ya wo buru sun krofo na abere opia wata ekwa na akọcha na adema wo mu no mu no wi a. Ede bebe no ebesi akiri because aban no enye nasem. Abusuafo we say Madam Manasa Honorable Comfort Doyo ya wono Ada Member of Parliament.
*413#. Step 2 to choose Accra FM. akasima bese dupena sikane afeye bebie ma chede amamo me papcha mam na mom to last days are dangerous ye wie no mumu hiem na afei yesu yentimi mam sikane bi star 413 step 2 Accra FM where CMJ sika chede promotion agi bebia afeye mu cough ne ntinsi court nsemu o ensem ne ekoso e wo court opuni agongo nsam no ena dai so esa kopie mu court a wo mu eto aso adia na awasam ba ko ekopie mu court ne say defense witness 7 eneso ye November 7 wo kopie mu adaka mu a ye toto na no na emu nkomode do so pu awasam ba ko a defense witness 7 dansini mununkum otosonson wode tu dwa ne say yado wom se na fertilizer bebre ayade a na chese ewo ho sa abre no na so so akuafo dodo no a fertilizer na womo epepa na womo demand ni high quantity eye litovit liquid fertilizer abranya kwa brother makokot wadi munko bo nyina wade brain na yakwa kutie sidi sikoso abna ya mwajo
ya
ene court nkomo ekosen
enti sade wedding ka bros no ane Accra High Court eko asetena na ensemu a efa businessman Alhaji Seidu Agongo ene enkane CEO Cocoa Board Dr. Stephen Opuni court esa etna so na dansini a wotoso enson a wono edi adanse ede ama openi yebo no kwadu edi kan ewo nsem ni accused person anasem first accused person no ye Dr. Stephen Opuni Peter Ocheboatem na echese de friend say cross examination no totoa counsel for A2 and A3 na echese openi a ye bua no for anase ne wono no yebo no kwadu de otoso mienu de otoso miensa Alhaji Seidu Agongo enafi Agriculture Company Limited no ono no emre nimu ni lawyer Benson Nuchupin na anototo nimu na obusa openi ni se Owura Peter Ocheboatem enkane no na oye deputy anase oreta ni position as deputy director ewo Cocoa Health Extension Division a Eternity eka no chair no no penino echere say wo hwe obusa ne say Benson Nuchupi obusa dansini ni say onim se nadwuma mu no ade a wono panimu te se wono no wone Cocoa Board adwuma ifo wo shared no wo mo omo bo apro kop ye friend Cocoa regions any Cocoa district no ekobo apro hwe se de Cocoa no enyini ene ade ni titu ene fertilizer agro chemicals ya na Cocoa Board ne ade ama wo no mo no na wo hwe se de adwuma nyina na wagye nsenkaye efrekuafo no wo meche Cocoa akuafo no ho ene opanini gitu mu se ane no obusa ne se na aso ebra no omo edi sa adwuma no na wo ye deputy director ma chair de no ebra womo ebo apro no no krese womo eko aprobo no a na womo ebusa akuafo no agrochemicals omo de ama womo no fertilizer ahodo litovit liquid fertilizer granular chese board ye ni na ne ade no womo hwe ni na na se na litovit nkwesa se opani na dansie no bi no na wo ka se akuafo no ani agi litovit no ho pa to opani ni busa no chese da bi enye litovit nko an ye supply ye de ma akuafo no emom ye de fertilizer ahodo agrochemicals ahodo nyina ema wono mo ani nkyerɛkyerɛ nyina ne ade ntie kwa ye koma bibia na obusa ne se ntie ba ne sɛn no ma mo fertilizer ahodo bebre na litovit nkoa ɛna wo mo ani edi akyi ɛna opani ne kyerɛ ane wono de we yasomafo we ye na adwuma etse professional kyerɛ ya soma na nyono nkoa mpo ɛna ya ekɔ wone other field officers na ekɔ na enso so no kopiemu ewo doma se titiwa oso okuani ba ko achese wono kwa no wagye abasobode ewo farmers day kwa wudo inane ade a owo Cocoa phone ekes no dodo na nanso panini fo dodo a waye no se fertilizer no se ye de we na bedi nka ba na se bia wode ye fuo a se bra litovit ne ba ye na fuo bi na wode ye no onwu se enyini pint sa panini titu kwa de na ya de ye na ni bresem pa achese asat 2022 panini no kwa ware retire in 2015 no that is 7 years later last year ni na no no penny ne da so ebusa ono no mpo say adan na cocoa but si o momfa litovate ni bi emma eti litovate ne ho adanse se akuafo no eni gye ho se emma cocoa ni nyini promprom no eni se ne mai se egu nhyire ne flowers yi ba se no wo se ba se ya promprom a chese no na emma akuafo no eni gye ho pa no no kra no sa abre no pa no ye shared officer no na anyade se wonim agriculture pani bia na se bia large se du agongo no kwa na adwuma na ne woye na akuafo no so no aproba wo mo body wo mo ka kire no no na no no so de beto mpanifo anim enti no ne nsenka ye ne ba bia ne reporter eda hɔ a ne nyina so no eboa ma se ne na koso na councils ni timi ekomu na so mo timi ko make reference no na ba bia wa kire se ane eyade a ono no suggest ma cocoa board ne say eso omutimi ema litovate no edoso se de bia ode be ma akuafo san so ho peni bebre no eye akuafo no ene kan ya eno so nti no no so e kan senti akuafo no de litovate ne de ebeto sa bre no de bia wo moda so epepipa
wow da be na mo be san court bi o
court etu asem no ahye nyame ya adoma echina
to ochina mu ginam se langa de be pema ba bia no Ghana for person omote ye be de wase abena nya ko abro no ma e court emu nkomo na wode abesom ye no
kachire
Kora
minfa we say enwie senior Elisha da pastor ye yemfa ba ku ntwam ne yemfa mrewe ye adwadi fom moro market outafo eno e wo kuma simpatam honom na bu acho say assembly ni pese bia wote edidwa no wo mutu won ekope ba bi fufuro do mko na saa bia honom de wo matena honom mo nananom kra ne di kan eye di kan fo honom matena honom edidwa no mo so abetena so table no wo ma boba wo mo to asoko enu nti ekwan assembly ni pese do mfa so no otu free honom no wo mu ntunne ene wo mu atu akina enam say so ma difo bia wani abre woni ye senior reporter Elisha da kwatwetwe enkomo
sese emera omode amaye se ye mfiri dwom ha no a ye bosome miensa no twetwe aso visa bosome miensa de se mbradu asa ye dimi mfa mwa ye ho entu ena de toso mienu omo baby papa ebeboa ye ne a ye nso ye betumi aye ye adwuma ye nya ohaw bia eno nso ne haw na bi onso ye se suro visa ye kwa abato afimu ye hwe edwa ye dwiridwira gu e wodwom kromo abebrebe a ye ntumi nsi ye hwe krofom dwa ya e wo central market the whole central market sese yati yase o masese o mfidi ekura firi o maja adwuma ye enti ema hu boye
ni okrofo mulo ekrofo market ana mo pamo ye me ba ha ebesinde market mo nye maye tafu dwom o mo pamo bi no mo wi bi anka mo de bia sa ba ha yese ya doso te mu kaso mutu ye me pempem dia emmoye ene be mo so de odi ekono adwuma we ni school no emfa die simple for say o mo na yade ne ye mo dia to mu siesie ma ye mo memle
If you Jana, never fire, baby, I saw Muse, my friend, sir, Mamma, Bosumi, and son. As baby, I'm be a con cry, knew me. They say, baby, Musu, Mutu, Diacon, oh, school. Yet man said, he didn't know. Quang, Obisu, Tomole, Obito, Jenny, no, Pa Jenny, Jenny, a quantic classroom, or by that, as some cry, Eka. I teach an in Chileno. I take up a Sanswa, M1, baby almost idea consul, M1, because you so to be careful, no muscle, Yakonia no money, say, near Koya, and by.
And which assembly member Tafunsha yasu you wusu kin ono so nsem odi tu dwani
ye besi market en hye papa ben ene wo ho se ye siwie amankofo anyumo ade ye si awie mu moto dada no omo nsa akeka omo mpata na eno na yen assembly members bi ya trans ehunu se da bi o se ye pen so de pepepe ye adwuma no obi bia etimi nya na pata ekwa ben ne ebefa so a obi benya na pata eno nti ne wo database no se database ye adwuma akosua mansa na pata ni dini ojini yawe apata number 1 ne dia number 2 ya manu dia number 3 kwami oduro dia si ye mu nyina tonkrata so ama lawyers asensan adwadifo lawyer ni council no so ana meka se municipal no so lawyer ni obatrasia ahyehe bibia na afenso wo ma adwadifo no hu se radio yesi bia sika kakra bi sei ne de beto so ana yemfa bi nto so kra na omagulu no madomo so yemma pepepe yenya adwuma na database enya adwuma ye wie edwa na yemfa obi ade emma no nemfa asudie emra
Ousu kini assembly member tafunhia yeso kache mpanifo no mudi kan akasa sort dom kai o mo se hi dwa so yabu agu hi dwa yabu agu keje ti akra de adwo mama start ye kra mfidie no phase 2 na was MPP by 7 years ni contractors asese o mo machines de ko on say this year next year de Obo se market you no ndo mo sa akọ MPs ndo mba ya no
say so mo so ongoing project no so ma shenda and them say so mo kikagum
so sa na 2020 na na ado ye eti de o se Ghana for business 2020 no shortcut na na Akufo ado ye de hin wa wie ya wakọ akọ commission 4 years ni na Akufo ado bro nyamu a 2020 oduru ha no mo a na watutu fom oduru ha na ma no sofi na watutu fom na wo project o commission ye nyina ye NDC project after 4 years 7 years in next year omuko budwa we yegu omuko tutu kwan we mu omuko ye run about we omuko ye interchange we sa no mdo mo nsa so ho sa no mo nya Ghana for nso no mu du omachi
eti abusia ma bia du no wotiti ni say ya no abemabu but yesu kra ye ja him class media damenti yan ye wo ho no yan sha da ma wura hoda o ye hu so wura ho pe ne ahewa funum ye hu so wura ho pe ne ahewa funum enti ya bibire ye ahewa funum afumu he na ne say ba maska wa krado ana upesika ega kudi laja fafo ni sesi na ya wie ni se ne de akasi mama ko enum pe na ye be ma cash last days are dangerous and ye biemu nipa 955 and ye mom ska and ye many nipa the same 955 across the country kasi abona ye de wa manfo tie pa ya se Gina Plus adwumayefo a mo Gina Plus and the workers mu tie kasi abona wa shama official town ya se akra fe mu fa ni agro pacho Gina Plus ene adwumayefo ni nyina no obi amfani phone MTN *413# *413# step 2 no achusu akra FM monya ntem Gina Plus na adwumayefo no obi anye na mu be diskate ya da masese muti akra kase abusia ne wam nie ananyumre yi ma men ka asem bi nkyerɛ edansie ya disika na esie na se usi dan na wasum badwo a je se onya asase amanso ni ho wan hweye na ukonya asase amanso ahyemu mase be niema miensa ye bebo odua ma wafu ahono ya ma odua wan hweye manso a ubetwe wo court ubesi dan na wie no na manso no nko akun wan hweye so langard fo betimi kontim ma wi utrim me pa chaw hwe no amane ma miensa wei antetew yi no akwa na so simple no one say ubakwa hwe Heart Builders Real Estate as padi bi wato ne me kan ye how we nyina bi ni sansase ne ho 20,000 Ghana cedis apambla da mu 200 million uni 20,000 a twakoma to yem fa 10,000 bra ye be maska ubeda no enya ska koto asase CM sika chede promotion betimi amaska hello
good evening oh
ura said yes CM sika chede promotion edo kon kakra ya unyini sa afi be ko na wie no enya ska to asase
oh nyame be afi be ko wie de megiri sa menye ska pa
o waka semma makoma to me yem me pa cho ya process
me di ajete
u kasa wa he wo Ghana ha
but dance mo ba sia de mo matai ko na medina no kasa
u be no ma 12 afajo to street ho
pa cho bi ho that side ampa no to afajo to street
okay abrante bi ye ne ya dwuma ofia fa no kwa che o elia ho me wa na be hwe why
me de hwa ade mo bi ho na be hwa ade
ana siam sika che de promotion no wodu hu hye mu nkomo pa ne sen
sir me every day be I try Saturday jackpot na me target for Saturday there kuku jackpot de kuku
it won say da bia wo try na wonni no na I say tiade tie no kure ni tiade sasa na ya na wadwe yo
me de minu say no kure but na me say me so member beba
aya de waka so makoma to he eye pass we tintim ugidie na nei wadi bie se wadi bi de
medibi
onko awde a na obi a momu hie wate jackpot no de wo me say e na wadi bi no udia ba be link nim da bia kwaso ye we yam no kase kram no bie pesa twa bi bum twabigum jackpot so nsa so mu se atwitwe wawie yesi kaketwa ba ubedi abotre nko a why Ghana fofo ene yenko abi tanko tu Ghana fofo so mo fo mo nsem ne yenko
aka fam we rafo ne de edempa bitu obi afo so bi onfa no nsem me fa no nsem na nyame aduma obedi me ma try and nyame aduma me so medi nti obi so nya akonya no da foforo
Yo, Monica, ora jete wanya sky ko Heart Builders Real Estate na koto mo nsase ni bi. We sky you betimi that asase. Ko Heart Builders Real Estate ukwa mom 10,000. Na ka trom say wo mo spread dia kan ma busu mi nsia. Eye sia mi sika che dia promotion ama ni sika no na ase ye di agro. He. Ukwato Heart Builders Real Estate nsase ni bia. Eguye sha heze bi woni ngo pram chopori. Ne ewo mu nyina ne se. Wato asase na wi apeso osi dan ne ma edi si asase asase sen. Niama ya disi dan oti ase ye ton nyina bi borehole drain ye betu ama architectural drawing ye be mo asase plan papa de besi dan e wo so e besi ye be ma dan plan papa biodigester cement bricks blocks and ne akeka ho nyina no ye ne kama pa ye ton bi je number no na ene emahwimum 0241 665200 and 0540226276 awusu anu achi no wo posi ni address mention imboost ya no imboost no e no ma one immune booster dan Kras people junction e wo ho na nabo achetem o kanshi e wo ho ekus pharmacy with dam mu nyina 0246208496 and 0540710113 imboost no e bebo mani padua kwa na gina bra no besi pia sita se benta na wabɔ adwuma se konkomafo agyan yade abasa enwura wedi anim Father Martin aba me se Roman Father Dro wa ba e ukwa fikyire na te ya no bosumi so ye na watwepedie ma bebre ni mamiamia ubehu ani chibu nkwa onya ne bone kwa no obu ani chie asema anya bufu no ni buafu na ya se na ewe no mu ne sa ya mama mo renho ne ewam ne sa aduru aba Father Martin aba me se aduru no no etu ase mo so mapom dompe mu no joint no eho ya mo ya no avei sasa bro ya re bone pa avei yam keka tipa nkete nyojo ya dia stroke he account from say tebem atiayo mesraw kope Father Martin ba me shedro di binanom na ho ntro na naboache he batemani wo kanshi kiso ka ba wo kanshi ekus pharmacy ashaiman jukat any all leading chemical shops in Ghana 0243115948 and 0244422285 motasis ni pada ya no aduane ena nwumre mu amu no anuane wo fie mama mre visa motasis ni pada na de so aduane maduane ye de ujeja ho na anu aduane ne sa ahwe a ompena jao ugisi upodom padam obejao tie upese uma be mani gia ya anu aduane manini pe be man aduane a wo pepa ni favorite tiata busa no hello darling what's your favorite aso obi amepe emutro ne nkatekwan utaze say bi amimi say Kwabena baby say Kwabena baby what's your favorite na maka so me dey mepefufuo ni abenkwan abebi ewom etuanya abenkwan no na wabɔ ne sa awie no na de motasis ni pada som wakume bedi ankoro wagye me aboso wantina gas na ya omutashi awe na eya na ayi no amu hume Mr. me weakness ya de se bɔ me nkwan me pa benkwan so pa fa bibi ya wono na de motasis ni pada som wakume tie onu ajolo fa som weche fa som plain rice fa som noodles and spaghetti fa som indomie kura de fa pitipitim wawie aponche enam bia wo che ho fa motasis ni pada fa som 0244 599 661 and 0247-151-877 Mortasi be a kitchen star. Kwana kotobi munkotunu etufuo buo mu na munkonkoton ewodwom mukwa momi din se ka che Kwabena bedu na se yemra so buza se ka che Kwabena bedu ba ya se presenter na ne din teten no the whole Ghana on be hume CMC kacha dia promotion ya de ma wo no 100,000 Ghana cedis bonanza ya spread the amount. Dial star 413 hash.
FM 100.5.
Yeah, woman say CMC catch the promotion no. I star 413 hash. Step 2 no choose so Accra FM. And one no. Ubenya ska nwumrei agete na agene de ahye ne ho no. Enya agete nko a o nso wa agene de, Matilda agene de, Teresa agene de. Ene ma ne de dipa. Hey, guess na we bibia obi ahwedi phone so. What? Na ya biem sese no ne wom ne se ye be mamo ayi bonanza ni jackpot se nyamte ho nkobo no. Eti kosoa na ye dwo adafa ahohyem buna dafa ahohyem ku adafa ahohyem ya wadafa ahohyem fiada anu anafei ye wulo ni fiada ne sa na weekends no. Bo say na fama wo na ukro no ewiase kai wudu se krombe yoda no anu botom o ska obia jeje so unika pre na otiti so obia ntia ja mfa anya hwe mena me ka kire eti ye ho na peska ska pere bi wo so enya den ebi ti se CMG ska chede promotion o fa phone star 413 oti do na ukro no abusia yadamasio pa Bright Radio Tubu no say good evening to Media Godmother and Class Prefect. Na meja akudi ba kwa asande amanu Media Godmother. That's right. And I'm also a Class Prefect. The news is loud inside that wushi. Pack and poke pop. Okay. Nana Kofia Henkinson was a good evening. Odimia and Gagamira. The news is fantastic and the most shameless government in the world is Akufo-Addo. Wow. Nana Kachen was say Akufo-Addo is very wicked. He's very wicked. God reward Akufo-Addo for his wickedness. Wo body do ya? Yeah, money do ya bo. Jai. Mustafa was abuti no Sikano ahe. Prince Ataku Sikrufi no say Akufo-Addo came to destroy and conquer Ghana. Urade. Yay! Kofo was so jama. And then this question was only those who don't think normal will vote for Bawumia a press Jai. Many attempts. Ghana GH was hey. Good evening, I'm live from Kumbugu mainstream. Regards to Polos Kaswa, what do be by Ozito, what do be by Kofi Bismarck? Was it hi? How are you doing today? My name is Bismarck in Tabirikrom. Yeah, that's a pa comments appeal tools. Why are there? And not Daniel Nagbulozo. Abaga for a mobile training TAB George Akon, Norfolk, Virginia. After Maunyo Freddy Agbenezeve. Oh, you bruta. Mary Adams, yeah, that's Kofi Bismarck. Then is quite Munina da. Nyakupo inshiramo sabuni ya hibum abusia adwenchana doso ya demu asi ko dodo akonya ba akofo ntraso nche asidakase ya titiri kufu bambam saba iguko ya vankoma audu salami yoda boss yoda oye bruta won watimi kwasha kwayem na otwemi yenu oba dream ketasha kwafu atu galam say aban no katakata so no oba expose wom what what me kwase kwayem na otwe wo ba bia o ma hunu nsuo ni bia no na wa expose aban no what audu salami yoda oye bruta ana yure wa no wo ya ti koma kasebo ya di bu nchebo bramu o na anu achi so sami jasi bramango maso de hye abo agogoti ba wadani wanyina dani apontire ne jasi what opa juma bruta says Kakabad Botum at Gina Jagasi. Sammy JC this Canamo friend. Hey Jazzy. And Jessica and your campus. Hey JC, Sammy JC. Jazzy, the way you manage can scan here. Oh, what you ma? Sounds so as someone coffee party. What? Oh, Risia, no Risia. Or Tron with him near what science here. What's your say? Yet he say, oh. Bojuma ha ma fo diska yasem krofo esanso a wo ba fie ha no monster pom no ne yankasa wo phone so CMG sika chede promote dem krofo diska yasem krofo esan lie wo peso on ba class media ha no e be da yase no ba mo to yem pass da bia asida ne nyina nsam mo mpaye man na mo nkoso mfa mo hu hwe CMG sika chede promotion nim sisa de so be kasa o se sala be da yase o mesi ka munya no because scan obi anu say o se sala be kasa yeah, has Rebecca Sampa, yeah, but na emfoni ehim gu Facebook ansa na meba ho no apna nyankwa bro no ma kwaso hima no what Wana de court nkomo ne besum ye. Wo bo adwuma papa. Papa. Ye do no so ase. Afesa ayi Eugene Kwakuma. O support Chelsea. Oh, wo bo adwuma pa. Wo bo adwuma papa. Wo bo adwuma. Portia Labi. Portia baby. Ono so tie kase eboni bi oso otu. Portia Labi. Oye bruta. What you say? Yeko. CMBC catch dia promotion no aya star 413 hash. Enya go dia di wo kroma o. Kwafo ya address ya be twom sika wo krom ha no. Afi be ko na wiye by December no. Na ya cheska over 30 billion. I'm telling you. Muka se ye di agro. Hello.
Chire.
Ebruta.
Minimu.
Nemme. Apa di dia frozen ye?
Favorite Christian because Africa so a.
Christian gaswa. Na mo kwanya na nsem ye demonstration no.
Oh, demonstration mo se my ye kwani de brega ga kasasa bre.
Oh, asemu. Ana se onye ska aka metim dia kwaya kwan na maban no.
Gajere men yo.
But I don't who says CMG catch their promotion in one. Oh, why are they shrunk count? So I did a creme no crew be discuss. And now you may Cacrabeto phone. And then you make a crabetos one.
No, a crabetos. Yeah,
a foot will be anywhere yet in Cody. Fago, do what?
Mati.
Obia. Yes, that's it. Perhaps you are now going to do a grom how. I'm not for person better I see fear almost so more body. I stop home. Yami aka. What is there? Vamijo. Nyaboro. Yeko. Birthday. And I me nyonku bi pa na woda. Yasi. Ye nyina ye nyonku mfimfin hene. Na namu akujampa. Ena na woda. Na namu akujampa. Baby a obia. Na me nyonku bi pa a wodi na woda that day no say oh Eugene me ya o me ya odi na woda no on the 3rd of November he's so good na me mates in fact abusuya de mwasi da yakwa so ya ni pitri na nyimra sedade ya de bo bibia fire cracker kana fo nyina ya santoa anama ejako me ranchire bona na me ho batu duro the body appear serpent to ya ma wiani aba peso wagidi ganjo Kwabi baby Kachre Kwabena vedu Ubeda tobu ase ya kramu nyina
100.5